I'm going to share the secrets to how to use YouTube SEO, YouTube's search engine optimization, to set up your videos as evergreen lead magnets, sending you hot, targeted leads no matter what life throws at you. Hi, I'm Amanda Gulik from cleverdough.com, and my goal is to help entrepreneurs like yourself create recurring passive income from your passions using YouTube marketing strategies that actually work. I want to share with you a personal story of how YouTube kept my business going even while I was in a coma. It's a common misconception that YouTube is just a platform for entertainment. Many don't realize its potential as a robust platform for your business. And you don't even have to be on camera to use it. Before my coma, back in 2016, I was so passionate about sharing my personal interests with the world. I focused on fun cake decorating ideas for cake deck enthusiasts and helping parents with teaching their children about money. I would share everything I could purely to create value and to help others. And when I made my how to bake a cake video, I unknowingly shaped my destiny. But I lacked a strategic YouTube SEO approach. I accidentally did a couple of things correctly, and it was until after my coma that I realized the power of what I had set up. So in 2016, I got pneumonia in both of my lungs, and I was sent to my hospital, but we didn't have an ICU. And in order to keep me alive, because my oxygen was dropping way below 80, they had to ship me out to a hospital with an ICU. And in order to do so and keep me alive, they had to put me on a ventilator, they had to put me into a medicated coma, and they had to paralyze me so I could survive the trip. I was supposed to remain in that coma for about 3 days until I got settled. Unfortunately, however, once I arrived at the other hospital, I developed what's called ARDS, Acute Respiratory Distress Syndrome. It just means my lungs quit working on their own. And I actually remained in the coma for 3 weeks, fighting for my life. And when my wife looked up on Google what the odds were for survival, she was shocked to see that between 20 and 40% chance of survival for what I had. To the point that once I did wake up and my hospital set me up with recovery, the team told me that they didn't actually have a special rehab recovery for ARDS because most people never left the hospital. Months afterwards, once I was strong enough to get back on my computer again, I was absolutely blown away to see that the videos I had set up years before on my YouTube channel that drove traffic, targeted traffic to my websites where I made sales of my books and my courses. I also earned ad revenue on my videos and even affiliate commissions, all while I was in a coma. Now, it wasn't much. I earned just a couple $100, but every single month I would earn this money regardless of whether or not I was actually working or not, because I accidentally had set it up correctly using the proper YouTube SEO, or at least a handful of the proper YouTube SEO, enough to give the algorithm the information it needed to promote my videos for me on Autopilot. So I was no longer strong enough. However, I woke up as a severely disabled lung person, no longer able to work. So I had to find a new way to continue my business. I could no longer decorate cakes, and I didn't have the lung power to work as many hours as I had before. I knew my only chance of creating financial stability for my family was to continue creating YouTube videos that would drive traffic, highly targeted, hot leads to my business on Autopilot. Now, not all of the videos that I posted before my coma ranked. Actually, very few did, only a small handful. But those videos are what drove the income for me going forward. So I spent the next couple of years really diving deep and learning the YouTube algorithm and what YouTube SEO I needed to put in place to get my videos to rank in the top search engines. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Google actually owns YouTube, and therefore Google wants to promote YouTube videos above any other content when people go for a search, because it will then earn ad revenue on those videos, which means Google will promote your business for you for free, and it's happy to do it. I learned that by focusing on the titles, the descriptions, the tags, I could optimize my videos, even the ones I had already uploaded years before, to rank better in the search engine results in the first, second, third, or fourth search results. And that how to bake a cake video went viral with over 1 million views. I kept tweaking and adjusting, and it is now over 6 million views, and it just keeps on growing. And this deep dive into strategic content optimization wasn't just a recovery for myself and my own business. It sparked a new mission for me to help others also create passive recurring income that could be their security for their financial future. Look, I don't just stand here as someone recovering. I stand here as someone who has taken adversity and turned it into a toolkit for success. Armed with these new insights, I turned mastering YouTube SEO, not just to get me back on my feet, but to turn every single video into an evergreen automated lead generation. So let me show you exactly what I learned. But first, can you relate to this? Have you had something happen in your life that set you back, that was something unexpected and it completely turned your life upside down? And what challenges did it create for you? I would really like to know. Let me know in the comments. I read every single one, and let me see if I can help you with your business, turn it around for you as well. Let's start by understanding what YouTube SEO means. So SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, in case you didn't know what that meant. And YouTube SEO is what is critical to get your videos noticed and then clicked on, watched all the way through, and then the algorithm will promote your videos for you. But YouTube SEO is that first step. And you do this by focusing on one main key phrase that you have researched and that you know that there is a lot of traffic of people searching for that keyword and not a lot of competition for it. And then you put that main keyword in your titles and your descriptions and in your tags. And I'll tell you more about exactly how to do that, what to put in your titles, where to place it in your descriptions, and how to organize your tags, because it really does make a difference. Those are what we call on-site SEO strategy, where we're actually putting the SEO into the video, into the upload on the YouTube platform. But there's also off-site SEO. And what off-site SEO is, it's called backlinks. And it's when on another platform, whether it's a blog or a website or on the social media, you're sending traffic to YouTube, to your channel. It sees it as links that are coming back to the channel. So backlinks. And that is called off-site YouTube SEO. And it tells the algorithm, wow, this video not only engages with our viewers on the platform, but it is so good that it actually sends new traffic off of the platform onto our platform. And YouTube really likes that. And when you get a fine balance between the two of these, that is when your videos rank up higher in the search results. And you really want to be in those first 4 positions so that your videos get noticed, because how often do you scroll down the list or page after page? Not often. But it's not just about the SEO. You also need to have engagement with your audience. You need people to actually want to click on your thumbnails. You know, your thumbnails and your titles, they need to be so enticing that people are desperate to watch your video because they want to know the answer to what you're promising. And you want to get people to watch all the way through to the end of your video, because that shows the algorithm that the content you provide in your video is really good and helpful or entertaining. And it knows this by watching how long people watch your video, whether or not they give your video a like, they leave a comment, they share it, they subscribe to your channel. All of these triggers tell the algorithm how successful your video is, and that helps it decide whether or not just to list it in the search results, but also in what is called suggested and on the home page. I'll give you a little tip on how to get people to continue watching your video all the way to the end. Start your video with what's called an open loop, letting them know that they're going to learn something that you know they want to learn based on what the title of the video is and what the topic of the video is, and that you'll reveal this to them in a little bit and then answer that. Make sure you answer it later in your video to close that loop. And that is going to get people watching longer and to feel satisfied that you delivered on your promise. All right, so let me demonstrate that by opening a loop for you right now. Now that you see how powerful YouTube and YouTube SEO can be, I'm going to reveal how to elevate your videos to the very top of the search results and ensure that they remain there evergreen for years and years and years to come. Consistently, continuously driving hot leads to your business. If that sounds good, give me a like. And another tip that I want to share with you is to make sure you really do provide great value. And that doesn't mean the quality of the video. It means the quality of the content that you're delivering, that it really does help inform them, educate them, entertain them, whatever the main purpose of your video is, that it does solve that your viewer walks away feeling, yes, I got something out of this video. And when you do that, then you can go ahead and ask them to subscribe if they want to get more videos like that to help them continue on that topic. And so let's do that right now. If you have found the tips that I've shared with you so far helpful, and you would like to see more videos on this topic to help you really set up a solid YouTube SEO foundation for your own channel and your videos, then hit subscribe. But make sure that you turn on notifications, hit that little bell, because otherwise YouTube actually doesn't let you know when my next video comes out. So remember to tell that to your audience as well. Go ahead and do that right now. And thank you. I am so excited to share more of this with you. Okay, so just before I share exactly how to make sure that you rank your videos, not just on YouTube, but also on Google, Evergreen, on Autopilot for years and years to come, I have something extra special for you. This is actually part 1 of a 10-part series where I'm going to walk you through exactly what you need to do with regards to your YouTube SEO strategy, but also what to put in your titles, how to set up your descriptions, how to create those thumbnails, how to promote your video, how to get those backlinks. The whole system is in this 10-part series, and it's completely 100% free for you. All you need to do is head over to cleverdough.com/evergreen leads. I'll put it on the screen here and in the description down below, and it's free. So go ahead and sign up for that so that you'll get every single one of these videos so we can get your YouTube strategy solidly in place. Okay, so here is that secret that makes YouTube the ultimate tool for creating long-lasting passive recurring income for you. Consistent quality content aligned with proper YouTube SEO. When you put the two together, you really create the backbone that keeps people engaged by creating content that is evergreen. It's not trendy. It's something that people are always going to need to know about. And you're setting it up so the algorithm understands how to categorize and which people to serve it up to. That is going to keep your videos in the top search results for years and years to come. Like my how to bake a cake video has been in the top search results for over 13 years. Okay, so now you understand the basics of setting your videos up to make sure that they end up in the search results for years and years to come. However, you need to know the specifics of where to place everything, not just the title, the description, and tags. There's more. And also exactly how to structure their titles, structure your description, structure their tags. Remember, I said that's really important, and trust me, I have changed mine around so many times to find exactly what works the best. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do that right now. We're going to go over every single step of the specific deep dive YouTube SEO. Take notes, and then every time you upload a video, do exactly these things to ensure your videos will rank fast and long term. I'm not only going to show you the basic yet powerful YouTube SEO strategies that will get your videos the visibility they deserve and reach your target audience effectively, but I'm also going to show you how they can keep working for you even during the toughest times. After my business continued to thrive on autopilot, even while I was fighting for my life in a coma, I realized the power of setting up YouTube SEO strategies to keep your videos working for you evergreen. So let's dive into this together so we can speed up your success too. Plus, I'm also going to reveal an often overlooked YouTube SEO trick that will completely change your YouTube game. We're going to do a deep dive on the specific YouTube SEO that you need to lay out in each of your videos to ensure that it ranks at the top of the search engines, both on YouTube and on Google. Because as I mentioned, Google owns YouTube, and therefore when you know how to set it up properly, Google will also promote your videos for you for free on the biggest search engine in the world. All right, so now let's continue our YouTube SEO full course deep dive. First, let's dive into the most critical aspect of your YouTube SEO, keywords. Keywords are that bridge from what people are searching for and what your content delivers. Just like specific treatments targeted my recovery after my coma, keywords target the needs and desires of your perfect audience. This helps ensure that the right people are watching your videos, the people who will take action and become your prospects and your leads and your sales. So to start, it's essential to know what exactly is your viewer looking for. And there are some simple ways to find out. You can go to YouTube and Google search and type in the broad area of what topic you want to make your videos about. And as you type in your broad main key phrase, let's use baking, for example. Let's say somebody wanted to learn how to bake a cake, which happens to be one of my videos that went viral with over 6 million views. You go to the search engine and you type in how to bake a cake, and then it will show you a drop down of the top searched for keyword phrases, and those are the ones that you're going to want to target. So for example, if I typed in how to bake a cake, then you would see in the drop down things like how to bake a cake at home, or how to bake a cake for beginners, or how to bake a cake from scratch, and so on. So you would create videos for that specific question that you know people are already wanting to know. And you can also use tools like vidIQ and TubeBuddy, and they will show you how many people exactly are searching for those key phrases. So what I like to do is first do my generic search in YouTube and Google and write down what the top search results are. Then I'll head over to vidIQ and TubeBuddy and see exactly how many people, because I want to have a keyword phrase that has over 1,000 searches every month, but also has very low competition. We want to set ourselves up in the game to win. So the next thing, after you've researched your key phrase and you know what your main keyword is going to be for your video, you need to know the proper placing for the algorithm to understand what your video is about, so we can categorize it properly and show it to the right people who are going to be interested in your topic. And so the first place is you need to put your main key phrase in your title. And the trick is you want to make your title still very intriguing, where it creates a question in the viewer's mind that they need to watch the video in order to satisfy or answer that question. So you want to put your key phrase in there, but make it enticing at the same time. You don't want it to just sound robotic. So for example, if we use my how to bake a cake video, one of the comments, or actually a lot, like thousands of the comments after I posted that video way back in 2011, constantly kept asking me, why is there no milk? Why is there no butter? It happens to be a sponge cake that does not have either in there, but people did not understand a cake recipe without milk or butter. So an enticing title that you could use that is SEO friendly and click-worthy would be how to bake a cake without milk or butter, right? It creates that question in their mind while still targeting your main key phrase. The next place you want to put your keyword is in the description itself. Specifically, put your keyword in that first 25 words so the algorithm knows immediately what your topic is for your video. So it automatically knows exactly where to categorize it. But then sprinkle it throughout as well and add in those long tail keywords. So remember when I said how to bake a cake and then other search results were like how to bake a cake at home or how to bake a cake from scratch? You would throw those ones, just pepper them in to your description throughout, especially the first 100 words, but also beyond. And you're going to want to put your keywords in your tags section. And there are specific ways that you want to organize it. What I have learned, and I have done this trial and error over years and years and years of practice, so trust me when I tell you this, this is huge, and most YouTubers do not do this and they are missing out. You want to list your keywords alphabetically in a way that focuses on your main keyword, and then you can add broader keywords on the bottom to help it understand better the bigger categories to put your video in. So for example, I literally have how to bake a cake, how to bake a cake at home, how to bake a cake from scratch, how to bake a cake for beginners, and so on. And then I also look for places where that how to bake a cake might be within a key phrase. You know, the best recipe showing how to bake a cake. I'm just giving you an example here. And then you could have broader categories on the bottom, you know, cake recipe, baking tutorial, things like that are related to the bigger umbrella topic, but really focusing the majority of your keywords specifically around the main key phrase for that video. Does that make sense? All right. So by effectively researching and then placing your keywords, you are setting yourself up for a strong foundation for your videos so that they will rank for years and years and years to come. And this ensures not only that your content will be found, but that it resonates with your perfect target audience. All right, let's dive even deeper into how to optimize your channel for your main topic SEO friendly keywords. Optimizing your channel with the proper YouTube SEO is like setting up your immune system to be strong to fight off anything that comes its way. So the first thing that you're going to want to do, and this is after you reach the threshold of 100 subscribers and your channel is over 30 days old, you will be given the option to create a custom URL. So you know how it says youtube.com/, and when you first begin, it's a whole bunch of numbers and letters and gobbledygook. You'll be able to change that to the name of your channel. And if it makes sense for your channel to put your channel's main key phrase, so in my case with my how to bake a cake video, maybe my main channel key phrase is baking cakes or baking recipes or cake recipes, cake decorating. One of those, you could put that as your main key phrase in your URL. Now, if you have a company name, then you'll want to use that. It's just an extra spot to help the algorithm understand what your business is about and what your videos are about. And then you're going to want to set up your channel description, your about page, so that it is not only engaging for your viewer to really understand what your channel is about and what videos to expect, but you're going to intentionally pepper it with your proper YouTube SEO key phrases for your main content keyword, and you can sprinkle in a couple of the keywords for your main video content as well. Plus, every time you upload a new video, you're going to want to add it to a special playlist, because you can create series of videos that create this bingeable content, and that is going to make YouTube super happy because you are keeping people on the platform. And why does YouTube like that? Because YouTube makes ad revenue every time people watch your videos. So it wants to keep people on the platform, and by creating playlists, you're keeping people on the platform, which makes YouTube want to promote your videos more and above others. But the trick is set up your YouTube playlist with your specific keywords in mind. So I could have, for example, a playlist on how to bake a cake, and I could just have a whole bunch of different cakes in there. I could also have a playlist that is cake recipes, or I could have a playlist that is fun cake decorating ideas, and then have the related videos in there. All of these terms also get optimized for search. When people search, they also not only find your videos, they will find your playlist. Your playlist can actually rank. Pretty cool, right? By ensuring these elements are in place, you are securing your channel in the algorithm as the go-to place for this particular topic area. You will become the authority for that area. And this makes your channel resilient no matter what life throws at you, like it did for me. Okay, let's move on to the essential aspects of your YouTube video SEO. So you need engaging descriptions. Think of your video descriptions like the ongoing care you would get from your doctor for your particular condition. They need to be clear, informative, friendly, and SEO packed. So like I mentioned before, your description needs to start with a summary of your video that doesn't give away everything in your video, but gets the viewer really excited to watch your video. It's sharing the promise of your video, and it is incorporating your main keyword for that video right within the first 25 words. And then you're going to move on to a larger description of your video, adding in those secondary keywords, the longer tail keywords, peppering them in and repeating your main keyword as well, especially within the first 100 words. The right balance of keywords can significantly boost your video's visibility in search results. So beyond the keywords, you really do need to focus on the value you are giving to the viewer. One of the really cool things you can do that is both incredibly valuable for your viewer, but highly helps you with your YouTube SEO and your ranking is to create a list of timestamps or chapters. If you don't do this, YouTube will automatically chapter your videos for you, but you don't have control over where and how it's breaking up your content. And you don't have control over setting it up to be SEO optimized. So instead, figure out for yourself what the chapters are for your video and use your main key phrase and your long tail and your incorporated key phrases and related key phrases as your titles for each timestamp, making each title also create that question in the viewer's mind so they are desperate to watch that portion of the video, because get this, your YouTube timestamps also rank in Google search and in YouTube search. Pretty cool, right? And make sure to include some call to actions that you want your viewer to take. Subscribing to your channel, leaving a comment below the video, liking your video, and mention the other places they can find you, your website, your blog, your social media. How can they connect with you? And put a special list in there of what to watch next. This is really key because by placing links to your other videos, you're going to drive more traffic to those videos, and they're also going to show up in suggested after your video. So when they end your video, YouTube is going to put them in suggested, watch this next. And all of this drives traffic back to older videos, creating the backlink strategy again, showing YouTube that people are interested in these videos and going out of their way to find them. And of course, if you are promoting a product in your video, specifically an affiliate product, then make sure you put an affiliate disclaimer in your description, letting your viewer know that the links that you are promoting are your affiliate link and that you will earn a thank you for the referral. And of course, no extra cost to them, and to thank them for supporting your channel so you can create more content to help them with their needs and what your video topics can help them with. So let me know, I want to know in the comments, what is the biggest challenge you've had so far with setting up your SEO? Were you even aware that YouTube SEO was a thing? Did you understand how important it was and how this can dramatically change your video's visibility? I want to know where you started and what you're most excited to do next, having learned these strategies. I read every single comment, and your feedback helps me understand what kind of content to create further. So I really appreciate you taking the time right now to just let me know. All right, so moving on, I want to just focus again on tags and on categorization for your videos. So like I mentioned, when you set up your tags, you want to make sure that you're really focusing on your main key phrase and then your longer tail and then the larger categories. But did you know that in the description itself, when you set up your video, there is a category area, and you want to choose whether it's education, entertainment, sports, news. There's a whole list to choose from. Make sure you categorize your video correctly so that the right audience is going to watch your video. To give you an example, my main category for all of my videos is education, because I teach education about YouTube marketing and YouTube SEO strategies, and I want the algorithm to understand, send me people who are wanting education on this topic. Does that make sense? All right, so let's just quickly demystify the algorithm. What is the algorithm? There are three main parts to the algorithm that then help your videos get the visibility it deserves. The first is relevance, and that comes down to the keywords that you focus your YouTube SEO for the video on. So those are your titles, your descriptions, your tags, and so on. The second is engagement. How valuable are your videos? Are people leaving you a comment? Are they liking your videos, letting you know that it is something they enjoy? Are they sharing your videos with other people just like them who also could be interested in your video topic? Are they subscribing to your channel? And on top of that, are they hitting that notification bell to let YouTube know that, yes, let me know every time your new video comes out? Those are triggers that tell the algorithm people are engaging your videos and they're watching all the way to the end. These are the things that show YouTube, yes, show my video to more people. People are going to really enjoy this and stay on the platform, which is its ultimate goal. It also looks for quality. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to have high-tech gadgets and high-tech cameras and mics and so on. It means that you need to actually provide good content, but also on a tech side, upload your videos as 4K quality. If you're not sure what that is, just do a quick Google search for uploading videos as 4K. It just means the amount of pixels used for the video are over 4,000 pixels, so that your video is clear and crisp, and it prefers showcasing videos that are clear and crisp over blurry and pixelated ones. Okay, remember that SEO trick I mentioned earlier? Get ready, because this is going to be a huge game changer. This made such a difference on my channel. Before I tell you about that, I just want to remind you about the engagement and how important that truly is for getting your videos to rank consistently and be suggested in the algorithm. Ask your viewers a specific question in your video and ask them to leave their answer to that in the comments. Ask them to do a specific call to action, whether it's to like your video, letting you know whether they found it helpful or not, or maybe it's going to your website to find out more about the topic that you've just shared with them in your video. Making sure that the quality of your video is so good, they are desperate to watch more videos just like that from you. So talking about engagement, can you do me a quick favor? Have you found these YouTube SEO tricks and tips? Have you found them helpful so far? If so, please do give me a thumbs up. If you have not found them helpful at all, that's fine. Go ahead and give me a thumbs down. It creates engagement. It lets me know which videos to create more often and further and deeper. Plus, it also lets the algorithm know whether you've actually found this helpful or not. So thank you for helping my channel and my videos reach more people just like you. So together we can master the YouTube algorithm. Thank you for that. All right, so here it is. This is a simple yet powerful SEO trick that you absolutely must do. And it's what made my How to Bake a Cake video go from about 500,000 views to over 6 million views, doubling in that first year and then consistently doubling every single year afterwards. Do you want to know what it is? I simply changed my title, my description, and my tags. I kept researching and updating and changing it to follow what people were actually looking for. Now, don't do this every week. This is something you want to do. Set aside time once a year to look through your older videos and see, are people still searching for that key phrase that you targeted that video for? And adjust it and tweak it and see how it changes. It made a huge difference. I'll show you a slide and you can see the peaks and valleys. Every time I changed it, it would drop temporarily while the algorithm adjusted, and then it skyrocketed. And you can see how it made that video just soar, going viral. This is a way you can revive older content, keeping every piece of content on your channel evergreen. Okay, so now that we've tackled the foundation of YouTube SEO, this creates another problem for us. How do we create those titles so they don't sound robotic and boring, where it's just focused on the key phrase, but how do we make it engaging? How do we create that question in the viewer's mind to make them want to click on your video and then to actually feel satisfied that they got what was promised in the video? So let's dive deep into that right now. I've got your back. You've got this. Okay, so how do we create those titles so that they really create that question, that intrigue in your viewer's mind, making them desperate to click your video and watch it all the way to the end? We're going to go deep into that next. Would you like to know how to write better YouTube titles that get more views? With over 7 million views and 13 years with top rankings on YouTube and on Google, I'm going to share my personal secrets with you. Almost all of my videos rank within the first 24 hours and remain in the top rankings for years and years and years. After my coma left me unable to work, it was my YouTube Evergreen strategy that was my lifeline for my business. And in just a moment, I'm going to reveal a special AI tool that will help you write better YouTube titles, choosing the perfect title for your video in seconds. We covered the power of YouTube marketing and the basics of YouTube SEO in depth. So we can continue on right now with crafting the perfect YouTube titles to get clicks and more views and longer watch times for your videos. And after that, I'm going to show you how to create thumbnails that stop the scroll, ensuring that your title titles get seen by your perfect viewers. Having established how crucial it is to have your videos discovered through search engine optimization, or SEO, using the tactics that we covered in the last video, the next step is captivating your audience through one of the first two things that grab their attention: your thumbnails and your title. Your thumbnails stop the scroll, getting your viewer to read your title to make that crucial decision whether or not to watch your specific video or just move on to the next. Titles are more than just a label. They're a specific tool to guide your viewer into knowing that this video is absolutely for them, but also, just as importantly, letting those viewers who are not the perfect audience for your video move on because your title is so clear they know whether or not to watch your video. We don't just want any view. We want the highly targeted hot leads watching your videos, the ones who are ready to take the call to actions that you are wanting them to take. And that is crucial. So I want you to forget about trying to get a bunch of views. We want to focus on getting the right views, and we're going to use our thumbnails and our titles to specifically target them. And we're going to prepare them for the video so they're excited to watch the entire video all the way through to the end. You see, during my coma back in 2016, after my coma, when I finally woke up 3 weeks after being in the coma, and when I was actually strong enough to get back on my computer, I noticed that certain videos on my channel kept performing well even when I was asleep, while others lost their momentum. And I noticed it had a lot to do with how I structured the thumbnail and the title with SEO, making it search engine optimized for my perfect viewer. The videos that I had done that well in did really well and continue to drive traffic, targeted leads to my channel, to my websites, and to my products on autopilot for me, even while I was in a coma. And the videos that did not do well were those that I had not optimized specifically for SEO and for user engagement. It's a crucial combination of the two. And we're going to dive into how to do that right now in this video. So I want to show you a couple of examples as we go through this so that you can get a visual on what we're looking at and what we're talking about. So the first example that I want to show you is my how to bake a cake video. If you look at the title, how to bake a cake, and then in brackets, how to make a cake without milk or butter. So there are two things happening there. First of all, how to bake a cake is the main keyword. We want to have our main keyword in our title, preferably at the beginning of the title, because that helps YouTube to categorize our video and know exactly who it should be showing it to. But we also want to get some intrigue, make the viewer question things, and get them enticed to want to watch the video. And if my video was just how to bake a cake, sure, it might answer the question of how to bake a cake, but it's not intriguing. So I added how to make a cake without milk or butter, because most people know that if you're baking a cake, you need milk or butter. But this specific recipe did not need it. And so it draws intrigue, and people are like, interesting, I need to see why that is. And they'll get the click. Now, it's important to know when you're just starting out, you may not rank right away for your main key phrase. And that is okay, because there are hundreds of videos already up on YouTube that you are competing against. And that is why we want to make sure we're choosing main key phrases that are going to have a ton of search, but not as much competition, so we have a chance to rank. And so a pro tip is, if your main key phrase has a lot of competition and your channel doesn't have the authority for it yet, choose a longer tail version of it. So let's use my how to bake a cake title for example. Instead of how to bake a cake, I could have done how to bake a cake at home from scratch for beginners. Much more hyper-focused on the certain viewer, and it helps the algorithm categorize. I'm looking for people who want to bake a cake at home, who are beginners, and who want to bake it from scratch. And it really helps you become the authority in that very targeted niche. And then as your channel grows and you get more and more known for, in this case, how to bake a cake, you will start to become the authority channel for that main key phrase that you were focusing on. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so we're going to dive really deep into the title creation, what exactly we're trying to accomplish on both ends with the SEO and engagement factor. But before we do, I just want to put a warning out there. Do not use use clickbait. What is clickbait? Clickbait is a promise that is so enticing, but then doesn't actually get answered in the video. So if somebody's like, this massive thing happened, and people go, wow, I need to see what that is, and they watch the video and it's not satisfied in the video. It never talks about that thing. A good example, I recently saw a video for Heartland. It's a television series here in Canada. And it was like the thumbnail and the title were all about how they use CGI in this Heartland show for their horses, which is not the case. So it caught my intrigue. I thought, really? Do they use CGI for this? So I had a look. I watched the whole video. Not one part of the video actually talked about CGI. It just talked about other things that they did on Heartland, and it was very interesting. But it did not solve what the title and the thumbnail had promised. That is clickbait, and that makes you as a viewer very unhappy and unsatisfied because you were really wanting to know what that was promised. So you want to make sure when you craft your titles to write better titles, make sure you are going to write a title that gets fulfilled in the video. Viewer satisfaction is crucial. That is what's going to rank your videos to the top of the search results even more than SEO. Okay. So now it's time to learn how to balance main key phrases, your SEO, with viewer engagement. We need to do both. And I've got a couple of tricks. I'm going to show you a bunch of my own videos, and I'm going to show you what I did and how I crafted each video so that it would create that instant searchability, so the algorithm would know how to categorize my videos and who to show it to, with that intrigue factor to make the viewer think, I need to see that. So again, very quickly, the SEO purpose is to categorize your video so the algorithm knows who to show it to. The engagement aspect of it is to make that viewer want to click, desire so strongly they can't look at any other video. They have to know what the promise is inside your video that your title promised them. And like I mentioned, if it's possible, if it makes logical and emotional sense for the viewer, to have your main key phrase at the very beginning of your title will help to give you that little boost in the algorithm, getting your video out to the right people right away. However, that's not always something we can do, so I'll show you in a minute what you can do if you can't put it on the front. But let me first show you a couple of examples of how you could use for different niche topics your main key phrase at the front with the engagement factor, the intrigue factor, or that click-worthy factor on the end. All right, so here's one. How to promote an affiliate product in minutes using AI, ChatGPT, and Descript without showing your face. So I did a couple of things with this one. The very main key phrase for this video was how to promote an affiliate product. That's what people were searching for. How do I promote an affiliate product? So I put that at the very front of my title. Then I took advantage of the fact that people want to create titles quickly using AI. So I said in minutes using AI. And then I threw in two of the big AI tools that I use for crafting and creating my videos that I know will help other people. So ChatGPT and Descript, which is a video editing software. And I threw in the extra little intrigue factor of without showing your face, because a lot of people starting out are terrified to show their face, and that is totally understandable, so I wanted to show them how to do that. So the intrigue is that it's in minutes using AI tools without showing your face. That's what got the user engagement, but the main key phrase was how to promote an affiliate product. All right, so here's another example. How to build an online business from scratch for free. And then I've got a line and then online business 101. So what I did here is how to build an online business was the main key phrase that I was going for this video. However, this video is part of a 10-part series where the main key phrase for the series was online business. So I created a series, and at the end of each title, I had online business 101. You'll notice this video you're watching right now. If you look at the title of this video that you're watching right here, it's got the title and then it's got YouTube SEO full course at the end, because this series is all about helping you learn the YouTube SEO, like the full course, everything you need to know, right? So you get a chance to target a secondary key phrase in one title, but the main key phrase is at the beginning for this video. And then the intrigue factor is from scratch for free. How do I do that, right? So that draws that intrigue. And then I make sure that I answer that in the video so that it's not clickbait. Okay, here's another example. How to make a vision board, secret feng shui technique. All right, so as you can see, the main key phrase is how to make a vision board. The intrigue part of it, the human aspect of it, is it's a secret feng shui technique, and it really is quite a cool technique, and I loved using it. So I showed how I made my own vision board using that. And so it has that intrigue, like, well, what is that technique, and how does it help me, and does it make it go faster? You know, those kind of things. Here is another example for you. How to launch with AI. The AI advantage revealed for Jeff Walker's product launch formula. So Jeff Walker is one of my mentors. I became a student back in 2010. I absolutely love everything Jeff teaches. He's honestly the best teacher I've ever had for online marketing. And so I was creating a video to help promote his course, because I highly recommend it to anybody who wants to launch a product. But I knew that people were looking for how to launch with AI. So I created a video showing how you could launch with AI using Jeff Walker strategies. So the intrigue factor is it's only intriguing for people who know Jeff Walker and who want to use his Jeff Walker strategy. So it helps me sort through the viewers. Those who are not familiar will probably not click on it unless they're so intrigued they click on it, but then they're open to figuring out who he is. So it helps me filter out who the viewer is, and that's very helpful. Then I get the right viewers to watch the video. And the intrigue part, of course, is also right inside of the main key phrase, how to launch with AI, because people also just want to know how to do that with AI. So it actually kills two birds with one stone. I don't like that saying, but you understand what I mean with it. Okay, and then I've got one more example here for you, and then I'm going to show you some other ways that we can do this. So another example of having it on the front end, I'll use Jeff Walker again, is I've got Jeff Walker's product launch formula summary, and then step by step. So people actually look for Jeff Walker product launch formula summary. It's a very long key phrase, but that is exactly what they're looking for. And so the intrigue part on the end, I said step by step, because a lot of people who are searching for this summary, they know that there's a lot to learn when it comes to launching a product, and they just want the step by step. So it's like it's promising that it's going to make it easier for them, and it does. I make sure I fulfill that promise in the video. Okay, so now we can't always have our main key phrase at the very beginning of our title, because it will sound funny, it would sound wonky, it doesn't flow nice, and sometimes it's maybe too long and it gets cut off before people can actually get to that part. You want to make sure that your titles, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, they are a certain length in characters. So I'll come back to that in just a moment. But in general, you just want to make sure that that very first part catches their attention to make them want to continue reading more, or at least the algorithm can continue reading more. So here are a couple of examples. The essential tools for running an online business, all free. And then Online Business 101. So as you can tell, it's part of that Online Business 101 10-part series. And it's the essential tools. So that's the intrigue factor. They're essential. Why are they essential? The main key phrase is online business, right? Which I happen to have twice here because I've put it into that first thing and then it's part of a series. Normally you wouldn't put the same key phrase twice. It's only this way because it's part of a series. Here's a second example for you. This is the 6 Magical Piggy Banks Kids Financial Literacy Cartoon. Financial literacy for kids. So I created a cartoon teaching kids how to separate their money into 6 different jars. And it's magical because these jars then help them control their money and become a master of their money. So it's not clickbait because it does promise that result. It's called magical because that's exciting for kids. And in the video, it actually talks about why it's magical, so it gets to be fulfilled. So the 6 Magical Piggy Banks is not something that people are looking for, but what they're looking for is Kids Financial Literacy Cartoon. But that doesn't sound that exciting, right? But it's in there for SEO. And then I've chucked on a third one, which is Financial Literacy for Kids. You don't need to. It's called Keyword Stuffing. You don't really want to do that. It's an older video, but it begins with the intrigue. What the heck are these 6 Magical Piggy Banks? followed by the main key phrase, which in this case is the kids' financial literacy cartoon. And one more example I have for you here is how to make a digital vision board that really works. Mind Movies 4.0 review. So my main key phrase is actually Mind Movies 4.0 review, right? So the intrigue factor is, because Mind Movies helps you create digital vision boards, is how to make a digital vision board that really works, right? That people are like, oh, I've tried these different ones. I want one that really works, right? So the intrigue factor. And then I've added on the end, Mind Movies 4.0 review, which is a search term that people are looking for. When they see that first part, will be like, oh, it really works. Anyway, so there you go. So now once your channel has actually positioned itself as the authority for your main key phrase, you actually don't even need to put it in your title at all. However, I've never yet made a video where I didn't put a key phrase in there, at least somewhere. But the point is sometimes you want to have just a really short, punchy, concise title that catches attention, promises that intrigue factor, and gets them hooked into the video, and that is perfectly fine. When you're starting out, however, you really do want to take advantage of putting your main key phrase in your YouTube title, so that not only are you writing better YouTube titles, but you're getting the views that you really are looking for. Now, there are ways that we can make sure that people are going to watch our videos all the way through based on our titles. So I want to give you a couple of ideas of how you can do this. First of all, you can use numbers and lists to help people watch your entire video. They'll be intrigued because it's like, maybe there are 5 of these things or 7 of those things. So they're going to want to know what that is. And it will keep them watching your video because they're now at number 3, but they know there are 7. So they know there are 4 more still coming, and they'll stick around to find out what those are. So I've got a couple of examples for you. So here's the first one. Product launch formula steps, just 5 steps. Simple Jeff Walker strategy. So the main key phrase is product launch formula, and the number that I'm using is 5 steps, so that the viewer is like, right, there are 5 steps. Okay, I need to know what those 5 steps are so I can do my own product launch. Another example is to really shock people with the number. This one is $1 million in 1 year. Exclusive interview with Paul Murphy for Affiliate Tube Success Academy. So Paul Murphy is one of my colleagues, and he teaches affiliate marketing for his members, and he made $1 million in 1 year teaching his program. And so I did an interview with him sharing exactly how he did that. So this is where I've used number as a wow factor, almost as a clickbait thing, only it is true. And in the video we talk about it, so therefore it is fulfilling and satisfying for the viewer. And it keeps them watching all the way through because they're intrigued. How did he make $1 million in 1 year, right? And here's another example of using numbers and very specifics. The more specific you can get, the more intriguing it is for people. So this one, 5-minute, 3-ingredient, easy chocolate fudge recipe. Yummy baking recipes. So this was for, well, obviously a fudge recipe, but it was the idea that it's done in 5 minutes and it only uses 3 ingredients. This one did tremendously well because it had a huge intrigue factor of, well, what on earth would be the 3 ingredients for this fudge recipe, and how can you possibly do it in 5 minutes, right? All right, and so I have one more example for you, and this one I did as an affiliate to promote products, and there were actually 3 products. So it's ClickFunnels 2.0 versus Kartra versus GrooveFunnels review. Plus get $17,573 in bonuses. It's a very specific number that gets a lot of intrigue. First of all, it's that wow factor of, that's a lot of money in bonuses that we're going to get for free just when we choose one of these platforms. But it's a very specific number. Like, why is it exactly $17,573, right? So it's those kind of things that are very specific, either lists that keep people watching or very specific numbers that cause that intrigue and make people want to see your video. So another thing that you can do to cause intrigue and to really get those ranked and those views faster is to follow trending topics and make your video titles about the trending topics. But my caveat is make sure that even if you're taking advantage of a trending topic, somehow make sure that you can still weave it into an evergreen system. Every piece of effort you do in creating video should always be for working for you for the long term. So take advantage of trends, but make sure that the content is still relevant regardless of the trend, so that later, if you need to, you can just adjust the title, but the video will still make sense for the viewer years and years to come. So I've got an example for you. Of course, as you know, AI hit the world and it was this huge sensation and everybody was talking about AI. So I dove right in because it made sense with what I was teaching about online business and YouTube marketing to use AI to speed up the process. So I created these titles. Skyrocket your views with YouTube SEO secrets using ChatGPT, and ChatGPT versus Jasper AI versus Groove AI. Which AI tool will save you the most time and money, right? Both of these titles are making you intrigued and wanting to know, and it's all about leveraging the trending topic of AI. So you can do that. You can also do that by simply saying in and then whatever the year is. So for example, on my channel, I could have a video about how to rank on YouTube in 2025, for example, right? And then the video information would be relevant, and then the next year I could just take off the in 2025 and just leave it as how to rank your video, because the information in it would still be relevant regardless of the year. But that way you're taking advantage of the trend that people are looking for in this particular year for that particular year to rank faster. Does that make sense? All right, another really important thing to consider is to make the viewer ask a question, because we need to find answers to questions. When we ask ourselves a question, our brain goes crazy trying to find the answer. So we are naturally hardwired to want to answer questions. So we're going to take advantage of that. So for example, this video here, in my title, I have which website builder is best? ClickFunnels 2.0, Kartra, or GrooveFunnels? Honest review, right? So I'm asking them which of these website builders is best. Now they need to know which one is it. And I've given them 3 to choose from. So their brain is already thinking, well, it's got to be one of these 3, but which one is it? And then it says honest review. So they know that I'm going to give my honest review, or at least they're hoping I'll give my honest review, which I actually do. But you know what I mean? So it's like it gets that intrigue factor, and they have to answer that question. So take advantage of questions in writing your YouTube title. And on that note of honest review, the next topic is try to build some trust with your audience using your titles. You can use things like honest review, or it's true, or this is my story. This actually happened to me. Create that feeling of, wow, I want to trust this person. I want to know this person. It may start off with that resistance of, sure, can I trust you? But they're intrigued now. I need to watch it. And then I'm going to decide if I trust them or not, right? So, but it's an opportunity for you to start building trust with potential viewers. It always comes down to answering whatever it is that your viewer is hoping and wishing for in the title. So here are a couple of examples. The truth about Jeff Walker and product launch formula, my personal PLF student experience. So as you can see, I threw a couple of keywords in there, Jeff Walker product launch formula, but it's the truth about it, which makes people question. And in the thumbnail, I'm sitting there kind of like, so it makes them wonder. And I'm saying that I'm a student, I'm a personal student of this program. So they're more intrigued to find out, well, what was your experience like as a student, right? And that builds that trust feeling, because it's like they're a potential student. So they want to hear from another student rather than just from the person selling them. That makes sense, right? All right, so here's another example. Honest Dan Holling's The Plan, Review, and Results. So I built the trust here by saying, first of all, it's an honest review. But people will be skeptical, right? I'm sure you're skeptical. I know I am. And I also say, and results. So it makes people go, well, okay, let's see if this really is honest. And I want to see her results, right? And so by showing my actual results, I first of all say, yes, you can actually trust the fact that I'm telling you is honest, because here are my results. And they get to see the results so they can get a feel for, will this work for them? And my third example with the building trust one is a very personal one to me, is it's true. Living Wild Fit is healing my lungs. And then I have at the end, Eric Edmead's Wild Fit 90-Day Challenge Reviews, because Those are the key phrases that are being searched for, but I want to draw their attention in with the "it's true, living wild fit is healing my lungs," and it really is. It's, oh my gosh, I'm so grateful to them. I have been able to heal my lungs so much from my coma. Again, you can learn more about that in my first video in the series. I'll talk to you about that more, what happened. But what it does is it builds that connection with the viewer of, wow, this person has a lung disability, and somehow this living wild fit thing is helping her. So I need to look at this and see if maybe it will help me with whatever it is I'm dealing with, right? So you're building trust with your potential viewer that way. Also, creating an emotional appeal in your title will really connect with your viewer and make them want to watch your videos. We can employ emotional triggers within the wording of our videos, creating better YouTube videos with specific emotional triggers right inside of them. That creates more interest and more click-throughs, which brings up our click-through rates and gets us longer watch times as well. So whether it's excitement, curiosity, urgency, incorporating those kind of triggers can really help somebody take action right away and watch your video right now, rather than going, oh, I'll watch that later, and then forgetting about it. So using emotional triggers can really help to make sure that your viewer immediately watches your content. And you could use power words to really help bring across the message to your viewer when you're writing your better YouTube titles. Words like unbelievable, instant, fast, essential can make your title more compelling. So like instant pot hacks, right? Or need to try recipes. I want to show you a couple of different ways you can use emotions as well. So here's an example. I did a bunch of videos on my experience in a coma. And so this one is what it's like to be in a medically induced coma, my coma survival story. So that keyword is survival, that catches their attention. And also the intrigue of, well, what is it actually like to be in a medically induced coma? I do not recommend it, by the way. Definitely do not recommend it. I'm incredibly grateful that I'm still here and went through that, but do not recommend it. And here's another example. My induced coma dreams. ICU psychosis nightmares, what it's like to be in a coma. So while I was in a coma, I had tremendous nightmares. And they're still clear as day to me now. They've never left. Luckily, the emotions have died off from them, so I can just watch it from a distant perspective. But they caused me a lot of PTSD for years. And so that is something that a lot of people who've been through a coma or have a loved one in coma are wondering about, like, what is going on in their minds. And so seeing my video with induced coma dreams and ICU psychosis nightmares is very intriguing for them. They want to watch my video to see if they can connect with what their experience was, or if they can see an idea of what it might be like for their loved one who is in the coma right now. And then a very personal one that I'm going to share with you is I did a live Q&A with my wife, our coming out story as a lesbian couple. And it was for Pride Month, so the key phrase was Happy Pride Month. And we were very authentic and open, and so we lost viewers, of course, because a lot of people are very biased about this topic, but I also gained a tremendous amount of loyal fans and followers who now stick with me for years and years to come because I was so open and so authentic about our experience that they feel really connected. You can do the same thing. Obviously, your situation will be different, but whatever it is that you can share that is authentic and you bring it across in your title will get people intrigued to watch it and then really connect with you and build that long life fanship for you and your channel. So as you start to think about how to write better YouTube titles for your videos, I want you to always think in duality. It needs to be half of the puzzle. The other half is, of course, the thumbnail. It's the thumbnail's job to stop the scroll, and it's the title's job to clinch the deal and make them transition to watch the video. So they work together. All right, so I have a few more tips for you on how to create better YouTube titles that I'll share in just a minute. I just wanted you to know that once we finish that, I'm also going to go deep into how to create those thumbnails to stop the scroll so your titles get read. But before I do, it's your turn. Drop in the comments below a title that you've been working on, and I'll take a look and see if I can help you come up with a different angle, or maybe I'll be able to say, yes, you're spot on, that's perfect, give it a go. if possible, I'll give you some tips and some insights into how you might be able to tweak it better. I would love to see what videos you're working on right now, so I can't wait to read them in the comments. Just remember, make sure you do that combination of search engine optimization with Intrigue. Okay, so now that you know the crucial role that writing better YouTube videos has on getting people to watch your videos, I have a couple of extra little tips that I think will be really helpful for you. First of all, did you know that you can actually learn to create better titles by looking at your competition on YouTube? And even the people that you follow on YouTube in completely different niches can give you clues as to how to craft your own YouTube titles. So let me do a demonstration for you. There are 3 things that I'm going to show you how to find what's going to be a really good title for your specific video. And I'm going to use my friends Connor and Christine from Amelia Island Microgreens as an example. Let's go to their channel. So this is their YouTube channel, and they've got, at this particular moment, 247 subscribers. And so the first tip that I'm going to show you is, if you were also in the microgreen business, for example, and you wanted to create videos on microgreens, you would want to find what videos are out there that are already performing really well with their titles and their thumbnails. And so we can go to these other channels and we can analyze which of their videos are doing well, which ones are not doing well, and that will give us an insight into which titles are converting people, which thumbnails are catching their attention, and which videos are holding their attention for the length of it. So if we look at Amelia Island Microgreens here, and so this is their homepage, right? And I've headed over to their video page. And on the video page, you can see, first of all, again, 247 subscribers. This is important because there's a calculation I want you to use. You're going to look for videos that have at least the same amount of views or more as they have subscribers. That shows you that there is a video that is interesting for people. If it has just the amount of people that are subscribed, then there is a potential that the video itself is not necessarily doing well. It's just that the subscribers are very loyal and watching it. But we want to see outliers, videos that are getting attention from their subscribers, but also getting attention from outside their subscriber base, which is then growing their channel. That's what we want. And so on here, you can see this one has 130 views and they've got 247. It's only 4 days old, so it's doing okay. And then we're going across here, 160, 75 on this one, 18, that just looks like a testimonial. They tend to get a little bit lower views, which is normal. 101, 8, look at this one. This one kit can change the way you grow your microgreens. 375 views, which is over 100 more views than the amount of subscribers. So this shows us that that particular thumbnail and title are catching people's attention and making them watch the video. Let's have a look and see if there are a couple more. This one, 613 views. And so why your microgreens aren't thriving. Then there's another one here. This one, the top 5 microgreens is 283, so it's about on par with the amount of subscribers, a little bit more than subscribers. This one, why chefs are obsessed with these easy microgreens, over 400. And these videos are only within the last month, so this is a really good indicator. Now look at this one, the shocking truth about microgreens, why they're better than veggies, has over 2,000 views. Yet their channel only has just over 200 subscribers. So this is a key video that tells you this title and this thumbnail are really working for this channel. And how could you use that for your video? Well, the shocking truth about whatever industry you're in. Let's use the cake baking that I was talking about earlier. You know, the shocking truth about baking cakes. And then instead of why they're better than veggies, why your oven needs to be at this particular setting or something like that, right? So you take the title that you see that is performing well, and then you adjust it for your particular video and your particular niche. Now, I wanted to show you what I did for them. We went to one of their competitors, Donny Green's, and vidIQ is an add-on that you can add to your YouTube channel, as well as TubeBuddy, and it will give you different statistics that are really helpful. And so what it's done is it's added in here 0.3 times the search volume that their videos normally get on their channel. So you can see these ones are not doing great. This one here, 1.2 times, so it's doing okay. And then as we scroll down here, they start going into color. This is 2.9 times the amount of velocity, the views per video is twice as many as normal on this channel. This one is 11 times as successful as other videos on this channel. So what you want to be doing is scrolling through and finding those blue and those red and purple ones. There's a purple one down here, but specifically the red ones are hot title and thumbnail ideas for your videos. This one here, how to produce $800 worth of microgreens in a week. 24 times the success, 24 times the views and the speed on their channel compared to others. This one, from start to finish, how to grow microgreens from start to finish, the complete process, 63 times as successful as any of the other videos on their channel. So you're wanting to go to your competitors and then finding the videos that are working for them and modeling your titles and your thumbnails on those videos. So I told Connor he definitely needed to do this one, how to grow microgreens from start to finish, complete process, and he could change it to complete steps, or you could take advantage of the number thing, the complete 7-step method or something like that, but using that main title because we know it works. And this image, we'll talk more about that in a minute when we talk about thumbnails, but he could totally be in the center and then have that start to finish. I want to show you a few more. So on vidIQ's page here, they also have, you can see this one has 401 views per hour. That's awesome. It's 2 times as popular as the other videos on his channel. But if we scroll down and we try to see if we can find here in the blue, 2.9 times as good, 3 times as good. Let's see if they have any red ones. Purple, 7.8 times as successful, and so on. Now they have a lot. Look, this one's 15 times more successful than the other videos on their channel. You could do a before after shot for whatever industry you're in with how to start at and then whatever it is that you're talking about, right? And see how they used in 2024, right? So next year they can just take that part off and it's still relevant to the viewer. All right, let me give you one more. Let's look at TubeBuddy, which is the other plugin that you want to use on your YouTube channel. They're both free. They both have paid versions as well, but you can use the free levels to get most of the stuff that you need from them. And this one has 13 times the success rate of other videos on this channel. Off, on. 11 YouTube settings small channels must turn on. So if that was for microgreens, you could have a tray and a tray, one that's dying and one that's vibrant and is like, instead of off and on, you can say, before and after, or you could do, with and without, and that would cause, that thinking of what is it without, and then instead of 11 YouTube settings, you could say the 11 or the 3 or 5 things every tray needs to do in order to grow your microgreens, right? Or whatever it is. You use the concept and then you adjust it for your particular video. Okay, so once you've crafted what you think is a better YouTube title, we need to test it. And there are what's called A/B split testing that you can do for your videos. And there are 3 different ways that you can do this that I'm aware of. I'm sure there are more, but I'm going to give you 3 different ways that you can do this. And it really depends on the age of your channel, how many views your channel has, how many subscribers your channel has, will determine whether or not you have certain features or not. So I'm going to give you how to do this without the certain features, how to do it by paying with the certain features, and how to do it once you have the certain features. So what it is we are actually going to test our YouTube thumbnails and our titles. You don't want to test them at the same time because you want to know for sure what is making the big difference, right? So what you want to do is run your video with its title for a week and then change the title for a week. And I want you to notice the analytics and see which title performed better. Okay. Now, if YouTube and TubeBuddy both have these features, but they're not for the titles. They're for the thumbnails. So I'll go more into that when we're talking about the thumbnails, but I will give you a quick preview because I know you probably want to see it. So let me just show you. So in TubeBuddy, you can actually see here it's got YouTube keyword research and then YouTube keyword research tips and tricks. So they tested these two thumbnails, and then it will give you the stats of how many clicks the thumbnail got, which also includes the title, right? Because they work together. In YouTube, it's different. And I'll just show you here. You can test and compare your different thumbnails inside of here. And the way you get to it is on your upload page, you click on the three dots and then test and compare, and then you can actually upload more than one. So I could take one of these dark ones, this lighter one, and I could test 3 different images and see which one converts better, and then it would show you the results in a page that looks like this. All right, it would have numbers. This one was a test one, so it didn't have the numbers on there. But the YouTube A/B testing tests the watch time. So which video thumbnail and which video title make for the longest watch time, right? Which is really cool. Whereas with TubeBuddy, it's the actual click through, which is great, but not as important as the watch through, because that's what the algorithm is based on, the watch through. Okay. So that was just a quick snippet. I'll dive deeper into that when we get into the thumbnails in just a moment. All right, so I talked about character length of your titles a little while ago. I just want to touch base on that because YouTube will give you 100 characters for your title. That includes your letters, numbers, and spaces, and any extra characters and stuff like that. You get 100 spaces of characters for your YouTube titles. However, in most cases, only 50 to 70 of those characters will actually be seen when you go to YouTube. So for example, if I go over back to Amelia Island microgreens here, this is a good example. This one kit can change the way you grow your microgreens, and then microgreens ... right? We don't see the rest. If we click on it, it will say microgreens at home, because I know that I helped them create the series. So we want to make sure that it's just this first bit here that gets seen. Even if I go to their home page here, let's see here, you can just see you want it to be short. The longer ones are harder to read, which is why I actually encourage you to use a dash or a divider, so it's easier for the viewer to see if you're taking advantage of popping in a key phrase at the end like we were doing with the series. If it's not a series, you don't need to do that, okay? You want it nice and quick and easy, like this one. Are microgreens sustainable? The shocking truth revealed. It's beautiful, short, concise, completely legible right there in the search results. All right. Okay, so before we start actually working on thumbnails themselves, I want you to understand this is real estate. Your title is real estate. Your thumbnail is real estate. And if you were to buy a McDonald's franchise and you had one piece of land, you wouldn't put 2 McDonald's down. You would have one McDonald's, right? And maybe have a play center with their McDonald's, but you wouldn't have 2 McDonald's on one spot because it's irrelevant, and we don't want irrelevancy with our thumbnails and our titles. The purpose of the title is for SEO and engagement. The purpose of the thumbnail is for attention, to stop the scroll. So the words that we're going to use on our thumbnail, we don't want to just repeat the words that are in our title. That's a waste of real estate. So our title is where we put the meat of our context. The thumbnail text that we put on there is to stop the scroll. It's for intrigue only. Even though the algorithm will read it and it can help with SEO, and sometimes you might do that, but in most cases you're going to focus on just the intrigue and keep your main words in your title. All right. Okay, now at the beginning of this video, I promised I was going to show you how to use AI to generate the perfect YouTube titles for your videos. And I'm going to show you 2 things. We're going to create titles using AI, and we're also going to get AI to choose the best version of our titles for our videos. Are you excited? This is a game changer. It will save you so much time. So let's first head over to vidIQ, and I'm going to show you how vidIQ can help you generate titles. So here we are in vidIQ, and you head over to create, and then you start your idea. So if I'm talking about microgreens at home, and I press enter, and it's going to come up with some title suggestions. The truth about microgreens at home. $1 of microgreens at home equals 100 at the market. How to start a microgreens business from home. See, and then we can ask it to generate more. Growing microgreens from start to finish. Funny how we mentioned that one already, didn't we? The ultimate guide to microgreens at home. The best homegrown microgreen setup. Complete tutorial. So AI is taking your main key phrase and creating titles around that main key phrase. And as you can see, the full key phrase is in some, but not in all of them, and that is okay. It's still giving us an idea, all right? So now if I wanted to take these, let's see, if I press save, I think it saves those. And I'm going to head over to ChatGPT. We can also ask ChatGPT for help. So I would like 10 video title ideas for a video about growing microgreens at home. And let's see what it comes up with for us. All right, so grow microgreens at home, a beginner's guide, harvest fresh microgreens in just 7 days, top tips for growing microgreens indoors, DIY microgreens. I won't read them all out, but you get the idea. It's given us a whole bunch of video titles, and we want to start our videos by first thinking of the title and the thumbnail before we create the video, so we can make sure what? That we're answering and fulfilling the question and the promise that the title and the thumbnail are promising the viewer, right? So now I'm going to ask it to help us choose the best one for this. Please choose the title that will generate the most clicks and longest watch time if my video shows them. How to grow microgreens at home from start to finish. Do not create new titles. Just choose the best one from the list you all already gave me. All right, so now I've given the context of the video so it can help us choose. DIY microgreens, easy steps to start growing today, which is awesome. It's given us the one that's the best. Now, if we wanted to specifically have our full key phrase in there, we can ask it for help with that as well. I would like my title to have my full key phrase, microgreens at home. And let's see what it does. It might just pop it on. Grow microgreens at home, a beginner's guide. All right, so let's have a look. That's the one it chose there, and that was this one up here. Grow microgreens at home, a beginner's guide. So it chose first the one that it thought would do the best without the specific full key phrase. And then when I asked for the specific full key phrase, it then chose the next best title that would have both the SEO and the click-through, watch-through that we're looking for. How cool is that? Can you imagine how much time you save by letting AI help you generate ideas? Quick question, have you been finding these tips helpful? I would really love to know if you would just take a moment right now to let me know by giving me either a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and just let me know if you're finding this helpful. It helps me then create more videos that will be helpful for you. So I really appreciate, and it means also that you're helping me with letting the algorithm know whether or not the video content is actually relevant or not to you, so it knows who to show this video to. So I do appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay, before we go on to the thumbnails, I want to just show you an example from my own videos where AI actually helped me come up with the title. So this one was Descript's Eye Contact Correction Tool is insane. Plus 9 must-have AI tools to speed up editing. So I gave it the information that I wanted the video to be about the eye contact correction tool that Descript offers. And I wanted to make sure that it knew there were 9 other tips that I was going to talk about in the video about Descript. And so just knowing those 2 things, that the main focus was this eye contact correction tool, and also that there were 9 other tools in Descript that I wanted to share, it created this title for me. And I love it because it's got the word like is insane, which is like an emotional trigger grab, right? Plus 9 must-have AI tools to speed up editing. So it's giving, like a promise, which is really cool. And then in the video, I fulfill that by showing how it can speed up their editing. So I just wanted to give you one example of how I used AI to generate a title for me. Okay, it's time. Now we need to make sure that our thumbnails are going to stop the scroll so our viewers can actually read our titles. All right, so now you know exactly how to write better YouTube titles to get those views and the longer watch time that you're wanting, right? But how exactly do we make those thumbnails stop the scroll so that they can read the title? There are a couple of tips that are really going to help you know exactly what to put on your thumbnail, what text, when not to put text, and so on. And I want to share those with you. So we're going to dive deep into how to create thumbnails specifically that stop the scroll, grab attention, so your titles can have the moment to shine that they deserve. Want to know how to make thumbnails for YouTube videos that really grab attention? With over 7 million views and over 13 years of being on YouTube, I've learned a thing or two about how to stop the scroll and get the attention of your perfect viewer. So let me show you how to create click-worthy thumbnails that get the perfect views. Oh, and I'm also going to reveal a secret insight from MrBeast about the one thing he did to increase the watch time on all of his videos on his channel. You definitely want to hear this. So why are thumbnails so important? Well, to be honest, viewers make the decision to watch your video based on 2 factors: your thumbnails and then your titles. And if they are intriguing enough, then they'll watch your video. And we want to use our thumbnail to set them up to be the perfect viewer for our videos and to get them watching all the way to the end to improve the watch time. Like I mentioned, I'm going to share a special secret insight from MrBeast on how he got longer watch times from his thumbnails, from one little thing. And because YouTube is an evergreen search engine, meaning you can upload your videos and then have them work for you over and over again for years and years to come, like I have, it will help you make sure that you're generating leads for your business of highly targeted people who are your absolute best, perfect avatars for your business. And I did this during my coma back in 2016 when I was asleep and unable to upload new videos and promote my videos. However, using those special search engine optimization, the SEO tricks that I shared in the second video of this series, it was my thumbnails and then my titles that kept my business working for me on autopilot, evergreen, while I was asleep in a coma and months afterwards during my recovery. And that's why I want to share today how to make perfect thumbnails for your perfect avatar that stop the scroll and get the click. So the role of your thumbnail is literally to stop the scroll. As people are looking through their options, we want your thumbnail to pop out to them and stop the viewer in that moment and make them curious to read the title to decide if that's the right video for them. And in our last video, I went over exactly how to craft your titles so that you would get people super excited to watch your videos and watch them all the way through the end. If you haven't watched that yet, you can click up here and watch that first and then come back and continue with this one. Why do we want to focus on creating thumbnails for our perfect viewer rather than focus on having them go viral? The honest fact is, as nice as it would be to have our videos go viral, it can actually hurt your channel if it goes viral to the wrong audience. And that's why I want to show you how to craft your thumbnail to attract your perfect viewer, to keep the algorithm understanding who to send to your videos so they watch it all the way through and they build that rapport with you and ultimately you make sales. So let me quickly share what happened on my channel and then we'll dive right into exactly how to make your thumbnails, all right? So back in 2011, I uploaded a video of a cake recipe that I love. It's my favorite cake recipe in the whole world. And I just wanted to share it with my viewers. I did not actually have the intention to have it go viral and then claim authority on my channel and make my channel all about cake decorating, because I was actually more passionate about helping parents raise money smart kids and helping online entrepreneurs like yourself. I just wanted to share that. And I had a side business with fun cake decorating ideas as well. So I figured it would help. Well, it didn't. What happened is it went viral and it has over 6 million views. And you'd think, okay, that's great. Except that my main focus is to find online entrepreneurs who want to make passive income from their passions and interests with their online business, using YouTube marketing as their strategy to get those free targeted leads from both YouTube and from Google. Again, if you're not sure how that works, make sure you watch the first video in this series where I go into how it all works together. So I've had to retrain my channel to really get the algorithm to understand send my videos to people who are actually going to be helped by my channel content and not just by that one video. And that's why it's great if a video goes viral as long as it's for the right audience. So I just wanted to make sure you understood how important that is. And to give you a numbers idea, so that video that went viral, which was my how to bake a cake video, it has earned me over $10,000 in ad revenue, which sounds amazing, right? Except that it's taken 13 years to earn that $10,000, which means it's earned less than like $800 a year. Definitely not something you can live on. A nice little side pocket change, but not something you can live on. However, my other videos where I've really focused on my online entrepreneur information, that has generated me so much more for much less views. Whether it was affiliate marketing or selling my own courses and programs, it had a much better balance from views. So for example, one of my videos promotes an affiliate product and it's made a couple $1,000s on it. And it's only had about 300 views. So when you get the views from the right audience, then you're gonna get the income that is related to your audience. And that video helps my channel to reorganize itself for the algorithm, sending the right targeted traffic. Okay, let's dive in. Okay, so I wanna show you what I learned from the viral video, from that thumbnail, as well as from the newer videos that are more targeted and have a better result as well, so that you can compare and I can show you what worked and what didn't work. So first of all, your thumbnail needs to evoke curiosity. It needs to stop that scroll and make the person curious. What is this video about? It's caught my attention. We want to make them so curious they have no choice but to read the title. And we will also want to make the thumbnail so exciting that they are already pre-set up to watch the video. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, do let me know. Next, you want to make sure you have a high quality thumbnail, because if your thumbnail is high quality, it gets the viewer's mind thinking that the video must also be high quality. So it sets up the viewer to expect a high quality video. And by high quality, I don't mean that it has to be, super artistic and super perfect. What I mean is that it needs to just stop the scroll and set the mindset of the perfect viewer ready to watch your video. I'll show you as we do a live demo in just a moment. Okay, so there are some key elements that we need to adhere to when creating our thumbnail to make sure we create the best thumbnail that we can. First of all, keep the text on your thumbnail to a minimum 3 to 5 words maximum. Don't overcrowd the thumbnail, because remember, people are watching on their phones. So we want to make sure that the thumbnails catch their attention on their phone. So you need to make it really small and then have a look at that and say, would that catch my attention? You're going to make your thumbnail in a large frame, but you want to make sure that you make it really small when you're deciding what to edit on your thumbnail. Also, the text that you want to use bold, easy to read text. Any of the text forms that are a sans serif, which means it doesn't have, if this was a letter I, it would just be the letter I. It doesn't have the tops and the bottoms. We want it crystal clear and easy. As much as it's lovely to have some beautiful handwritten font, you really want to focus only on making it super easy to read in a split second, and use contrast, white on black, or a light color on a background, or a dark color on a light background. It needs to have contrast in order for the words to pop out and be seen. You won't always have this option, but wherever possible, use clear, high quality images. And it has been proven over and over again that in order to get the perfect viewer to watch your videos, it really helps to have a human face on the thumbnail. All right, this may not be for viral videos necessarily, but for your perfect viewer, we want to see your eyes and we want to have your face. And what you can do is while you're recording your videos, you can just at the end of recording your video, pause and take a photo of yourself wearing the same clothes as in your video. And you can do a couple of different expressions, you know, maybe a serious one, maybe a smile. Smiles help the most. Plus, there's that one extra tip that I'm going to share in just a bit that will be a huge game changer for your channel. When you're taking your photo, you want to take emotions. So smiles and curiosity and anger, you know, things like that. You want it to be an emotional connection with your viewer. Maybe your video is sad, right? Just make sure that you are conveying the essence of your video. And we want to have our thumbnail simple, simplicity. We don't want to clutter it. Literally just a background, your image and your text, and possibly an icon or an image that relates to the video is enough. I'm going to show you exactly how to do that in one of my favorite programs that you can use for free in just a moment. Okay, but before I share that, what have been the biggest stumbling blocks for yourself when creating your thumbnails? Let me know in the comments. I'd really love to know, and maybe I can help you with those as well. And maybe we can help each other. And if you found something that really helps you, share that as well, because we're a community here and we can learn from each other. Thank you so much. Okay, so now it's time for the technical aspects of your thumbnail. The ideal thumbnail resolution and dimensions. For the size, you want your thumbnail to be 1280 times 720 pixels. Don't worry if that confuses you. It just lets your software know the size of your thumbnail, but I'm going to show you how to make that even easier. The aspect ratio should be 16:9, and the file size needs to be under 2 megabytes or else you can't upload it to the platform. You're going to need to have it in a JPEG or a PNG file. And don't forget what I taught you in lesson 2 of this series. Make sure that you title your thumbnail your main key phrase. It just helps with SEO and getting your videos to be found in search. So take advantage of this. For example, the thumbnail for this video could be how to make YouTube thumbnails .png or .jpeg. Keep it simple and take advantage of the SEO. Okay, I know you want to know that one thing that MrBeast did that completely boosted the engagement and the long watch times on his channel. So I'm going to share that with you really soon. But first, let me show you a couple of examples of thumbnails and let's just analyze what is working and what could be different. And I'm even going to show you some of the top YouTubers and their earliest, most successful thumbnails and their most recent successful thumbnails so we can learn from them. So let's hop over onto my computer and I'll show you that now. Okay, so here's the first example. I'm going to give you a couple from my own channel and what I've learned and what I could change and what is doing well. And then, like I said, I'm going to share with you some of the top YouTubers, their most popular thumbnails over time and their most popular recently so we can see what they've learned from and how we can learn from it. So with this one, this is my video about healing my lungs. And so you can see in the thumbnail, I've got me smiling and I've got 2 words there, healing. I've got an image of lungs. So it brings across the message very quickly. This is about lungs and she's healing, right? She's smiling and the word healing is there. The words are big and the images are filling up the space. You want your face image to fill up the space of the thumbnail because again, we're going to shrink it down to make sure that people see it and understand it instantly when they're scrolling on their phone. And it's got simple colors. If there's anything I would change here, I would change the image to a more clear image. It's a little bit more pixelated. It's what I had at the time. And the nice thing about thumbnails is you can change them over time and we can test them, which I'll show you in just a moment as well. All right, here's the second one. So this is a thumbnail idea that works really well on YouTube and where you have like a before and after picture. or like what the situation was before you used it to what the situation is after you've used it. So with this thumbnail, I did a couple of things. So I've had the before and after, and I literally just named it before and after. I put 10 must-have tools, and I've got an arrow pointing from the before to the after effect to get the intrigue. And so people would look at that and it would catch their eyes and go, how did she do that? Or what is she talking about? I've also put the logo of the program that I'm promoting in this video on the bottom, and I have white space around the entire thumbnail. This is one strategy, and what it does is if somebody is watching YouTube on a white screen, it will look like your thumbnail looks different to other thumbnails. Instead of filling the whole space, it's white and it's a bit smaller, so it just catches the attention of something different. And if you're going to target people who are watching on a black screen, you could do the same thing with a black background. So it's fun to try different styles and techniques to see which ones convert better for your channel. And so I wanted to test this, and it's doing very well. So with this thumbnail, I actually had taken a screenshot of myself in the video. So after I recorded, I sat still and I did this for a couple of seconds. And then I took a still of that image and used it. And as you can see, it's a little pixelated. If I'd had a better quality camera, I could have gotten away with this and had it nice and clear. But this is working really well on my channel, so I'm okay with it. And I could always test it later. And again, with this one, I have no text at all. You don't always need to have text on your thumbnail. Instead, what I did is I put the icons of the different tools that I'm talking about in this video. This video happens to be a comparison about which website builder is best. And so I've got Kartra and GrooveFunnels and ClickFunnels 2.0, and I've got their logos on there. In this one, I did the same thing with putting the logos on there. You can see the logos for ChatGPT, Groove AI, and Jasper AI. But I've also included another image of somebody else. Now that happens to be Jeff Walker, because this video is I'm sharing how you can launch a product using Jeff Walker's system, but also using AI to make it faster. And again, you can see that I just paused to take the image. It's a little blurry and pixelated, but it's working, and I can always upgrade to a clearer image later. The same with Jeff Walker, I could have had a clearer image. Now this one is doing really well on my channel. It's a bold thumbnail. Again, I could have a better resolution image, but it's working. And it's got minimal text, rank fast, YouTube SEO, AI. What would I do differently? Well, first of all, the title, skyrocket your views with this YouTube SEO secret using ChatGPT AI. Because I already have YouTube SEO secret in the title, I actually could take that out and say rank fast with AI instead of doubling up on the real estate of the thumbnail and the title. However, this is working, and that's where testing comes in. Now, this one has done tremendously well, and in a moment I'm going to show you one that did even better than this one. This one is going viral, but in a good way. It's going viral to my targeted audience of my perfect viewers, which is great because people who are not interested, who are not my perfect viewer, are not interested in this. On here, you can see I've written out the product launch formula strategy that Jeff Walker teaches. So I've got an image of him, and I've got the book of my notes and showing it. So this worked really well, but then I did one like this where I covered up part of the information, and this one, have a look. So 3,500 views compared to 2,200 views. So do you see how that worked? It created more curiosity, more intrigue, like what's behind there? Whereas with this one, it's like, okay, so we've got that. Somebody could potentially, if they knew the strategy, look at that and get an idea of how it works. Whereas with this one, they're like, what's under her hand? What is she doing there? So that draws intrigue. So having something that is hidden is a very good way to get people to want to stop the scroll, read your title, and then see your video. And in this one, now this is the one that went viral on me, okay? My how to bake a cake video. And so I've used it since it went viral and it negatively affected my channel. I decided, why don't I use it as my guinea pig? So over the past 13 years, I have retested the titles and the thumbnails over and over and over again. Every time I do, you'd see a big drop in views, and then as the algorithm would understand it better, it would go back up again. And so my scale is like crazy on there. Maybe I'll show a picture of that. All right, but what I found with this thumbnail, I tried thumbnails with text on it, with the cake at the end. I tried all different ones. This one won out every single time. And I think it's because it shows simply that there are only a couple of ingredients and I'm promising how to bake a cake without butter or milk. And so it's just showing these are the ingredients. It looks simple, it looks easy, it looks homemade, it looks trustworthy. And that's something you want to bring across as well in your thumbnails, that somebody feels like, I'm going to be in this person's home watching this video. I feel I can trust them. And then this one did really well because, and as you can see, 16,000 views, it's gone viral as well. It has an emotional trigger in there. You see me lying in a bed in my coma. Like I was literally in a coma in that photo. And so, and then I've got simple text. I do have more than 3 to 5 text words on there. However, it's working. So I'm just going to leave it. Maybe I'll test it later with some fewer ones, because you can see I also repeat the text on the thumbnail with the text in the title, and that's a waste of real estate. So I could go back to this and maybe have text like the truth or something like that would catch attention. And but it is doing tremendously well all on its own, just as is. And that's why it's so lovely that YouTube now allows us to test our thumbnails so we can see which one is working best, which again, I will show you in just a moment. But first, I wanted to show you some of the thumbnails from the top people on YouTube. Thumbnails that have performed tremendously well over time. So this is from Yolanda Gamp, and she has this video about how to make a watermelon cake, you know. And so this thumbnail with her biting it like as if it's a watermelon, she's got very clear words on it. It's fresh, it's clean, it's crisp, it's beautiful. Her face is completely filling the space. It's just a beautiful thumbnail. And this one has performed so well. It's got 12 million views over time. And for her, even though she's got like viral videos, they're all very related. Had I stuck to cake decorating, my how to bake a cake video would have been fine for my channel, but because it wasn't my direction, it hurt my channel. Whereas with Yolanda, it helps her channel. And this one's really cute. In the video, if you ever get a chance to see it, she actually has a watermelon as her example, but she put eyeballs on it and she has conversations with it. It's so cute and hilarious, and that has helped the growth of this video as well. But it started with catching their attention, making them read the title, and then choosing to watch the video. So now let me show you one that is more recent. In the past year, this one got the most views, so 181,000 views just in the past year. And look how clear it is. So her image is full. She's just got from her chest to the top of her head. She's got a big image of the final result, the baklava cake, and she's just got, you know, baklava in cake, so it's intrigue, like you can do that. And then she's got baklava on the side of where it is and then in cake. And this thumbnail captures attention. The pink is different to the other colors that it would compete against in the thumbnails. And so it's really just grabbing attention. It's a great, great thumbnail. Here is a thumbnail from another famous YouTuber, Rosanna Pansino. She's absolutely adorable. I love watching her videos. I look forward to seeing them every Saturday. This is her top ranking thumbnail over her entire lifetime of her channel. She's got over 228 million views on this. And it's because it's literally just showing the end result of the 2 famous cakes that she was going for. And so it's simple, but it shows intrigue. It's like, oh yes, I want to make that. How can I make that? Right? And then you watch the video to figure out how you can make that. Now let's look at her most popular one in the past year. Look at this. See the expression on her face? She's got like this weird wonky look on her face, and she's got the candies that she's making into cotton candy, and then she's got the end result with the arrow. So like I said, the arrow is something that can really help draw people's attention to a specific part of your thumbnail to get the attention where you want it, and then making them be curious and read the title and go watch the video. All right, so now MrBeast, I'm about to share his secret with you as well, but let's have a look at his channel. So this is his most popular thumbnail from over time, from his whole entire lifetime on the channel, and he's got 633 million views. I don't know why it says 2 years ago, maybe because he updated it then, but it is his most popular one on his entire channel. Oh, of course, it was uploaded 2 years ago, but it's his most popular one on the entire channel over time. That's what I was getting at. So in this one, it's very simple. He's got all the people. So if people are this is a great example actually of getting views for your targeted audience. Most people who are not familiar with the Squid Game would look at this and go, okay, right? And they would just scroll on by. But people who are familiar with the Squid Game and they play it, they would look at this and go, oh, this is the Squid Game. Like, this is exactly it, but it's with real life, real action people, right? And then it's got his face on there smiling, and he's filling up the screen. And have a look at that smile, because I'm going to share a little secret in a minute on why that's working. And now let's look at his most popular from this year. This one, again, it's a before and after. And in this case, it's $1 plane ticket versus a $500,000 plane ticket. And so he's showing the contrast of being squashed up and tight and in a cheap airplane, and then having the luxury in his Sunday and his happy smile in the luxurious airplane ride, right? So people like seeing the rags to riches, the before to after, and they want to then see what happened, how did it work? And in this video, he actually goes on all these different planes and he shows everything. It's really cool. And there really is one plane that cost him $1 to ride. And so I'm going to share that little secret that you can see happening in here, but you probably don't know yet what it is. And I'm going to share it with you in just a moment. I promise, I promise, I promise. It is the best tip I ever heard, and it's something I am using on my thumbnails going forward. Are you finding the tips in this video helpful? I really hope so. If you are, can you let me know and just hit like or dislike so that I'm aware? And that also helps the algorithm know whether or not you're enjoying my video, whether or not to show it to more people like yourself. So I really do appreciate that. And it also lets me know if you really like a certain piece of content, I can make more content about it to help you even more. Also, if you want to be notified the minute my next video comes out, do make sure to subscribe. But please only subscribe if you're actually interested in using YouTube marketing for your online business to set up that evergreen marketing strategy for free leads from Google and YouTube. If you are interested in that, then please do subscribe, but make sure you hit the notification bell and set it to all notifications. Otherwise, YouTube has a tendency to not actually let you know when my videos come out. It's a new thing that they're doing, and it's kind of annoying, but that's the workaround. All right. Okay, so now what tools can you use to create your thumbnails? Now you can use programs like Paint on your computer, or I used for many years Fireworks. I still use it a lot as well, but recently I've really loved using Canva. So I'm going to do a quick demo for you and build a thumbnail from scratch in just a few minutes to show you how easy it is to use a program like Canva. And the nice thing is you can use it for free. You can upgrade to the pro version if you want more things and stuff, but honestly the free version is enough to get started. Okay, so let's hop onto my computer again and let's do that. All right, so we're inside of the Canva dashboard right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to just, in this search box at the top, we're going to say YouTube thumbnail, and YouTube thumbnail. That's what we want. All right, we are going to create one from blank because I want to show you how easy it is. But you can also see there are thumbnails that are already pre-done, these templates that you can use and then change out their images with your images. You can even use their images if it makes sense. You can change the colors, the backgrounds, so you can find a template and then change the wording and make it work for you. I've used this purple one down here before on my channel. If you go take a look, you might find it. If you do, leave a comment below and let me know which video it's on. I want to see if you got it right. All right, so I'm actually going to create a blank one because I want to show you how easy it is to do from scratch. So this thumbnail is already the right dimension because it's a template that Canva created for specifically YouTube thumbnails. So you don't even have to worry about the dimensions and the pixels and all that kind of stuff. And all you do is you head over to the side. You can find things up here. Again, they've shown some templates on the side. I'm going to go to Uploads. I have a background that I like to use, and the reason I use this background is because, as you can see, it's my wallpaper. And so it's another little element that you can use on your thumbnails to help the congruency of seeing the thumbnail that coming into your video and it's the same scenario. Whether it's the same clothes, the same background, it just helps people to feel that it's a congruent, soft flow into the next section. I apologize, I keep going to my right, but I should be doing it to your right. All right, so I'm going to have that as a background. I'm also going to use this image So I'll put this image in here and we'll work with it in a minute. We're also going to use some text, and I'm just going to use this add a headline, drop it in. We'll work with that in a minute. And I'm also going to use a box, just a plain box. Okay, these are the elements we're going to use. Let me just think. I'm going to create the thumbnail for this video. Then I'll send it off to my editors and we'll refine things. And then you'll see the final version of this thumbnail on this video. But I thought I'd give you an idea of how we would get started. So what we want to do, this background is kind of dull, right? So and it kind of takes too much attention away from everything else. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to edit the image and I'm going to brighten it a bit. And you can just scroll across here and find one that you like. There, that's a bit nicer. Or this one. You can also adjust up here. If I undo, and you can press undo up here. I just go back to the basic. Oh, go forward. Okay. In the adjustment here, I can actually change the brightness here. There. I'll just do that. And I think I'll leave the rest as it is. Okay, so then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this box and I'm going to change the color of this box. And I want it to be a nice bright color, so maybe this light blue here. And I'm going to fill it out to fit the entire thumbnail. All right, and then I'm going to change the transparency of it so that it's showing just a little bit of the wallpaper, but it's not overwhelming. And then I'm going to send it back. So position, I'm going to send it backwards. All right, I'll send it behind. Oh, send it forward one. There we go. Next, I'm going to take my image and I'm going to put me way down in the corner and I want to make my image fill the thumbnail. And so I can move myself over because I don't need my shoulder to show. And this way, again, because when people watch it on the mobile, they're going to be looking for a really small one and we want them to see it. See how that text is really small right now? And you can only just barely see the wallpaper, right? So I'm going to make myself pop, but I'm going to add a shadow there and I'm going to choose that shadow. I like that. Okay. And again, it made it a little bit smaller. No worries. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just fill it out there. And the top as well, just a little bit. There. Okay. Then the heading, I am going to use white and I am going to, let's see here, effects. I'm going to add an outline and the outline color, I actually have this little tool up here. It's called Color Picker Eyedropper that you can get if you just look in the Chrome store. It's a free app. And when you click on it, then I can choose a color. So I could choose this dark blue to be, and then I just grab that information. And then I'll just put that in here. Let's see here. I'm going to add that. Okay. Oh, you can even use the color dropper here and do that. There. Okay. So then what I want to do is I want to make that bigger. And the outline, I might want to have it slightly thicker. There, that's nice. Okay, so I've come up with the text for this video. And it's going to be hook your perfect viewer. There. Like that. And I am going to put that on a different line there. And then I'm going to make it bigger. I want it to really fill the screen. Okay. And I want to fit it across here. Okay. And so, all right. So I've actually decided I'm going to change this color. So I'm going to go back to effects. And I'll go back to here and I'm going to choose the dropper and I want to choose actually a much lighter blue. I think I'll choose, let's see, this one here. Yes, that looks nicer. See how that's just soft and makes it more friendly, more friendly. All right, so hook your perfect viewer. But what am I talking about? So we need to have an element in here that's going to show that I'm talking about thumbnails. So at the top here, you can actually search for images, thumbnails. Oops, it probably helps if I spell it right. All right, so YouTube, let's see what comes up with YouTube. I could actually use this image here that I have already with thumbnails on it. All right, so we need an element. So what we're going to do is we're in elements here. We're going to search for elements. So I would like to have like a computer screen. And let's see, these are some pro ones, and you can just have a look through for one that is not a pro one so that it's free and you can use it. And I'm just going to make it bigger there. Okay, because we like to fill things out. I'm going to make this smaller in a minute. I'm going to just move it out of the way. And I think I will do this and that. Not sure why it's, okay, there we go. It was just clearly having an issue there. Whoops, okay. Perfect viewer, and then just make that a little bit bigger. Okay, and we'll just put it there and make it a bit bigger. There. All right, so we've got hook your perfect viewer. And we just double check. If we scroll down, it's not great. So what I can do is I can get rid of this and then hook perfect viewer. Then I can make it bigger and move it over there. I'll make it just a little bit smaller, and then I can actually put myself forward so that I go in front of the T, and then I can actually have a look at how far of the T I want, and this one is in front. Perfect. Okay, so I will want to have something that reflects thumbnails in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to uploads, and I'm going to upload a file. I'm going to upload from my desktop, and here's the one I want to use. All right, I'm going to pop that in here, and I'm going to resize it to fit inside this computer screen. There. And then I'm going to send the position backwards so it's behind the computer screen. There we go. And I can position it. There's a little bit more there. Good. All right. Okay, so then I can see that now the word viewer is not going to show up. So what I want to do then is take these two images. Oops. These two images, that one and this one. All right, I want to make it just a little bit smaller. All right, so now this one I want to make a little bit smaller. There. Sometimes you just have to get the position right. Sorry about that. All right, so then this one I want to also make it so that it fits the computer screen. There. Okay, and then send that backwards. Perfect. And then what I can do here, because of the spacing, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go to the end, and I am going to take this, delete that, and let's see, move that to there. Then I'm going to just copy that, paste it down here, and change this text for viewer there, because this way I can have it closer, so I can move this one up and I can put this one in the center there. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I want to put a circle around there. So I'm going to go to elements, and I want to just have a circle. I can actually type in circle. and it will come up with some different circles. And I would love to have one that, yes, something like this. All right, so we're going to put this on. Don't worry about the fact that there are things animating right now. When you download the image, it will be still and it will be the full picture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to circle something like this. And then I'm going to also use an arrow to draw attention. So one like this. Actually, I'll do the thicker one. And I am going to turn it. I want to position, animate, position. Oh, I want to flip it, flip, and flip like that. And now I am also going to move it like this, bring it over here. I'm going to make it smaller so it's not covering my face. There. And maybe a little bit like that. I'm going to change the color to red so it catches attention. And then up here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an element. I want to add a box. What we're going to do is we're going to highlight the word that's going to get the most attention. There. And I'm going to use yellow, just a bright yellow, and then I'm going to move the position backwards behind there. All right, so there we go. Now what I could do is make these thumbnails bigger. So if I scroll down, hook perfect viewer, I could actually move myself over a bit there, right? If I move myself over, that means for these two, I can make them bigger. I don't want that one. I want this one, and I could make them larger. Nice. And then I can go here. Let me just move that one backwards again, and I can move this over here, copy it there, make sure it fits the whole word, and then send it backwards again. There, that's better. All right, so this guy can move over now. And these, so this and this, actually you can do it this way. Do this, and then you can make it bigger and shift it down, and perfect. And then you can just move this guy over what you're trying to highlight. Maybe it's this one. And I'll do it like this, and I'll make him there. Okay. All right, so there you go. And then if we go small, hook perfect viewer, and then it's got an image on there pointing towards it. All right, there you go. When it's small, you can see it. Hook perfect viewer. It's got the arrow pointing to the thumbnail that is doing well and is targeting a perfect viewer for that person. And then it's got a picture of me smiling with it. So that gives you an idea of what you could do to create a thumbnail in Canva in just a couple of minutes. And it's super easy, and you can use presets. And like I said, you can use templates as well. Now I want to just quickly show you before I share that final secret. Okay, now let me show you how you can do A/B split testing for your thumbnails. So we head into your YouTube studio and you click on the video you want to use your thumbnail split testing on. And after you upload your thumbnail, you can click on the options, test and compare. And that's where you can add in multiple versions of your thumbnail. And then the algorithm is going to show that different thumbnail to different viewers. And it's going to calculate which thumbnail gets you the longest watch time. There are also other programs out there like TubeBuddy where you can upgrade to their pro level, and then you can also split test to find out which one gives you the best click-through rate. But because YouTube focuses on watch time and it's a free tool, as long as you meet certain limits, I believe they are rolling this out to everybody over time. If you don't have it yet, then TubeBuddy is an option, or you can go the old-fashioned route and just simply have one thumbnail for a week, note down your statistics, have a second thumbnail for another week, note down your statistics, and figure out which one performs best. So those are your options. And once YouTube figures out which one does have the best watch time, it will actually then make that one your winning thumbnail and then just keep it as the main thumbnail that it shows. Pretty cool, right? All right, pretty cool, right? So do you want to know that secret? That one thing that MrBeast did to all of his thumbnails on his channel that increased all of their watch times? All right, let me show you what it is. This is what MrBeast did. So on most of his thumbnails on his channel, he always had a big expression with an open mouth and kind of moment. And what he found is he did an experiment and he took AI and he recreated the same image but closed the mouth and just had a big smile with lots of teeth showing. And what it did is it actually boosted his watch time over his entire channel. He says, I closed my mouth on all of my thumbnails and the watch time went up on every video, right? Now, it didn't increase the views, but it increased the watch time, which again is the main point that the algorithm looks at when wanting to promote your video. So even though he's getting less views because it's not as clickbaity, the open mouth is more clickbaity, he is making sure that the people that are watching it are watching all the way through. So that's a tip we can use in our thumbnails as well, is to not have a huge gaping mouth as a clickbait, but really fine tune. And again, he just is proving my point where you want to have targeted views for longer watch times with your perfect audience so that you can convert those into your sales, your ad revenues, whatever it is you're focusing on to earn income. All right? Okay, so now that you know how to make a YouTube thumbnail that gets views from your perfect viewer, rather than focusing on going viral with the wrong views, but knowing the tricks of how to make them go viral to the right views, it's time to learn how to keep people watching your videos all the way through to the end. So I'm going to share exactly the script layout that I use for my videos that helps my viewers be intrigued and excited to watch my videos all the way through to the end. I mean, you're here right now, right? So this won't work for everybody, but for the majority of your viewers, this is going to get them to watch longer, and I'm going to share everything. Okay, so now you know exactly how to make your YouTube thumbnails for your perfect viewer, to stop that scroll and get them to look at your title and make that quick decision to watch your video and prepping them to watch it all the way through to the end. It's time to show how I script my videos to get the longer watch time from your perfect viewer. And I'll go in depth into the exact script and how you can use that for your videos, no matter what your niche is. Are you struggling to keep your viewers watching your YouTube videos all the way through to the end to build your watch times, so the YouTube algorithm will promote your videos more? Then let me share my intentional for watch time YouTube video script template that will boost your engagements and your watch times, which will help your videos rank higher on YouTube and also on Google for free. And in just a moment, I'm going to reveal a secret tip to get your viewers to binge watch your videos on your channel, which will really kickstart the algorithm to promote your videos more. Over 13 years of being on YouTube and over 7 million views on my channel, I've learned a thing or two about YouTube SEO and getting your videos to rank in the first positions in search, and using your YouTube video script is one of the key elements, and I'm going to show you how to get the engagement you need from your viewer and that longer watch time so that YouTube will promote your video for you. So let's dive into what you need to consider when creating your YouTube video script, because it's not just about sharing your content, it's about strategically placing your content in such a way that you keep your viewers engaged, interacting with your channel, and keeping them watching all the way to the end. And there are some tips that I've learned over the years from my favorite mentors and from things that I've experienced myself that I want to share with you so you can have the same results. Okay, so the very first thing is you need to make sure that your video script delivers on the promise that you're showing your potential viewers in your thumbnails and your titles. If you don't deliver on the promise of the thumbnail and the title, then people will stop watching your video once they realize they're not getting what they were looking for, and that will hurt hurt your retention, which will ultimately hurt the algorithm wanting to promote your video for you, and it will drop dead in the water. And we don't want that. So what you want to do is in the very first opening of your video, in your hook, you want to mention that promise so they know that they're in the right place, and it will keep them watching because they want to know the solution that they're looking for. Now, this is obviously for creating videos that promote your online business. If you're here because you just want to create videos that go viral, you can use these techniques, but it isn't exactly structured specifically for you. But feel free to use what works. Another thing that you really want to keep in mind when crafting your YouTube video script is to constantly use open loops. So an open loop is specifically set up to create curiosity so that your viewer will want to keep watching to find the solution, the closing of the loop. Does that make sense? So if you had an open loop where you're promising an extra piece that will add more value to your main promise of the solution that they were looking for, it will make them intrigued to want to watch until you close that loop. You know, for example, and this is a completely unrelated example, but I think it'll really drive home the message. If somebody were to open up a jar of honey and take a spoon and lift it up and go, and then suddenly stop and continue on, you want to know, did they taste it? Did it taste good? And so later on in the video, you see that person actually take the spoonful and go, oh, that is good. That closes the loop. So again, just an example to show you the idea of opening a loop, opening a jar of honey, and closing it again. That satisfaction of knowing the honey was delicious. And the key here is not to tell them exactly when you're going to close the loop so that they don't just scroll ahead to the end. You wouldn't want to say something like, and at the very end of this video, I'm going to tell you blah, 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 because that blah, blah, blah might be really interesting for them, and they zoom right to the end, watch it, and leave. And they miss your main content and your call to action to do the thing that you are creating this video for. Okay, so we need to keep in mind YouTube SEO. Right, when we're creating our script, because YouTube will transcribe your video and it will hear all of the words in your script. So you want to make sure that you're using your main key phrase, that key phrase that you searched for, to find out a good search volume and a low competition so that your video can rank faster, right? You want to make sure that you say your main key phrase right in the beginning, right in your hook. And you want to say it throughout your video from time to time. Not overly done, but from time to time to remind the algorithm that your viewer is in the right place. And you want to say it again at the end of your video as sort of a closure, and the algorithm will notice that as well. And not only your main key phrase, you also want to mention related key phrases or longer tail key phrases. So for example, let's use my how to bake a cake video. So in the very beginning, I opened that video with, welcome, and today I'm going to show you how to bake a cake. And then throughout the video, I add in other longer tail key phrases like, and if you really wanted to know how to bake a cake at home from scratch for beginners, this is definitely for you, right? And then I might have related key phrases like, this is my favorite cake recipe of all time, which it really is. And then at the very end, I also said something like, and that's how you bake a cake, right? So you want to structure in your key phrases, your longer tails and your related key phrases in your video content, but in a natural way that helps the algorithm, but is enjoyable for your viewer. You also want to really make sure you're delivering great value. And I don't mean it has to be high quality as far as like the video and this B-roll and all that thing. What I'm meaning is that you're providing the solution that your viewer is looking for. You're giving them the meat of what they're looking for and getting straight to the point. You don't want to go off on tangents too often. If you go on a tangent a little bit, make sure you ring it back in and make it related to your main content. Do it intentionally. Use storytelling, for example, to bring across that idea, or use metaphors like I did with the jar of honey to bring across the idea of the content. Don't waste your viewers' time. Also, whenever possible, use a personal story when relating your content, because it makes you a real human to your viewer, and it makes them connect with you and feel like they know, they like, they trust you. Just be authentic and don't worry about being raw camera. You know, it's okay to not be perfect. Actually, it's even better to not be perfect, because then your audience is going to relate to you more and you're going to get the action that you really want from your viewer better. Okay, now this is super important. When you're talking to the camera, talk to your perfect avatar. Okay, don't talk to a huge group of people. Like, talk specifically to your perfect viewer. So you, for example, you are my perfect viewer because you are looking for ways to market your business using YouTube marketing strategies that are set up for evergreen, so you're not having to constantly pay for ads, right? And if that's not you, then this video is not interesting for you. Or perhaps you can use snippets, and that's okay. You're focusing on talking to your main avatar, and then other people may still find it interesting, and that's okay. That's good. And you need to make sure that the content of your video is all about your viewer. Your viewer's end result, their desires, their goals, their problems, their struggles. Not about you. It's so fun for us to talk about our own experiences and what happened to us. And that's great as long as we can make it relevant to you, the viewer, right? Otherwise, why would you bother watching if it's just somebody talking about themselves? And a really great tip for you to know, because I know it can be completely tempting to want to have a ton of call to actions all at once. You'll see a lot of YouTubers do that, saying, like my video, subscribe, share, comment, and so on, all at the same time. Unfortunately, when you ask your viewer to do too many call to actions all at the same time, it becomes overwhelming, and when there's overwhelm, they will do nothing. So instead, what you want to do is not that you can't have more than one call to action, you just have to very strategically place it within your video script, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do that in just a moment, so that they're focusing on that one call to action at a time. You're gonna love how I set this up. This is something I've worked on over years, and I have just found the perfect structure to really help you get the most out of each call to action. I really hope you'll like it. But before we go into the video script, one more thing about those call to actions. When you're crafting your video script, when you're coming up with content, you need to have one main call to action that is the sole purpose of the video. All right. And it can be to get likes on your video. It can be to get subscribers. It can be to have people comment and engage or share your content. Or it can be to go and opt in for your free lead magnet. Or it can be to go buy your thing or your affiliate product that you're referring. But you need to choose what is the one main call to action and focus your entire script around being related to that one call to action. The other ones are just peppered in as engagement factors, but not as your main call to action. So that's really important. And again, if you're just starting out and you don't have a product or an affiliate product to refer to, or even a lead magnet to have them opt into a list, that's okay. It can be to just build your channel, build the credibility on your channel, and really get the algorithm to categorize your channel by making your main call to action about the engagement. Then just choose the like, the share, the comment, but choose one main one. We're actually using our videos to filter out our perfect lead. We don't want everybody to get into our courses or buy our products, because then we're going to have refunds if they're not the perfect client, and they're going to just cause you more headaches than the success that you're really hoping for. So we're actually using our video content to filter out our perfect leads. We're letting them know in advance, who is this good for and who is this not for, to save you a bunch of headaches and to save them a lot of stress. So you're going to want to make sure that the content of your video is related specifically to that perfect client. But you also want to make sure that the content that you're sharing is evergreen, that it's always relevant now, 5 years from now, 5 years ago, 10 years from now. You want to make sure that that content is relevant, because then it will continue evergreen to work for you. On that note, you can totally take advantage of trends, but you just want to make sure that the content related to that trend is something that would be relevant in 5 or 10 years. The reason that it's okay and you actually want to take advantage of trends once in a while is because there will be fewer competition for you and more search volume for those trends. So it's a chance for your channel to grow faster. But again, we want to filter out the people that are watching those videos to make sure they are the perfect lead, so you're not suddenly getting a video that goes viral and it ruins your channel, right? But you want to make sure that it's going to be relevant even after the trend is over. Let me give you an example. So my how to bake a cake video, right? It has a general trend over time. It's not a trendy thing. However, when COVID hit, it suddenly became a very trendy thing because people were not able to go out and buy a cake for people's birthdays or anniversaries or celebrations. They had to make it themselves. But a lot of people had kind of forgotten or never been taught how to bake a cake. So suddenly my video skyrocketed because people were looking for that specific trend of how do I do these celebrations at home in a safe way by myself. And I totally saw my channel just soar because of that. And then after COVID kind of relaxed down and people got more comfortable going out and buying cakes again, my video views dropped as well. And you can see it in this chart actually. You can see that tall peak and then the drop, and then it just continued on the way it was before. So you want to make sure that when you do take advantage of a trend, that it makes sense long term. People are always going to want to know how to bake a cake. It just happened to also be a perfect video for a specific trend. And in my case, it happened accidentally because I already had the video up. But if this trend had happened in the moment and I didn't have that video yet and I was a cake channel, I would know people are searching for this right now. I'm going to make a video about it right now, but it will also work long term. So that's what I'm talking about. Psst. If you do take advantage of a trend, make sure it's super relevant to your target audience. Don't just take advantage of a trend because it's a really big thing. If it's not super specific to your audience, it will actually ruin your channel. And I know this because when I posted my how to bake a cake video years ago, like way back in 2011, I had no idea it was going to go viral. Again, like I said earlier, I accidentally did my SEO correctly. I accidentally wrote my YouTube video script correctly. Actually, I ad-libbed, but I happened to do it right. And it took off. But my channel was, at that time, more about helping parents with teaching their children about money. Suddenly, the algorithm was confused and it kept sending all these people that wanted to learn about cake decorating and baking cakes, and they would get so confused when they came to my channel and it was about teaching kids about money. So you want to make sure, and had I known this way back then, I would have just set up a different channel. But unfortunately, I didn't. Although, fortunately for you, I was able to learn things that I can share with you. Make sure the trend is relevant to your market, or make it relevant to your market. All right, I'm about to share this video script for you. And don't forget that I still have that other tip that I'm going to share with you on how to get bingeable stuff watched on your channel. I'll share it in just a moment. But before I do, I just have a quick question. What have been the challenges that you have faced so far with trying to get engagement from your viewers and getting those longer watch times? Leave me a comment because I read all of them and I really want to know, and maybe there's something that I can help you with in a future video, or even in our community, we might be able to help each other. So if you see somebody else's comment and you have a tip or an idea, go ahead and feel free to share your thoughts on that too. Together, we can master the YouTube algorithm. So yes, I promise I will share how to get people watching your channel videos as bingeable content, kind of like Netflix, right? First, let's dive into the YouTube video script template that I use to make sure that people are engaged with my videos, watching all the way to the end. And this is something that I've perfected year after year after year. I don't use this on every single video because once in a while it's good to just do a quick vlog and connect with your viewers. But you want to do this for most of your videos because your videos should be set up intentionally with the occasional vlog style just to interact with those hyper fans of yours who want to get to know you more. All right. So the very first part of the script is your hook. Like I mentioned earlier, it's that very first sentence that opens your video and talks about the promise that you shared in your thumbnail and your title, and entices them with an intrigue that makes them desperate to watch your video to find that solution. And you want to make sure your SEO, your main key phrase, is in that first sentence. Do you want to see an example? I'm going to go over the hook that I shared with you at the very beginning of this video, and let me show you what I did. Are you struggling to keep your viewers watching your YouTube videos all the way through to the end to build your watch times, so the YouTube algorithm will promote your videos more? Then let me share my intentional for watch time YouTube video script template that will boost your engagements and your watch times, which will help your videos rank higher on YouTube and also on Google for free. I did something in this hook that I only recommend you do when you can't put it straight in the very first sentence. It is okay to put your main key phrase in the second sentence if it's going to cause more intrigue for your viewer, and that's why I chose to do it this way. I focused first on the problem that you were facing, right? Struggling to get your viewers to watch your videos all the way through to the end so the algorithm would categorize and promote your video for you, right? Then in the second sentence, I drop in my main key phrase to let the algorithm know what this video is about to categorize it correctly. Right after the hook, you want to give an open loop, all right? So you want to give them a reason to stick around all the way to the end. Something that's intriguing, that's related to the hook, to the title, to the thumbnail, that is like an additional problem or an additional solution that you're going to solve for them that's really intriguing. So an example with my how to bake a cake video, I could have, had I known how to do this properly back in 2011, I could have opened my video with welcome and today I'm going to show you how to bake a cake. And then my open loop could have been, did you know you can actually bake a cake without milk or butter? I'll show you in just a little bit why that is and how it works, right? And then later on when I was doing my video, I could then close that loop by showing them and explaining how it's possible to actually bake a cake without butter or milk or oil of any sort, right? So the next thing after the open loop is you want to do a quick intro, like quick as in like 5 seconds to 10 seconds max. You don't want to have some sort of introductory video playing. People will drop off. That used to work on YouTube. It would kind of add credibility and authority. It no longer is the case. People just want authenticity and they want to get into the meat of the content right away. But you do want to take advantage of the fact that you've just opened this loop. So people are wanting to stick around as a moment for you to introduce yourself and how your credibility, your authority in this topic is related to what they want. So have a listen to my introduction that I did in this video and just listen to how I connected the main topic into my credibility. Hi, I'm Amanda Vandergulik. If you're new here, I'm from cleverdough.com, and with over 13 years of being on YouTube and over 7 million views on my channel, I've learned a thing or two about YouTube SEO and getting your videos to rank in the first positions in search, and using your YouTube video script is one of the key elements, and that's what we're going to dive into today. So do you see how I did that, where I just introduced myself and I showed my credibility and how it relates to the content of this video, right? Like you wouldn't want to learn about a YouTube video script template from somebody who's never had success on YouTube, right? You want to learn it from somebody who actually knows how to keep people watching and giving the value and making the algorithm understand and promote your videos for you. But keep it short. All right, so the next part of your video script is going to be your main content section. This is where you are giving true value that helps answer that problem that your viewer is having. You're going to want to present the first half of the information. We're going to save half of the content for later so that we can throw in a couple of call to actions, sprinkling them in to get the viewer to engage. And wherever possible, highlight each of your concepts, each of your ideas and thoughts with a story or a picture, something that they can relate to. And use storytelling to really connect with your audience so they understand how it will help them in their situation. And also, we remember stories much longer than we retain just pure information. That's why in school, they always told us lessons through storytelling. And in this part where you're sharing your first part of the content, you're also showing your viewer the opportunity that your solution will give them, right? We want to create this opportunity, and then later we're going to kind of show them the transformation that will take place. And then finally, we're going to take the ownership. And this is something I learned from Jeff Walker from his product launch formula. And I use this strategy in all of my scripts so that I'm creating this overarching arc of this transition the viewer get in my video. Let me give you an example. So if in this part 1 content section, you are showing your viewers how to set up their YouTube SEO, it shows them the opportunity of how by using this YouTube SEO, they could get their videos to rank as well. And guess what? You can use AI to help you with any content gaps. You will have an idea of what you want to teach, but there might be more that your avatar is actually needing to know. So you can use AI to have a conversation with it and ask it, so this is my perfect lead. This is my perfect avatar. And this is the topic I want to talk about. What would be some of the problems that my perfect lead or avatar has that I could solve in this video? And it will list out things that maybe you hadn't thought of that you can then add to your content. After you give this first main content, now we're going to sprinkle in our first call to action. I like to use this part to get people to comment on my video, to ask a specific question that's related to that first content so that they have to write the answer in the comments. Do you remember when I asked you what your biggest challenge was with getting people to watch all the way through and engage with your videos? I was putting in my call to action for engagement specifically to get a comment. Did you leave a comment? Because if you didn't, I'm gonna know. Right after your call to action, take the opportunity to remind your viewer, because they will have potentially forgotten, about that open loop promise that you gave at the very beginning. A simple reminder that it's still coming up. So for example, you could say something like, remember that secret tip that I told you about just a minute ago? Don't worry, I'm going to share it with you in just a moment. And again, don't say specifically when, but you know that you're going to share it, therefore you are going to deliver on it, and that is going to make your viewer feel satisfied and happy. And they're going to want to keep watching because they want to know the answer. Right? Don't you want to know how to create a bingeable series on your channel? Don't worry, I will share it. Then dive straight into the main content part 2, the second half of your content. Now, if you have a lot of content, you can separate this into 3 sections, putting call to actions in between each. But just focus on 2 for now so that you have a bit of sprinkling time to put your call to actions in. So in this part of your content, you're going to continue building on what you already shared in the first part, the next logical steps, the next logical solutions. AI can actually help you organize all of your points to make a logical journey for your viewer. I do that all the time because the way my mind works is not always the way your mind works. And you really want to focus on creating the transformation within this section where you're actually showing them the how-to or the concept of what they can do to achieve that result they want. So for example, in this video, my second section of content is the transformation, showing you exactly what script outline you can use for your video scripts, step by step, so you actually have the how-to of doing it for yourself. And because you're actually delivering and you're helping them, you're authentically and actually helping them, you are going to build know, like, and trust with your viewer. Because how can you not like somebody who is genuinely helping you? And if you're struggling with what on earth do I add in the second part of my video, I've kind of already given it all, ask AI to help you. Ask it, I've given this, but I want to go even deeper and add even more value. What could I share? And it's amazing what it comes up with. Now it's time, yet again, for a call to action. Again, this is the sprinkling effect. So in this call to action, we want them to do an engagement thing, whether it's to like, to share, something like that. So you can ask the viewer if they found the information that you've shared with them helpful, and if so, to please do let you know by giving a like or a dislike so that you'll know the kind of content to create for your channel to help them even more. People like to be helpful and to help you understand, because then it benefits them. They get to have more of what they're looking for and less of what they're not looking for. If you had a third content piece, then you could sprinkle in a call to action to subscribe to your channel later. If you only have 2 pieces, you can do it right after asking for the like. That is okay. Because you could do something like, if you found this helpful so far, give me a like, let me know. You would do me a huge favor. If you don't like it, go ahead and hit dislike. It's okay. It helps me know what content to provide for you, what is going to help you the most. And I really appreciate that. Also, if you have been finding this really helpful, did you know that you can subscribe to my channel? It's 100% for free. But if you do, then make sure that you hit that notification bell and check all notifications, or else the algorithm actually doesn't let you know when my next video comes out to help you. So definitely make sure you do that. And then it's time to close that open loop. We need to solve whatever it was that we promised in the very beginning of the video, like I'm going to do in just a moment. And watch how I do it. right after you solve that open loop, because you want to get them to watch all the way to the end of your video and you're not quite done yet, open a second loop. And this second loop is going to be related to something else that you're going to teach later. And this second open loop is to help them really take ownership of the solution that you've provided, to really make them feel like, yeah, I've got this and I'm ready for that next problem. So this second open loop is going to address the next related problem now that they've solved their first problem. Again, I'll give you an example in just a minute. And then this is where we're going to do our third call to action, which is our main call to action that the whole video is focused on getting to. And that is to ask them to opt into your newsletter, opt in for your free lead magnet, buy your product, go to your referral affiliate link. Whatever your main call to action is, you're doing that now after you've already delivered great content and your viewer feels connected with you and knows that they can trust you and that whatever you're offering must be valuable and good. Whether or not it's exactly the right thing for them, they're going to be more open to taking a look at it. Okay, so then you're going to close the second loop by telling them the next related problem that this solution created. You actually are going to find out the answer to how to solve that second problem right over here. And you're going to be pointing to your next video on your channel. And that's where they're going to go to actually get that solved. So instead of ending your video and giving cues that your video is over, you're actually leading them naturally into your next video to start creating that bingeable content, right? It's a little sneak peek into what I'm going to share in just a minute. Use words like, and I'm going to show you how to do that right over here, where you're pointing to the video. Or click on the video on your screen right now and I'll show you exactly how to do that. Or I'll meet you over here and I'll show you exactly how we can do that. Again, the idea is to keep your viewer binge watching your videos so that you're going to get better rankings in the algorithm and you're really building that know, like, trust with that viewer. You know, it's been said that somebody needs to see something at least 7 times before they actually will take action on it. So wouldn't it be amazing if you were able to get your viewer to watch 7 videos, maybe not all at once, but they're going to want to come back and really build that know, like, and trust with you and then be your avid fan and loyal customer for years and years and years. All right. Let me show you an example. Are you ready? If you found what I shared in this video helpful, would you do me a huge favor and give me a like? Let me know. And honestly, if you didn't like it, it's okay. Go ahead and hit the down like because it does help. It even shows the algorithm engagement, even if it's not good engagement. It's not going to help your channel as much, obviously, but it still shows engagement, and that is a trigger that helps the algorithm promote your video. So if you did find it helpful, please do help me out and give it a thumbs up. And remember that you can subscribe to my channel, but please only do that if you actually want to learn more about how to use YouTube marketing for your online business strategies, and success strategies for your online business. If you're looking for cake decorating, please don't subscribe because it's ruined my channel. But remember, hit that notification bell. Why? Because otherwise YouTube's not going to let you know when my video comes out. And that's really annoying. Do you see what I did there? It's time for me to close the loop for you. Are you ready? All right, so here is the secret that I actually promised in this video for you on how to get viewers to watch your channel like a binge-worthy show like Netflix, right? It's by using the PS path that I also learned from Jeff Walker. The PS path stands for the problem, solution, next related problem path. So your video needs to let the viewer know what their problem currently is, solve that problem, make them feel really good about that, but then hint at the fact that because they've solved it, there's now another related problem that they need to solve. And you do that by watching the next video, like I hinted at just a minute ago. So now that you actually know the YouTube video script layout that I use, that has worked so well for years and years and years on my channel, the next problem for you is knowing how to create, how to record those video productions in a way that's not going to cost you an arm and a leg and is very satisfying for your viewer. So you can truly engage your viewers and build that trust over time. And trust me, you don't need expensive equipment for this. I'm going to show you all the tricks of what I use. Do you see what I did there? I did the next open loop. I solved your initial problem, right? Knowing what kind of a video script to use for your videos. And then I showed you what the next related problem is. Sure, you've got your video script, but how do you record it? Specifically for longer watch times, right? In the most intriguing way, on a shoestring budget. And by saying that, it means if you're new to recording videos, or even if you're already familiar with it, but you want to know some extra tips, you're going to be intrigued to want to watch the next video to learn how to do that. And why? Because I've probably built a lot of trust doing this video. I actually gave you something that will help. And if I didn't build your trust, I clearly need to do a better job. But it also means you're now expecting the next video to give value similar or even better than this video, right? And so we want to use that and make sure we deliver on that promise. Okay, so keep watching and I'm going to show you exactly where and when to tell them to do that. Okay, so now that you know how to craft the perfect YouTube video script using my template so that your viewers will watch all the way through and engage along the way to really get the algorithm working for you and building your watch time so that you rank faster and higher in the search results, it's time to show you exactly how to record those videos using some amazing tips that are going to make it so much easier for you on a shoestring budget, giving good quality. I'll tell you why my videos in this series are a little blurry. It will make you laugh, and don't worry, my future videos will be much clearer. But I wanted to do this for you because I thought it would be really helpful to show you perfect is not done. Just get it done. So head over here and I'll show you exactly how we can do that right now. Do you see how I did that? I didn't tell you the video was over. I just directed you over here. Why are you not over here? Go here, go. Wondering how to record YouTube videos that get engagement on a budget without sacrificing the quality? Well, if you're an online entrepreneur who wants to use YouTube to market your business, then you're in the right place. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up smart, budget-friendly recording techniques that will make your content stand out and set up evergreen lead generation on Autopilot for free. Plus, I'm going to share a secret tip that professional videographers use to get crystal clear audio without spending a ton of money on expensive recording equipment. I'm going to show you exactly how to record your videos on a budget that get you the best engagement from your audience so that YouTube's going to promote your videos for you. In the last video, we went over exactly how to lay out your video script for viewer engagement so you'd get those longer watch times, satisfied viewers, boosting your channel, increasing your subscribers, your views, and more importantly, your sales. You see, it wasn't until after my coma in 2016 that I realized how important using YouTube marketing was for your business. While I was asleep in a coma, literally fighting for my life, my channel, my videos kept providing income for me through ad revenue, through sales of my own, through affiliate commissions, and through book royalties, all on Autopilot while I was asleep. Now, it wasn't much, just a handful of videos did really well, and most of them did not. However, even though it wasn't a lot, it was only a couple of $100 a month that I was earning on Autopilot, it was the concept that I had set that up and I no longer needed to work at it to keep that going forward. So I knew it was just a numbers game and to really dive deep and learn the strategies so I could share it with you. So you could do this for yourself as well. Which is why I'm so excited to share my top tips on how to record your videos without spending a ton of money, just on a simple budget, but creating good quality videos that your viewers will enjoy watching and get value out of, but more importantly, that the algorithm will promote for you for free. All right, so now that you know a little bit about my journey and why recording high quality videos on a budget is really important for your channel and your business, let's dive in right now to the actual things that will help you record the best videos possible to promote your business. Before I get into the specifics, I want you to take a look at this video. Does it look a little fuzzy? It's not really perfectly clear. I want to explain why I am sharing a video that's a little bit fuzzy when I'm talking about recording perfect videos for your audience. A couple of weeks ago, my cat knocked my web camera off my computer and it crashed and it ruined the 4 4K HD quality of the recording device. So I'm just waiting for my new webcam to arrive. However, I know as an online entrepreneur, you can't let those things stop you. So even though it hurts me to provide videos that are fuzzy right now, I know that the content I'm sharing is going to be so valuable to you that you'll forgive me for a little bit of a slightly fuzzy video, and my future ones will look a lot better. But I'm still going to share what I normally use and how it's going to help you as well. On a side note, do those kind of things ever stop you from taking action in your business when you run into an issue that feels overwhelming and doesn't seem to be in perfect alignment with what you want to achieve? Don't let it stop you. Keep going. Perfection is not done. Besides, your audience will forgive you for a little bit of a poor video quality, but they're not going to be so forgiving when you have very poor audio quality, which is why I'm going to share that special tip that professional videographers use to make it sound like you're in a studio. All right, so let's start with one of the most important aspects when it comes to recording your YouTube videos, and of course, how to do them on a budget, and that is your lighting. You need to have your face in the light. Don't ever sit with a window behind you and no light facing you. You would just be a dark silhouette and people won't be able to see your expressions and your talking, your eyes. You want people to be able to see you clearly. And so one of the best ways to light your videos is just to use natural lighting. That's right. Just literally sit in front of a window and have the window face you to provide that wash of natural sunlight. There's no better light than the sun. Not in our solar system anyway. Another way that you can get natural lighting and artificial lighting to work for you is to have it reflected on a white surface, shining back towards you to give you a nice soft glow, so it's not so sharp on the eyes. I'll show you in just a minute what I'm talking about to show you how that would work. You can also just get an affordable ring light or a box light. Just make sure that that ring light or box light has a nice white soft cloth cover over it to soften the glow on your face so you're not creating sharp shadows in your picture. And if it doesn't, you can turn it around and have it face a white wall and you'll get the same effect. I'll show you in just a minute because that's actually what I'm doing in this video right now. And try to avoid having a sharp light right above you facing down because it will create very hard shadow lines and make it very difficult on the viewer for watching your videos. And a cool thing that you can do to really add an extra 3D effect to your video is have a light that shines up the wall behind you, and you can use different colors, and then it will create that feeling that you are way closer than the wall, and it'll give a really neat 3D effect. Again, that's optional. We want to keep it simple. All right, let me show you my window. It's over here to my right, and it brings in natural lighting. And then if you look over there, you can see my ring light. It's actually pointed away from me, and it's shining the white light against the white wall. And then you can see over to my left, my door is closed, and it's also painted white. So it creates a reflection back to my face as well. And then as you can see, when you look at my face again, it's a soft white rather than a sharp, harsh light. So it can be that simple. All right, so now that you understand lighting, what devices should you use to record your YouTube videos on? And we don't want to be spending a ton of money on your equipment, delaying you from making your YouTube videos. Unless, of course, it's in your budget, then go ahead. But for right now, I want to focus on simple things that you can use to record your videos. One of the easiest recording devices that you can use that you probably already own is your phone. Just use your phone. The recording abilities on our phones nowadays, if it's a smartphone, like an iPhone or a Samsung or something like that, is amazing quality, even 4K. And I'll talk more about 4K in just a minute if you're not sure what that is. You can also use a webcam like what I'm using right now. I'll put an image on the screen here for you to show you what a webcam would look like if it's not already included in your computer, which it may already be. Just don't let your cats knock it off and ruin the quality of your video for you. And there are also a ton of affordable video cameras out there on the market you can probably find on Amazon. When you're looking for a video recording unit on its own, or go ahead and invest in an affordable camera to record your videos. And when you do, look for a mirrorless camera. You're going to get superior video quality. They're compact and lightweight. And they offer advanced features like recording in 4K, which again, I'll share in a minute why that's so important. They often have excellent autofocus, so you can be focused and it will be blurry behind you, which is actually something I'm going to be having on my new camera. And I'm so excited about that. It's going to make watching my videos so much more entertaining and easier on your eyes. The only thing with the mirrorless cameras is they do have a shorter battery life, but a workaround is simply to have it plugged in. You have a dummy battery that actually plugs into the wall, and then you don't have to worry about that. All right, so what are the benefits to recording in 4K, and what exactly does that mean? So 4K just means you're increasing the resolution of your video, which gives a lot more pixels in your video so that it's much clearer when you zoom in and so on. So 4K resolution has 4 times the pixels than full HD, for example. This makes your videos look sharper and more professional. Plus, with the 4K quality, you can zoom in really close and get a nice crystal clear image. You see, as 4K becomes more standard, by recording your videos in 4K, it keeps your videos relevant as the devices change and over time, so that your videos will still show up really clear and professional as things change. And they also offer more opportunity when it comes to color grading your videos, so you get more of that studio quality in your videos. And what's really cool is that even if you record in 4K, but you want to downgrade it to 1080, the quality of the 1080 will actually end up being even more crystal clear just because you recorded it first with 4K. It's pretty cool. And this is because as you downscale it, it reduces the noise and increases the sharpness of your video, so it's better quality than if you originally filmed in 1080. So you won't end up with a fuzzy image like what you see right now. It still really bugs me that it's fuzzy, but I know I need to get this out to you. Perfect is not done, right? The most important reason you want to use 4K when you can is because YouTube prefers 4K video. It will actually promote your video for you more if you provide 4K quality, because it knows it enhances the viewer's engagement and viewer's experience. So it actually looks at the size of your video and the quality of your video, and the better the quality is, it will actually promote your videos more for you. But again, if you have a slow internet or you just don't have the camera's capability to do 4K, don't let that stop you. But when you do have that ability, go for it. Take advantage of it. All right, so now let's just talk about setting up your camera so that it's stable, so you're not having to hang on to it and it can record you. It can be as simple as just adding a layer of books on a shelf and holding your video camera against it pointed toward you. It doesn't have to be expensive. And when you're able to, you can get yourself a super simple little tripod like this guy, or like this guy. It comes out and sits down, and then this holds your camera right there. And of course, if you get a ring light, it has a stand right on the ring light to hold your video camera in the center of the light so that all the light around it is focused on you and you get great quality lighting that way. And again, make sure your camera is stable so your cats don't knock it off. When you're setting up yourself in the frame of your video, you want to have yourself centered with a little bit of space above, up to about your chest, and a little bit of space to the side. That is going to be a nice viewer experience for your viewer. They're going to feel close and engaged with you. It gives you the opportunity to zoom in and zoom out, which makes it a lot easier when recording your videos. I'm going to share a couple of tips about actually how to record the speech of your videos and how that's going to help you with the zooming. So I'll share that in just a minute. Plus, it's just more natural to watch a video and see people in that center. If I'm off to the side the whole time talking to you, your focus is kind of over here, wondering what the heck I'm doing way over here. Plus, then you also see the scratch on my wall, again, for my cats. When you're ready to record, do a test first. Don't just start recording, do a test first to see that the audio is on, that you're positioned properly. Just do a quick 1, 2, 3. And then stop and watch it and make sure all of those aspects, your lighting, your audio, and your position is going to be exactly what you want for your end result. Now let's talk about sound, how to record the sound. You can have your computer record the sound, but it does tend to then bring across the sounds of the computer and the sounds around the environment, which can be very distracting for the viewer. What I'm using right now is a Yeti mic. And this is a mic, and I've got this bit on front, and you can see how the audio has changed when I turned it around. It's focused to record directly towards me, and it takes away the sounds around it. So when I turn away from it, it sounds different. Do you hear that? Right? And this Yeti mic was, I believe, roughly about $100 on Amazon. And that will just give you a little bit more of that studio quality focused audio. It's best if you can have it straight in front of you. I have it slightly to the side, but it's focused directly towards my voice, so it picks up the sound pretty well that way. You can also use what's called a lavalier mic, which then just clips to your clothes, and you can always put the wire inside so it's not so obvious. They do come in different colors, so you can always color code it to match whatever you're wearing if you don't want somebody to notice it. However, it's really not as distracting. People do expect to see a mic. They also have, and that one would be plugged straight into your computer or your phone. And this is really great to use when you're walking outside or you're in a noisy environment. Like right now, because I'm a lung patient, I have to have air circulating all the time, or else I lose my voice and I lose my ability to think. So I actually have a fan going right now, blasting air at me. You might be able to actually see some of my hair moving slightly, and it makes a lot of noise. But because I'm using a very directional mic, you don't really notice it. I'm sure if you paid attention, you might hear it, but it's not overwhelming. And when you're walking outside, you're going to get a lot of that sound, you know, the traffic going by, the wind hitting it. It might be rubbing against your shirt. And so that's why you want to use something like this that has a little foam around it. It's going to help take away that sound. So if I was just using the phone itself, right? If I was just using the phone itself and using the speaker that's in the, or the mic that's in the phone, it would pick up on all those external noises. But when I plug in the lavalier mic, then it's more directional, and you want to have it focused somewhere within here, whether it's on a headband, I want to say, but you know what I mean, one that hooks over your ear, or on your lapel, so that it's getting this part of your voice, and that's where it resonates the nicest for clear sound. Oh, and I have a really cool tip. So when I showed you the Yeti mic, you can see that I have like this foam cover on the top of it with cat hair on it, of course, you know, cat lady. And on my lapel mic, you can see as well, there is a foam cover over it, right? Like this is what the mic looks like, and it has this foam cover over it. I have had phone mics, you know, for if you want to have your mic hooked up to your phone so you can answer calls, that didn't have the foam. And the workaround I did, I just grabbed a pair of socks and I put it over the end of the mic and then spoke into it, and it gave a nice crystal clear sound as well. But there's another thing when it comes to the sound that your mics will pick up on, and it's like an echo from the room around you, especially if you have smooth walls and wooden floors or tile floors, or a big room with lots of flat surfaced furniture in it. You're going to get this echo, and I'm going to share what you can do to fix that when I share that tip that I told you about earlier. So I'm just going to share that in a second. Now, when it comes to your background, you want to keep it fairly simple. So in this case, you can see I'm standing in a room that has a sloped ceiling because I'm upstairs and it's an old farmhouse. And I just have one type of wallpaper so that it's not too distracting. It's a little busy because of the flower pattern, but because I tend to wear clothes that kind of match with it, it's not super distracting for you, right? And because I do have this scratch in the wall over here, I try to position myself so that that's not going to catch your eye. I try not to move too much to the side, right? So that it's distracting. Now you could have like a simple shelf in the background. Plants are a really great element to add to your videos. They just add more personality and more depth, more connection with your audience. You feel more like you're in someone's home or in someone's office when there's some plants. And on a side note, if you use plants with rounded leaves, it gives the feeling of abundance. And if you use the plants with sharp points and pointy leaves on it, it actually gives a psychological feeling of, ooh, sharp, ow. So have rounded plants. That's just a little side tip for you. Incorporate the branding colors of your company. So as far as like having props in your background, keep it, again, fairly basic and simple. An example I can give you is if you were a chiropractor, you could have, you know, one of those skeleton where it shows the back arch just giving that idea of, yes, I'm speaking with a chiropractor. I'm watching the channel of a chiropractor. I can see that they work on bones, for example, right? Or maybe your channel was all about cats. You could have maybe a photo frame of you with your cats just in the background. And some YouTubers like to have a little board that has some words on it, their main branding words. Maybe it's their business name or it's their main key phrase from their entire channel that they would have. So I could have a board back there that's just like YouTube marketing, for example, because the algorithm actually will pick that up, and subliminally your audience will keep seeing that over and over again, but not having it as a distraction. Does that make sense? Another trick that you can do when recording your videos, just to change up the backgrounds a bit, it makes it more engaging for your viewers, is to have B-roll and record in different areas and then piece them together. Kind of like what I did when I showed you my lighting setup and I had another camera. I had my daughter film me talking to you, showing you the different parts of my room and how the lighting affected my video. And it just gives you like that intimate feel of being inside the home or inside the office with you. So having different angles, you could have a phone set up over here, you could have a camera set up over here, and it just gives you different directions and it makes it more engaging for your viewer. But again, it's not necessary. You can see that other than showing you that B-roll, I'm still just using one main source for my video position, and that's okay. All right, so now when it comes to actually connecting with your audience, you want to look directly at the camera. So I have a video script in front of me because in our last video, I showed you how to set up your video script, right? But I am talking naturally to you. I look at my script and I find out what I'm talking about, and then I just take that information and I look at you and I share that information. And that's a really great way, a natural way to bring across your message to your viewer. And so what you want to do is look directly in the lens of your camera, but almost look actually beyond the camera, as if there is somebody right behind the camera and you're talking to that person. Like, do you feel like I'm talking to you right now? Because I am. On that note, only speak to one person. Never start with, hey guys. You know, a lot of YouTubers will do that, but it makes you feel disengaged from the speaker if they know they're speaking just to you, just that one person, which is why you choose your perfect avatar. You, for example, somebody who wants to use YouTube marketing to set up evergreen marketing for their lead generation for their business, right, on Autopilot. That is you. If that's not you, you're probably not still watching my video. Does that make sense? Sometimes I find it helpful, especially when you first start out, to imagine that person on the end of the camera is actually just your best friend and you're sharing your knowledge with your best friend. It helps you not sound salesy or weird or robotic, right? It makes it more natural, more flowing than if you're just talking to a camera itself, because that feels kind of odd. Another thing, you can see how I'm kind of moving around a bit here. I'm standing up, and I highly recommend when you're recording your videos to stand up. It will give you more energy. You'll come across more clear. You'll be able to think a little bit clearer. You just have more energy that you can share with your audience, with that person watching your video. When you're sitting still, after a while, the energy kind of start to sag, and you want to keep your energy up. You want to have positive, fast energy, as I say it slowly. You want to have positive, fast energy while you're recording, right? To keep people engaged. You don't want to speak super, super fast when they can't understand you. You want to articulate your words, but you want to do it in a quicker manner. Don't take too much time, because that can really distract your viewer and then they'll just click off. However, there are many people who are the kind of people that need you to slow down. So a trick that you can do is speak what your natural speak is. And if it's naturally slower, make sure you speed it up in places. And then if it's naturally faster, make sure you slow down in places. Kind of stagger how you speak to the camera, so you are addressing all the different kinds of viewers who are your perfect avatar, but with their specific learning style of listening and watching. And show your hand. There is something that's actually been proven that when you're talking and you're engaging and you're using your hands, Even though I know a lot of presenters will be like, don't show your hands, keep your hands straight and this and that. But when you're actually engaging in natural conversation with your friends and family, you do use your hands, and people will trust you more when they know what you're up to. What are your hands up to, right? That you're not just, I'm hiding something behind my back. Like, show, be open and share. And that will actually help the engagement of your videos and the performance of how well you sell your products when you're using your hands. Pretty cool, right? Trust me, it really does make a difference. It builds trust with your audience. It enhances the communication and understanding of what you're talking about. For example, when I was talking about the framing and I was able to visually show you what I meant. And it builds confidence. People who talk with their hands usually know exactly what they're talking about, so it builds that confidence in your viewer, in you. On that note, smile. Smile while you're talking. People are more engaged when you smile. If I was standing here and I was talking to you like this and I was just telling you this and that, I don't sound very excited about what I'm talking about. And then you're like, well, why is this even important for me to listen to if you're not even excited about it, right? Smile, engage with your viewer by smiling. Now, of course, if you're going to talk about something that is dire, like when I was in a coma, I'm not like, yeah, I was in a coma. I mean, it was a huge thing in my life that changed everything for me. So when I talk about it, I like to show the impact of why it's so important. See how my face is like furrowing naturally when I start to talk about it. Why it was so important for me to learn ways that I could earn money that didn't require all my energy that I no longer had with my disabled lungs. So see how my face is changing. Smile, but change your expression depending on what you're talking about. Smiling will actually also reduce your own stress and anxiety and make it much more natural for you to speak on camera. Give it a try. And it creates a positive branding experience for your brand and your viewer. Oh, here's something that's really interesting. When you're speaking to your viewer, keep your focus on your viewer. Try not to go off and think about this. That shows you're not confident. Why are you having to think about what you're saying, right? That's usually an up when you're thinking. Or that could feel like, if you're looking down, that can feel like an insecurity. I hope they're okay with what I'm saying. I hope it's okay. To see how it takes away the trust. Like when I'm just talking to you and I know what I'm talking about, it feels better. All right. You're going to have occasional moments when, oh, you forgot something. That's normal. That's natural. Don't worry about that. And, oh, what was I doing? Don't worry about that. But start paying attention when you're watching back your videos and see if you do that more often and really try to focus as much as possible on your viewer. Which of these tips have been most helpful for you so far? Like which things were you not aware of and that's like new and it's like an aha moment? Let me know in the comments. I would really love to know which of these tips you found most helpful and that you're really looking forward to using in your next video. I read all of the comments. I will comment right back to you. If you have a question, go ahead and ask it in there as well. And thank you, because when you share your thoughts, it helps me make even better videos for you in the future, and I really appreciate that. Plus, you're also giving the algorithm a cue that there is engagement with a video, and that means if you're enjoying this content, it's going to now show it to other viewers just like yourself, and so you're actually helping me be able to share this with more entrepreneurs just like yourself, and then together we can just do better on YouTube, and I really appreciate that, so thank you. All right, so now we want to also make sure that we're capturing what's called B-roll. So your main script is your A-roll, and anything that's added on, like when I showed you my lighting setup, that was called B-roll. And so when you're writing out your script, you can actually already incorporate into the idea of your script, where would you like to show B-roll? So in my case, I wanted to show you my actual lighting setup. So I knew I was going to create B-roll footage of that to then edit into the video on top of when I was talking. So you don't actually hear the sound of the B-roll, but you see my mouth moving because I was talking to the webcam and I was then talking to the camera, right? But the sound was from the webcam, or actually from my Yeti mic over here, not from the camera on my phone that we used for the B-roll. And so when you're talking about the different topics in your niche on your channel, and you notice over time, I often talk about walking my dog. I often talk about making lists. I often talk about whatever it is that you often talk about. Start getting footage of yourself doing those things because then you can create a library of B-roll footage that has you in it, that then is a nice congruent B-roll to use in your videos and really engages your audience to be like, wow, I've seen that person in their environment doing these things. It's a little bit more of an intimate connection than using stock footage, which is also okay to use. But if you can get some of yourself doing those tasks on a continual basis that you can just use for videos over time, it creates this congruency and this consistency over time that will really help your viewers engage with you better. So now talking about the stock footage that you can use in your editing software program, if you're using Descript or Canva or Camtasia, or if you're on an Apple, I've forgotten the name, what it's called, an Apple uses, Film Pro. See how I'm looking up because I can't remember it. Anyway, if you're an Apple user, you'll know what it's called. They will also have film assets that you can use as B-roll footage, and usually it's an added pay to get access to those B-roll footages. Now you can also use sites like Pixabay, iStock Photo, and there are some free assets you can use, and then of course you can invest in their pro versions to get more assets that you can use. So that if I was talking to you about setting up your video script, I could have some footage of somebody else writing out a script for their video overlaid on top of while I was talking, and it just adds more engagement. Plus it's showing what you're talking about, and showing what you're talking about helps the viewer to retain the information, and it's just more engaging for them. Have you noticed the B-roll footage that we've been sprinkling throughout this video to help you take the concepts and ideas of what I'm talking about so that you can visually absorb that information better? Those are the images that are going to stick in your mind longer than just listening to me talk. And did you know you can actually use AI to create B-roll footage for your videos? You can go to AI like DALL-E or Midjourney, and there are a whole bunch of other ones, and you can just type in what you want. I want a person who is running with their dog in the park, right? And then it will create that B-roll footage for you specific to what your video is about, which is amazing. May not be quite the same quality as a real live shot, but the way it's going, it's getting so good that it's almost hard to tell the difference. And the cool thing is that you can make your B-roll footage exactly about what your video is about, which is amazing. And then the last kind of B-roll footage that you want to use, sometimes it might actually be your A-roll. It may just be your main video style content for your video, but oftentimes it's your B-roll, and that is to use screen capture. So you're capturing what's on your screen, and so that you can talk about what's going on your screen, or showing it to people what you're doing. And so programs like Camtasia have the ability to screen capture. Descript has that ability as well, although if you use Descript, unless they've fixed it, right now when I'm making this video, if you use Descript to capture your screen, and you also wanted to keep your talking head at the same time, your talking head shows up on the screen. So anything that's on the bottom left corner, if you wanted to show it to your audience, it's not going to show because that head is there. I think you can move your head around to different places, but wherever your head is, it won't actually record what's behind it. So that's why I actually still use Camtasia when I'm doing screen recordings, but then I'll use Descript to help with adding the B-roll footage, for chopping up those pieces easier, like I said. And again, I'm going to show you more about exactly how to edit your videos to get the best engagement for those longer watch times in a minute, but I just wanted to sprinkle that in there so you know that screen capture with Descript, unless you're okay with only your picture and not what's behind it, then yeah, you might want to use a different one. Canva, I believe, also allows screen capture. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tested that yet, and I will show you the different programs that I use in a little bit. To help you save time and stay organized, you can create storyboards of your videos, or just follow that script outline that I talked about earlier to keep you on track. And keeping a checklist, maybe in your script itself, of the B-roll footage that you want and of the takes that you want to do will help you make sure during your recording session that you get those things, so that not days later you're like, I needed to have footage of me walking my dog in the park to show, and then whatever it was that you were showing, and you don't have it, and I have to go out and create that footage. So having a list already in place ready for when you're recording will save you so much time, so you're not having to go back and forth with that. And another thing that's going to save you so much time, and it was a godsend when I learned about it. I learned about it from my mentors, Trina Little, Gillian Perkins, Sunny Lenarduzzi, amazing women who teach online entrepreneurship using YouTube. Highly recommend them. Was to bulk batch my content, to write out my scripts and then record more than one video at a time, whether it was 2 videos, 3 videos, 4 or more. I like to do 4 if possible, depending on how my lungs are doing. And that way you only have to do your hair once, you only have to do your makeup once. Now, as you can see, I don't do a lot with my hair and I don't wear any makeup, but you understand what I'm talking about. It stops that need for having to record a video every week, edit it, upload it, promote it, and then you find yourself not having time for all the other things you need to do in your business. Instead, you could take one day to script out your videos, one day to record for them. Now you've got 4 weeks worth of content that you can use, and then you've got the rest of the month to stagger things, to upload, to promote, to do all the rest of the stuff that you need to do. So I am so grateful I learned that, and I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you because it's going to save you so much time. Plus, when you're recording a bunch of videos in a row, you get really in the zone and you're able to create so much nicer content for your viewers because everything's just rolling and streaming along so smoothly. And a tip about what you can do if you don't want to always be wearing the same thing, just change your shirt, just change your earrings or your jewelry. You don't have to change everything else, only what's in the screen. So if you wanted to have 4 videos for 4 weeks and you didn't want to wear the same clothes in all of those videos, you would just have 4 shirts available. You wear one, you do your video recording, you change your shirt, and then you do your next one, and so on. Isn't that amazing? You'll notice something I did in my series here. I've been wearing the same shirt, the same earrings, and the same necklace for the entire series. I also wore my hair the same way, and I put a little bit of lip gloss on for all of the videos so far, except for one when I forgot. You can go back and see if you can figure out which one I forgot. Anyway, the reason I'm doing that is because I wanted to give that feeling of congruency. This was all like one sitting, one recording, that this whole course is all in one take kind of thing. When in reality, this has actually been taking me weeks to do because with my lungs, I can only do so much recording at once. And then I need days off to recover in order to even get back on track to start writing out my next scripts and stuff like that. And I also didn't want you guys to be distracted within the series, to be like focused on, oh, what is she wearing now? Oh, what is she wearing now? It became so regular that I'm always wearing this blue shirt. I'm always wearing the same jewelry. All you need to do is focus on what I'm teaching you, right? And so I did that intentionally. So you can decide what's going to work best for your videos. But I just wanted to share why I was doing that and why I look the same for this particular series. Okay, so this is the tip that Trina Little taught me, and I am so grateful to her for sharing it. When you record your videos, take a moment to just sit and look at your camera and take a still. Change your expression. Take another still. And you want to get a couple of different images that you can use for your thumbnail. Wearing the same clothes with the same background, it just adds congruency. Again, now if you forget, it's no big deal. You can use other footage that you have, in your library. That is fine. But if you want something that just flows naturally, people see the thumbnail and they come into the video and everything is the same. It all flows together. It feels nice and natural, and it stops the viewer from being like, oh, I'm in the wrong place, I should go. It's like, oh, I'm in the right place. Okay, let me listen. All right, so remember that tip I shared about getting crystal clear audio that professional videographers use so that it sounds like studio quality sound, which will improve your watch times dramatically because it sounds so much better than if you were listening to a really echoey or noisy video? I'm gonna share that right now. It's so simple. It's so cost effective. It makes it so easy to record YouTube videos on a budget. Just throw some blankets on the floor, some cushions around on your chairs and on different furniture in your room to absorb the echoey sound. And it's so simple. A rug on your floor, you take a duvet from your bed, you put it on the ground below you. Nobody will see it, but it will absorb the sound of that, the ricocheting of the sound and hitting those solid reflective surfaces, and it makes it so soft and clear to listen to. Isn't that cool? Okay, so now that you understand how to record high quality videos on a budget, the next step is to understand exactly how to edit those videos to make sure that you're bringing across that high quality, but also saving yourself a ton of time and creating consistency in your videos so your viewers are understanding what to expect from you and you're not throwing them off with weird things that come randomly unless it's intentional. And of course, editing it in such a way that the viewers will remain all the way through to the end of your videos, getting you that so important watch time that the algorithm is looking for. So I'm going to show you what to focus on when editing your videos. Before I do, was this helpful so far? If so, can you let me know? Just do a thumbs up, or if it wasn't, put a thumbs down. It's okay. It helps me know what kind of content to create for you, what's going to help you the most, and I really appreciate that. Plus, again, you're showing the algorithm engagement, and I appreciate that because if this was helpful for you, it's going to be helpful for someone just like you, and they're only going to see it if the algorithm knows that you are enjoying this content. So thank you. And of course, if you want to know when my next videos come out to help you with more strategies on how to use YouTube evergreen marketing for your business to create those generated automatic leads on autopilot that don't cost you anything, like free ads from Google and YouTube, then feel free to subscribe to my channel. It's free, but when you do, make sure that you do hit that notification bell, because if you don't say all notifications, YouTube actually doesn't show you when my videos come out. And that's a good tip to know for any other creators that you follow. If you are subscribed to them and you're wondering, why am I not noticing? It's because you didn't hit that bell. So make sure you do that. If this is not interesting for you, please do not subscribe. It does not help my channel if the wrong viewers are subscribed. And trust me, I know this because I had over 40,000 viewers who were interested in cake decorating. And then when I would release these videos, and the YouTube algorithm would show it to them and they'd be like, not for me. The algorithm thought the video quality wasn't good. I had to retrain the algorithm and say, actually, I don't bake cakes anymore. I can't do that after my coma. Instead, this is what I now focus on. And it's like, oh, okay. And so I actually just don't show my new videos to those older subscribers now to make sure that you are getting the videos, the perfect viewer, the one I want to help. And if you're enjoying this, this is part 6 of the full 10-part YouTube SEO full course. And if you'd like to have access to all 10 parts of it, and plus some extra tools and tips that are going to help you, then you can sign up for this series for free. I'll put a link in the description below or here on the screen. Just go to cleverdough.com/evergreen leads, and you can sign up for free, no cost. And that way, every single day, you're going to get one of these lessons. You can watch it faster if you want to, but that way you'll have it spaced out for yourself to make it a little bit easier to absorb all the information, because I know I'm sharing a lot. I hope it's really helpful. Okay, so now that you have mastered how to actually record your YouTube videos on a budget for those longer watch times, let's dive into how to actually edit those videos so that it's going to be more engaging for your viewer and they're going to be less likely to click off. It's going to be more entertaining, but bring across your message clearer and save you a ton of time editing. And I'm even going to share a special tip about my first experience with hiring an editor and tips that I want to share with you on if you're ready to hire an editor, which I highly recommend when you get there. So head over here and I'm going to share all of that with you. I can't wait. We're going to dive right in. I'm going to show you exactly what to do. I'll see you over here. Come on. Are you struggling with how to edit videos for YouTube to get more engagement and also to rank your videos higher in the search results? But are you feeling kind of overwhelmed by all of it? Because it can be a lot. Don't worry, I'm going to show you a couple of simple tricks that you can do with your editing that is going to improve your engagement. It's going to help you rank better in the search results. And more importantly, in a little bit, I'm also going to show you how you can simplify and make it so that it's much smoother and easier for you to edit going forward. In the first half of this series, we learned how to script your videos for longer engagement, how to get your thumbnails and your titles to really stop that scroll and get those clicks from your perfect viewer, and how to optimize your videos so that they will rank in the top search results almost instantly, automatically. And now it's time to focus on how to edit your video to get longer watch times and to help your videos rank even better. Yes, you can do that with your editing too. So let me show you some practical steps that you can do that are super easy to incorporate, that are going to make a huge difference to your editing and save you a ton of time. I'm going to show you how to do these editing hacks in 3 different softwares that I personally use and recommend. First one is Camtasia Studio from TechSmith. The second one is Canva, and the third one is Descript. I love all 3 and I use them for different purposes, and I'll show you during this video why I use which ones for which purposes to help you figure out what's going to work best for you. And I won't show you how to do one thing in all 3 of them over and over and over again, only if I really want to show the difference between them. Otherwise, I'm just going to choose the most appropriate one for that particular tip. If that sounds good, then let's go. So in our last video, we went over how to record your YouTube videos, right? And I mentioned a specific trick to help with your editing later on, which is what we want to use right now. And that trick was to pause between your takes, whether you're memorizing a script or you're just reading from a bullet point and then talking to the camera about that bullet point. You want to deliver your speech and then pause and then look at your thing, figure it out, pause, and then deliver your speech, right? Do you remember that? So we do that because it's going to make the editing so much easier in our software. So let's hop over, and I'm going to show you on Canva, Descript, and on Camtasia how you can see that to make your editing easier. Let's hop over to Camtasia first. So here's a little example I have to show you how we can do that. Now, just for right now, I am going to actually delete this one just so I can show you how there are spaces. So let me make this bigger and I'll move this over. And can you see that in this video's timeline? Let me just move it over again so you can see it. And I'll make these a little bigger just to make it a little easier to see. There are spaces in between the words here. Now, I was pretty good on this particular one and I didn't have a lot of spaces in between, but you can see there are spaces here, spaces there, and that's where I came up with different things I wanted to say. So the way that you can edit out those spaces in Camtasia, let's find one here. Let's find this big one right here. Okay. All right, so let me show you what is being said here and why I want to cut it out so you can see what we're going to do. So let me just play this. White rather than a sharp, harsh light. Okay, so what I've done here, I was actually filming with 2 different cameras, and so I was talking to the webcam like I am right now, and then I turned over and I spoke to another camera over here. Now in my video, I don't want that section, I want it to flow smoothly from this to that shot. So what I would do, it's really nice and simple, is I would just go to the beginning of where I want, and then this red tab, I just pull it out to where I want it, and then all I have to do is press Control Backspace, and it merged the 2 together. So now watch what happens. White rather than a sharp, harsh light. Right? Now you're not seeing the secondary video because I have a second video for that, which we'll add in a second. But I just wanted to show you how easy it is to shorten up those spaces. And that is going to make your video flow so much smoother. So let me just undo that because I want to use the main screen for another demonstration in a minute. And we're going to pop over to Canva. Okay, so in here in Canva, it's going to work a little differently. It doesn't show you the audio, which makes it more difficult to cut out those empty spaces, which is why I prefer using Camtasia for this particular task. But the way you would do it in Canva is you would find the place where you want to do the speaking. So let me just find here as well. And then as you can, it's further along. I want to see if I can find the same spot here. All right, so soft white rather than a sharp. There, do you see how I had cut it and I switched it over? So the way that you could do that in Canva is you could literally just wherever, we'll just grab a section here, and then you'd press S, it splits the timeline, and then you would drag it to where you want that timeline to be, and then it would cut out that in-between bit. I don't like it as much because you literally have to know where exactly. So I would, for example, play, and it's shining the white light. Okay, so we'll do that. So I've got, we'll start from here, and it's shining. Do you see how I'm stumbling over the word shining? So let me just go to just before that. It's actually pointed away from me, and it's shining. So I'm going to, right after away from me, it's actually pointed away from me. I would press S to separate. And it's, all right, and then I'm going to just go to the beginning of that again. And it's shining the way. So what I want to do is find the moment when I stumble and stop right after that. And it's shining. Right, so, and then I need a little bit of that S sound in front of there. So let's see how that looks if I go over here. Okay. You can see my ring light. It's actually pointed away from me, shining the white light against the white wall. I cut it too much. We didn't even get the shining. But you get the idea that it's not very easy in Canva, unless you know a way, let me know in the comments, to cut out those spaces, unless you do make sure you have very long pauses in between to make it more easy to find them. Now let's go to Descript. And there's something really cool about Descript for getting rid of the pauses. So again, it shows you the timeline just like Camtasia did, and you can see the empty spots. So like here is an empty spot, right? So if I go over here and I play, when you look at my, so there's a bit of a pause here. When you look at, right? And actually you can see how it's highlighted here. I'm going to just undo because it may have already done what I wanted it to do. Okay, in Descript, you can actually ask the software to find the pauses and take them out. And the way we do that is we highlight the whole frame, or you can also edit up here. This is one of the reasons I like using Descript, because you can actually edit right within the text. I'm going to show you some cool things we can do with that in just a moment. All right, so what we're going to do is we've highlighted the area that we want to have those empty spaces removed. We go to this drop down up here, and we click on Quick Actions, and then look down here, remove filler words, which I'll show you in a minute how to do that. Shorten word gaps, that's what we're doing right now. So we would press shorten word gaps. It's going to find word gaps that are 3 seconds or more, and it's going to shorten it to 1 second. And you could adjust that. You could change this to 2 seconds or 10 seconds or more, and you can shorten it to however many seconds you want. I actually like to take my video script, upload it into Descript, remove all the spaces, and then bring it back to Camtasia and then edit it within there. Also, before I bring it back, I also like to remove all the filler words, which I was going to talk about in a second, but I'll talk about it right now because I'll show you how to do that. All right, so we're just going to highlight the whole section here, go up to this, click on Quick Actions, and remove filler words, and it will choose all of the fillers, or you can have it just choose the and so on. You can also upgrade your plan, and then it can take away duplicate words like so and repeated words, but you know, those kind of things, I guess, I mean, like oftentimes we say things that are not necessarily needed for our videos, and it will remove those too when you're on the pro plan. So that's kind of cool. But for what we're doing, removing the ums and the ahs is plenty, and that will already make your video sound more confident, and that's really cool. So now you can remove the filler words in Descript quite easily, even on the lower plan. However, in Camtasia, in order to be able to do that, you need to upgrade to their higher level where they actually work together with their Audiate program. So it is possible, you just have to be at a higher level. And in Canva, I haven't actually found how you can remove filler words. So that's why I really only use Canva for a couple of things, and I mainly use Descript and Camtasia for most of my editing. All right, let's talk about the rule of thirds. Have you ever heard of that? So it's where you divide your screen into thirds, and you divide your screen into thirds this way. And where those connecting pieces are is where you kind of want to have the majority of your visuals, because that just comes across naturally to your viewer. And so in most cases, when you're doing a talking head video like this, you're just going to want to have yourself centered with a little bit of space on top and about up to your chest and a little bit of space on the side. But when you're recording it, you want to record with a bit more so that you can punch in, right? And punch out. Now let me do that not by moving, but let my video editor, which I will talk about in just a little bit, punch in for me. So we're going to punch in, and now we're going to punch out. Do you see what I mean? And what you want to do with the rule of thirds, if you want to put text on your screen while you're talking, you could have text underneath you or above you, but you'd have to shift down for the text above. Usually it's more natural to have the text underneath you. and where you're filling most of the space, but you can also move to the side and have the text on either side of you, right? So you want to kind of just balance things out and make it more pleasant for your viewer by having things in balance. Because if I'm just kind of slightly off to the side and talking to you, it's an unnatural feeling. It's like, well, why aren't you just in front of me, right? Okay. Speaking of fonts on your videos, there are a couple of things I want to talk about that are really important. First of all, use a font that is very clear to read. Just like we talked about in our video on creating thumbnails, you want to use a font that is sans serif, which just means it doesn't have the extra little things at the top and the bottom. It's just purely like the letter L is just a line, right? It's not a line with a little thing on the top and a little curl on the bottom. Unless you can make it super clear to read. Really, you just want it basic so that it's easy to read. We don't want any stumbling blocks for our viewer. We want a smooth transition throughout the video. The other thing is I want you to keep in mind how many words you put on the screen, because it needs to be easily readable to your viewer in the time frame that you give them to read it. And generally, as a rule, you want to just have one line with a maximum of 5 to 7 words. All right, it can be less, but a maximum of 5 to 7 words so that it's easy enough for your viewer to read. Make sure it stays on the screen long enough for them to read it. So just literally read it yourself and see how long it takes you to see it, and then take it away. And things that you can do to make your text pop is you can put a little shadow behind it, or you can outline the letters with a darker color so that your text pops off the screen. And that's a really great way to grab attention for specific things. And on that note, you won't want to have text throughout the whole video all the time, because then your viewer is going to get so used to just paying attention to the text that they're not paying attention to you. So you want to use it intentionally for specific things. One caveat would be you could have captions that move across, and I'll show you in a minute how to do that, where it changes the words as it goes so that you're following along with the reader. But even then, I would only use it for specific time periods and for specific purposes rather than the whole video, or yet again, they're just not paying attention to you, they're only following the words, right? Now, this is a really cool tip. Whatever you place on the screen, the AI, the YouTube algorithm, is going to read it, and it's going to categorize that information along with your video for helping it to understand what your video is about and who best to promote it to. So save the captions on your screen for really important things that are going to help with your SEO. You can put your main key phrase in there. You can put any longer tail key phrases in there, or any related key phrases. Make sure it flows naturally, that it's a natural language, but this is a key spot where you can take advantage of feeding the algorithm the information you want it to know, while also at the same time giving your viewer the information they need to make the most out of your video. It's a wonderful juggling act that you can do to take advantage of both engagement and ranking at the same time using your video, the visual. It's pretty cool. All right, so why don't we hop over to Descript, and I'll show you how you put your text on there, and I'm going to show you that live transcription, which is so cool, and you can use that specifically for certain areas on your video where you really want to pop attention for your viewer as well as the algorithm. Let's hop over. All right, so here we are back in Descript, and let's just get to the beginning of this video again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add text on here. So we've got the option of adding captions, and this is where I said where you can have it come across. So for example, if I put this on, you can put it either on the video or on the text. Both will work. And then you'll see, oh, it didn't work. Of course it didn't. It's like taking your child to the doctor and the child is like, oh, it doesn't hurt. So we'll just use this and put it on the text instead. There we go. And then you can see as I speak, it's showing the text. All right, let me show you my window. It's over here to my right, and it brings in natural lighting. Right? So I wouldn't want to have it the whole time. I would just want it for a specific. So I'm going to show you in a second how we can do that. The other option for adding media, so let's just undo that for now and take that away, is you can actually add elements, and we're going to put a title there. And so it brought a title up, and then you can actually write in the title. All right. We'll move move this to where we want it. And right now it's not very easy to read, right? So I'm going to make it a little bit larger. Okay, I'm going to space it out because we want to have one line of text. It's a lot easier for your viewer if it's just one line rather than more. And I'm going to center it. I am going to change the color. Let's see. No, I'll leave it in white. And I'm going to change the thickness. I'm going to make it bold. There, that's getting better. And then, let's see here. Okay. In effects, I want to give it a shadow. There we go. Yes. Okay. So can you see that difference? Now it's popping off the screen. If I go back and take it away, it's blending in. It's harder to read. But if I add the shadow, so let me do that again. Click on Effects and then Shadow. It makes the letters pop out so it's easy for your viewer to read. So that's how you would do it manually, and again, keeping in mind to only have 5 to 7 words maximum and one line of text, and to leave it up long enough for the viewer to see it. Now let's go back, and I want to show you that trick I had. Let me just undo this. Okay. All right, so now let's go back and let me show you that trick I was talking about when you're using captions. If you don't want to have the whole video caption, but you only want certain segments that are intentionally captioned. So let's grab that same caption we had and pop it on there. Give it a second for it to populate it. There we go. Okay. Now on the timeline here, you can see this is the video timeline down there, and this little gray one, that's the timeline for the caption. So right now at the very beginning, you can see it's, and if I make this smaller, then you can see the whole timeline. There, let's see here. So it's across the whole length of the video. And what we can do is, let's just go from the beginning again. All right, let me show you my window. It's over here to my right, and it brings in natural lighting. Okay, so let's say I want to highlight natural lighting, and I want to highlight when I'm talking about the ring light. So all I have to do is find where I start with that. All right, so I want to say, and it brings in. All right, so we'll get to the in, and it brings. There, so I could take this and drag it to that spot. There. So now it's not showing. And it brings in natural lighting. Right, until I've actually said the words natural lighting. And then I can also press the S, which separates that, and then I can move the captions out of the way. So now it's just going to show that natural lighting. Brings in natural lighting. Right, and then the next part. And then if you look over there, you can see my ring light. So ring light, so I want to go to where it says ring light. My ring light. And then I want to, let's see, pause it after that. And then press S to break up the section. You have to click on it, press S. All right, and then I'll get rid of this. And let's see if I got the timing right. My ring light. And I'll get rid of the pointed away. We just want the ring light. My ring light. It's actually pointed. Oh, and it's showing the word it's a little bit. So it's a little bit finicky with dragging it. There. And then, for example, I would just get rid of the rest. So now my video, if we just watch this short segment here, you can see how it just pops up with the words. If this was about lighting, then these words natural light, ring light would be key phrases, plus they would help the viewer realize, oh, we're talking about natural, we're talking about the ring light, the different things. So you're able to help both the algorithm and your viewer by doing this. And it brings in natural lighting. And then if you look over there, you can see my ring light. So, and that's how you would do that. And I really love that about Canva, that you can, or sorry, about Descript, that you can use these live transcripts. It gives motion to your videos, and it's just more engaging for your viewer, and you get to take advantage of the SEO fact. So I love using that in Descript. All right, the next thing I want to talk about for adding even more engagement to your videos, and it even will help the algorithm understand what your video is about, is using B-roll. So A-roll is that main footage that we're doing right now where I'm just talking to you. That's my A-roll. And any additional film footage that I show you is called B-roll. And you use it intentionally to show, to bring across the point that you're trying to clarify in your video. But the cool thing is, not only is it very engaging for your viewer, but the algorithm is actually going to understand what it is. So in that last bit that I did, if I put a B-roll in about the ring light, maybe I did like, I don't know, a studio with ring lights in it or something, it would help the algorithm understand, wow, they're really talking about ring lights in this video. I should show it to people who are wanting to watch videos about ring lights, right? Does that make sense? So let me show you in Camtasia, Descript, and Canva where you can find B-roll and how you can use it. So in Camtasia, for example, I have a B-roll clip here. So I'll pop that on there. Let me just bring it to the front. I'll make it a little bit smaller so you can see. One of the things that you want to do is line up your B-roll. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to fill this out, scale to fit the whole screen. And if I were to play this right now, you'll hear that the voices are overlapping. All right, let me show you my window. It's over here to my... And it brings in natural lighting. And then if you look over there, see how one started much earlier than the other did? The thing I love about Camtasia is that you can see the audio on here. Now, I'm not going to need the audio from the B-roll when I'm finished this video. I'm not going to use it, but it's a great tool to have to help me line up the video because it shows the spikes of my conversation. And if I zoom in a little bit, it makes it a little easier for me to see. And then I can match it up. So see this section here? It matches this section here. So if I move this over to match up, and then I can test it by listening to that. So I'll go to the beginning of there and listen to it. Reflection back to my face as well. So you can hear both of them and it's a little bit off. So I'm just going to zoom in a bit more. And if you bring your browser or your line here to the beginning, I can see that there's a bit of space here. So if I move that over there, that should be better. Reflection back to my face as well. Yeah, so even though it's echoey, it's not a delayed echo, it's just two voices. It's more like stereo talking, right? Okay, so I've lined it up. Now, if I zoom out, you can see, okay, so they don't match up. That's easy enough. Now I can just take the end of it and cut it to where that is and the beginning of this and bring it to where that is. And now I can move this over to the beginning of the timeline and now it will match up. All right, let me show you my window. It's over here. Right, the voice is matching up, which is great. And so what I'm going to do is remove the audio. I'm going to separate the audio and video from that B-roll because I don't want that audio. I only want the main video. And so by adding the B-roll, I'm going to want to swap between what I'm showing. Right now, you're going to see whatever is on top, which is my B-roll, rather than what was underneath, right? So the way I do that is I just figure out where do I want which part to be seen. So if I have a listen here, I'm just going to move this over to the beginning of me actually talking. If I highlight all of them, I can just get rid of that first section there. All right. And I'm first talking to the camera. See, and then I look over, right? So let's see where I look over and bring it to about there, that halfway mark, something like that. So what I'm going to do is now I'm just going to take that first one, I'm going to shorten it to just that spot. So let's have a look at how that transitions. All right, let me show you my window. It's over here to my right. Okay, and then at the end, I want to come back again as well. So let's see that. Let's see. See, and there's a space here that I can delete because there's extra space. So let me just delete that, right, and bring it together. And so let's have a look. Rather than a sharp, harsh light. Okay, so let's see. When you look at my face again. So I'm saying when you look at my face again. So I want this section there. And let's just see how far I want it to say it. So when you look at my face again, it's a soft white. Okay. And so I'll bring it to here. And I'm going to just choose this one. And now I am going to cut this. And that's the end of it. And then the beginning of it, bring that over there. And I'm going to cut this. and remove that. So now, and then as you can see, when you look at my face again, it's a soft white rather than a sharp, harsh light. Right? And I could make it shorter here too, because I'm just looking at this door for a while. And then, so I could just make this shorter, so it's like in between here. As you can see, when you look at my face again, it's a soft white rather than a sharp, harsh light. There, and so that's one way that you can use B-roll, and I do this kind of B-roll in Camtasia where I can chop it up a little bit easier than I personally find chopping it up in Canva or Descript. But for adding B-roll from another platform, if you have the pro version of TextMate, or like there's a business version of it, it also includes assets. So then you can use their Camtasia library for B-roll footage of, say, somebody showing off a ring light. But I want to show you how to do that in Canva and in Descript. So in Descript here, it's really easy. And actually, I'm going to save this because it's so cool. I want to save this one for last. So let's pop over to Canva. And if I wanted to add some B-roll footage here, the way to put it on top is a little bit convoluted. So what I need to do is go to where I want to have the B-roll. So let's just say here, we're just going to choose a spot. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press split right on there. And then I have to go over to elements and I have to scroll down and find frames. All right, so then we want to grab a frame and put it over top of your video. And it's going to create this second timeline. If you don't see it right away, just click on that image and it'll say show timeline. Now it's just saying hide timeline because it's showing it to us. So if you don't see that second level, then just click on that image to show the timeline. And so now we can go over to our elements and we can find, let's see if we can find a video of a ring light, for example. Okay, now I want a video of ring light. So here, we'll use this one. We're gonna paste that in there and I'm just gonna make this fit the whole size of the video. And you can see that it's got crisscrosses on it and it says Canva because it's from their pro level. And I don't use the pro level for Canva because I use Descript and Camtasia. So if you don't want that watermark on there, you just have to upgrade. But there are some free ones as well. You just have to scroll further to find the free ones. It takes a lot more time. And they actually have quite an affordable pro level. So it's worth it if you want to just find your B-roll in there because they've got some really nice B-roll. So now if we look here, it's gonna, watch what happens. You can see my ring light, it's actually pointed away from me and it's shining the white light against the white wall. Right, so now we're gonna go on here again and we're going to show the timing. Here we go. And let's say we want it to end right there. So we're just going to press the S again to split that. Oh, sorry. All right, so we want to just show the timing, right? And then wherever we want that to be, we would just make it smaller and maybe we want it to start a little bit later. There, now let's watch and see what happens. It's away from me and it's shining the white light against the white wall. And then you can see over to my left, my door is closed. And so that's how you would add B-roll in Canva. So there's a little bit of that workaround by putting that frame in there and then filling it. But that's how you would be able to layer in Canva. Now in Descript, and this is my favorite when it comes to B-roll footage, and I use mostly Descript for this because of this, how easy it is. Let's have a look at the script because you can edit right in the script. So over to my right and natural lighting, if you look, you can see my ring light. So we're going to say, you can see my ring light, and we're going to find over here media. And we're going to search in here for ring light. Okay. And then look, it's given us some options. So I'm going to grab this one and you drag it over right on top of that area that you want. And then it's just importing the video and it's going to lay it on top of it for us. I love this. It's so cool because you can edit right within the text and find what you're looking for. All right, so now let's have a watch. Pointed away. There, and so my door is closed, so I could have something here. If I change this to my door is closed and it's painted white, So white painted door closing. It's very specific, but let's see what we find. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Well, the door is opening. Let's make it a little easier for it. So white door closing. We won't worry about painted. Okay. That one. Let's see. This one. The door is closing. This one. And there are more, so you can see show all. So then you can scroll through and find one that would make the most sense for you. So that one's opening. We want the door closing. And you can upgrade to get more assets as well. But I found a workaround is simply type it in differently, and then you'll get more options as well. So if you see something down here that's in the upgrade, you could go, oh, a washing machine door opening, for example, and then it would find it for you. Let's just use this funny one anyway, just so you can see what it looks like. Okay, so now let's have a look.
The door is closed and it's also painted white.
And then you can see how the B-roll is longer than I need it to be. So I can actually just, let's see here. I want to shorten it, and I don't want to do that adjusting thing, so I'll just undo that and have it only show there. So I got it so that it would open the door faster. All right, I just wanted to show that to you because it's really easy to find B-roll related to your video on here. And now I've got something really cool to share with you. Did you know you can actually get AI to create video for you? It's so cool. So there are different software platforms out there. You can use Midjourney and ChatGPT, and you can use InVideo and write in a text of what you're looking for, and it will create that video footage for you that you can then add as B-roll to your video. Pretty cool. And that way it can literally be you. You could have a picture of yourself and a scenario that you want and upload that picture to the platform and say, I want this person to be doing this thing in this place, and it will create approximately that scenario for you that you can then use in your video. All right, so I have more tips for you that are going to help make it a lot faster and everything, but I want to first just know, what stumbling blocks have you had specifically when it came to editing your YouTube videos? Like, what has been overwhelming for you? What did you want to learn how to do? Let me know in the comments, and maybe I can help you, or maybe even other people here in our community you guys can help each other as well. Oh, and also let me know, what is your preferred editing software? Maybe I've never heard of it. I know there is an editing software specifically for Apple computers, but I'm not familiar with it, seeing as I'm on a PC. So go ahead and let me know in the comments what your preferred video editing software is. We can help each other out that way. Okay, so now I want to talk about making your video flow, like having the transformations and things that are going to make the video flow better. And so when we talked about cutting out those empty gaps earlier, the problem with cutting out the empty gaps is that you're going to get a very choppy video, because it's going to be talk, 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 right? Because your head will have moved, your mouth will be in a different position, your eyes might be in a different position. And so a really easy workaround, let me show you. Let's go into Camtasia and I'll show you what I do. All right, so let's just choose this section here. And let's say that I chopped out this part. Let me just chop it out. I'll get rid of that. Okay. And so I want this section here to be where it is, but I want the section beyond it, this section here, I want it to be zoomed in, because instead of just keeping the same sentence going with the chops in between, or the same topic going with the chops in between, we're going to, every time we paused, right, for editing, and we chop it, you can zoom in and then talk about the next thing, and then zoom out and talk about the next thing. And it makes for a really simple fix, and it's a really natural way to watch. So let's do just that. So I'm going to separate this whole section. Let me do this, and I'm going to go back to the front of it right there, and I'm going to separate that. So now I've got this section in between that is all on its own. So just this section, I'm actually going to change the dimensions of this video, But what I want to do is I want to get the eyes to be in a similar position. So if I look at this little arrow here, I can see how it's down the arrow here, and it's approximately just above this line on position here. So that'll help me remember. I'll go over here, so it has to be just about that position there. And then this drop down was the center there. So it was something like that. So the eyes are in a similar section. The eyes are a little bit, let's see here, if I go up, that's a little bit better. So then if we watch it,
You can see when you look at my face again, it's a soft.
now that was pretty cool that it happened to be talking about looking at my face when I popped it in like that. But that's an easy way that you can transition back and forth between the takes where you cut out the spaces without it becoming all choppy and weird. And all of these platforms also let you add special transitions as well. And so, for example, let me do this one at the end when this comes on, this B-roll footage. Let's add a transition. And let's do a fade. So we'll pop it on there. And now watch what happens when we go from this footage to the B-roll.
Rather than a sharp.
There, did you see how it faded over it? So little things like that can just make the viewing more enjoyable for your viewer. And so you can do those, but honestly, don't overcomplicate it. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment because it's really important. So let me get back to you on that. And just know that there are some really fun things you can do to make your viewing experience even more enjoyable for your viewers, getting you longer watch times, which is the whole purpose, right? Now I want to share something really important when it comes to using your videos for marketing purposes. This is something I learned from Frank Kern, and I want to share it with you because I know it can really help with your call to actions. When you're asking the viewer to do something, and if you're taking them off of the platform, off of YouTube, how to do it in such a way that it's going to resonate in their minds and stay in their minds so they take action. And it's really simple. You put the text on the screen itself. So if I said to you, look, this is part of a 10-part series, and if you want to see the whole series, just go to cleverdoe.com/evergreen leads, and I'll put it here on the screen for you, right? So you can see it right there, right? There it is. The reason you're actually putting it on the screen, because I would also then say, or there's a clickable link in the description you can click on or in the comments, right? And the viewer could go and click on it there, but it's an extra step. And what Frank Kern noticed, because he tested this, is that if you put it on the screen, and you still give it the option to click on it in the description or in the comments, but you make sure it's on the screen, a lot of people, surprisingly more than you would expect, will remember that and actually just go straight to a browser and type it in, cleverdoe.com/evergreen leads. Like, they have visually seen it and they'll go and do that. Or maybe they leave your video and they go somewhere else, but because they heard you and they saw it, oh yeah, I wanted to get that series, I better go, and then they'll go to it. So that was really cool when Frank shared that with me. I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you. Also, when you are doing your call to actions, feel free to have fun and use emojis like an arrow pointing down to it. For example, if I was doing a recording about promoting Camtasia, I could put the icon of Camtasia on the screen to show the relevance of what I was talking about, which also, again, tells the algorithm what I'm talking about. So, for example, here's an image of Camtasia, here's the icon for Descript, and here's the one for Canva. Now, I know there have been a lot of tips so far, and I have a few more that are really going to help. I don't want you to feel overwhelmed because every little step will see progress. I want you to remember this line: perfection isn't done. So perfect is not done. If you wait for perfect, it's not done. Okay, so I just wanted to throw that in to remind you that it's okay not to use all of this, but by taking a couple of these things and incorporating them into your video, you are going to retain your viewers longer, getting those longer watch times, and you are going to be helping the algorithm categorize your video properly, which will help your video rank better. Speaking of perfect is not done, These videos that you've watched up until now, especially videos 1, 2 to 4, like 1, 2, 3, and 4, are super pixelated and grainy. And what happened was my cat knocked my webcam on the ground and it ruined the picture quality. And then I didn't process it properly, so they were very pixelated, and I had gotten rid of the original file, so I couldn't make it any better. So I could have redid the whole thing, but it would have taken many, many hours and days to do that. Or I could just trust that you would get the information I was bringing across and not worry so much about the quality of the video, because I know that perfect is not done. On a good note, my webcam, my new one, is arriving later today, so I'm hoping in my next video, or at least the one after that, once I figure out how to set it all up, you'll be able to see a much sharper, cleaner, crisp video. And that's important because I want to talk about something when it comes to processing your video just before you're ready to upload. That's also going to help YouTube promote your video more than other videos. So I'll share that in just a second, but keep that in mind. Now, you don't actually have to be on camera. So if you've done a faceless video, then you can use voiceovers, and you can use an AI generated voiceover, or you can just record over and then line it up on your video as well. So don't feel that you always have to be in it. When you're editing, you can have the opportunity to just put B-roll footage and then put your voiceover right on there, and you can even voice over right while you're editing. So let me hop into Camtasia and I'll show you that. So here we are in Camtasia, and all I'd have to do is click on this record button at the top, and this drop down would show me different options. So I could do video, audio, or images. These are different ones: Snagit, Audiate, and Camtasia. And then I could choose what I want to do. So I could just do the video recording over top of it. So I could literally start it where I want to start it and then record while I'm playing the footage. I have a few notes for you when it comes to adding sound effects and music to your videos. They're great for adding more engagement for your viewers. They do definitely make it more interesting. They're not always needed. And you'll notice in my videos, I'm not using any sound at all, except occasionally when I do just different little animations. And the reason is, again, perfect is not done. So I'm not going to waste time waiting to get this out to you by finding the right music. You only want to use it when you know it's going to make a big difference. Music can be used to change the mood and the emotions of the video. So if you had a video where you're talking about this heavy thing, like when I was in a coma, that's a pretty heavy thing, I could have music that is deep and heavy feeling, and then I can talk about how, but it's okay because YouTube kept my business going while I was in a coma, so I had time to just recover and get better. So I could have lighter music showing how it helped me in the end, that kind of thing. But the tips I want to give you is the sound quality, or the height, the volume of your sound. Your sound effects, they can pop above your voice once in a while, but it's best practice to have your sound equal across the board. Especially if you have different footage, like when I had the B-roll camera, so I was looking over there and talking to my daughter who was holding the camera, and then talking back to you, making sure that if I used the audio clip from that the volume matched across, so that it wasn't suddenly really quiet and then really, really loud, right? That it matched. But the other thing is, if I did add music underneath the video, you really want to think underneath the video. It has to be very subtle underneath. Now you can bring it up to show different emphasis, but you never want it to overpower your voice unless you intentionally don't want them to hear you. You have to think about the viewer experience and how easy it is for them to listen to. Audio will kill your video faster than video quality. People don't like listening to bad audio more than they worry about watching a little bit of a pixelation. It's true. And again, make sure you have the copyright for the music, or YouTube can actually just turn down, completely delete your channel. So you don't want to do that. All right, I have 3 more tips for you. One is about editing, one is about marketing, and one is about delegating. Are you ready? The last point I want to tell you about the editing process is make sure the last 20 seconds of your video is intentional, because when you upload it to YouTube, it will allow you to use a card at the end of your video that lasts for 20 seconds. You can make it shorter if you want, but maximum 20 seconds. And it allows you to show the next video that the viewer could watch. So at the end of this video, you'll see me do this, and pay attention, then you can see what I mean. And we're not there yet. And you want to make sure that either you've pushed yourself to the side so you can see it, or that it makes sense. It's an opportunity for you to just take advantage of that card moment at the end of your video. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that you pay attention to that when you're editing your video as well. All right, so saving your recordings. We want to optimally record in 4K. HD is okay, but 4K is better. And we want to record, process our videos in 4K as well. And the reason is it's future-proofing our videos, and YouTube notices, and it will actually recommend videos that are 4K over any other format because it knows it's future-proofing and has the best user experience. So whenever possible, do that. Now, my caveat, if you don't have that capability, don't worry about it, right? The first videos in this series are not in 4K because of what happened with my webcam, and the last couple hopefully will be in 4K, and then you can see the difference. But don't let it stop you. Just when it's possible, take advantage of it. Okay? And now on to delegating. When you get to the stage where you are ready, I want you to hire a video editor. These videos in this series, I have not edited them. I have actually delegated for the first time ever my video editing to someone else, saving me so much time that I could use on writing my scripts, recording my videos, doing all the other work that I need to do in my business to get YouTube to work for me. And it's saved me hours and hours and hours per video to do this, and I really appreciate it. So Sansia Sprott is my video editor, and she's also has one of her ladies on her team, Daniela, who is doing my thumbnails for me. So it's also my first time getting somebody else to do thumbnails for me as well. They've been very patient with me because I'm very specific about what I want. And so that's one of the tips I want to give you is when you are delegating, don't delegate until you know how to do it yourself. You're going to appreciate the cost much better. You're going to understand the time per work that is necessary. Plus, you're going to know what you want, and then you can give much clearer instructions to your editor and to your thumbnail designer so that you're going to get the result that you're wanting without you having to go back and do it all over again. I am so grateful to both Sansia Sprott and Daniela Calvez. And if you're looking for an editor, they're wonderful, and I'll leave a link to them in the description below for you, so you're welcome to go and see if they have any space, but don't steal my space. I need them. So one last note on that, when you do find a video editor or a thumbnail editor, make sure that they're very flexible. They're going to come with their own creative abilities, and they're going to want to showcase what they can do, and that is natural, and you want to allow them to do that. But you also need them to be very flexible and very coachable so that you're going to get the result that you want because it's your video. So it's a nice fine balance. You've got this. All right, remember that secret tip that I told you earlier on how to get your editing done so much faster and so much more efficiently, besides, of course, hiring an editor, right? If you're doing it yourself, I'm going to share that in just a second. But first, I just want to know, have you been finding these tips helpful? Can you please let me know? Just give me a like or give me a thumbs down. Honestly, either is fine. I just want to know if it's actually helpful for you. And that tells the algorithm whether or not to show this video to other people like you. If you didn't like it, it's not going to show it to people like you because you didn't like it. But if you did like it, it's going to show people who are like you because you did like it. And that really helps, and I appreciate that. And it lets me know what kind of content to create for you going forward. And speaking of that, if you're finding all of this series helpful for you, my channel is now focused solely on YouTube marketing, using my YouTube SEO full course strategy to help you get your videos ranked so that you're getting that evergreen lead generation on Autopilot for free, right? So if that's interesting to you and you want to learn all these things, then feel free to subscribe to my channel. But when you do, make sure you hit that notification bell and turn on all notifications, because otherwise YouTube doesn't actually let you know when my videos come out. So that's just a tip, and it's a tip for you to use with your videos too. Let your audience know to ring that bell, because otherwise they're just not going to find out, and that'd be kind of sad. All right, so here is the secret. All of these tools have shortcuts, so you can actually do shortcuts. What I showed you when I was doing Camtasia and cutting out those pieces, I could have split it, deleted it, pushed it together, but instead I just pressed Control Backspace, like I highlighted the area, Control Backspace, and boom, it was done, right? Or I used in Descript, I used their actual tool, their function to remove all the gaps, to take out all the ums and ahs. Like, use those tools that make it so much faster for you. And you can even create templates. Maybe at the end of your videos, you always have a template where you become small and then the next video is over here. So you could create a style that you want to use and use it over and over. And you can use templates for the text. So you're not having to create that every time. Just have a certain style that you like, and then you can pull those into your new videos, and it saves you so much time not having to find the font and do the sizing. So you can do a lot of those things as templates to make it much more efficient. So all you have to do is literally go to YouTube with your preferred software and search what are some of the shortcuts and templates that will make it easier for your editing. I hope that was really helpful. It has saved me so much time over the years by doing that, because honestly, I always did everything from scratch every single time, over and over and over again, until I realized it was possible to use shortcuts and templates. So I hope that helps. So now that you've got a handle on how to edit your videos for YouTube so that you get those longer watch times, right? But also so your videos rank faster, it's time to get ready to publish your video. So we need to know certain things you need to do to upload your video and get it set up correctly before hitting the publish button. That will make sure that your video has a chance to rank right at the top of the search engines. And I'm going to share that with you in just a moment. And it's so simple, you're going to love it. All right, now that you know how to edit your videos for YouTube for higher rankings and better engagement, it's time to optimize your publishing process. I'll go over exactly the steps you need to do when uploading your video to make sure it is set up optimally for YouTube SEO to help the algorithm categorize your video faster and send you the right traffic. Are you struggling to get your YouTube videos noticed? Well, don't worry, because I'm going to share some YouTube video SEO secrets that will get your videos to rank faster before you even publish them, and to attract the right audience to your videos. When you use these simple video SEO tips, they will transform your channel. Plus, I'm going to share a secret strategy that has worked for me for over 13 years on my channel that can make a huge difference in your video rankings over time, keeping them at the top of the search rankings for years and years and years to come. You're gonna love it. So now let's dive right into the steps we need to take before you hit the publish button to make sure that your videos are set up with proper YouTube video SEO so that your videos will rank faster in the search engines. These are the essential steps that you need to tick off your checklist when uploading your video. I talked about how important it is that we say our main key phrase in our videos while we're recording the videos, because the algorithm listens to the words in your videos and will actually categorize your videos and promote them to your perfect audience based on what you say. So we want to make sure that we do say our main key phrase, especially in the beginning, in the hook of your video, also throughout the content of your video, and again as a reminder at the very end of your video. Also, like I mentioned just in the last video, it is super important that you record and upload your videos in 4K quality to ensure that they are future-proofed for your channel. Now you'll notice this video is not in 4K, so what's up with that, right? As I mentioned in my previous video, my cat decided to knock my webcam onto the floor, ruining the video quality. But perfection is not done, so I was not going to let that stop me from continuing to record this series for you. Plus, I thought it would be really cool to show you as a role model or a guinea pig what the difference is with the video, and also just to inspire you to always push forward and keep going even if you're not able to record or upload in 4K. Don't worry about it, but if you are able, it will give you that extra boost in the algorithm, because YouTube will promote 4K videos over other videos first because it knows it's the best quality of video for its viewers. Okay, so before you actually upload your video to YouTube, I want you to make sure that you put your main key phrase right in the video file name and even in the thumbnail name. Let me show you what I mean. All right, so this is my video, How to Bake a Cake, that has over 6 million views and has stayed consistently in the top search results for over 13 years. Can you believe it? As you can see here, I've actually named the file How to Bake a Cake, and then it's an MP4, right? I did this not realizing how much of an effect this would have on my channel. I did this just because it seemed logical to me at the time. Way back in 2007, this video was about how to bake a cake, so that's what I called it. And I didn't realize the implications, but that told the algorithm so specifically what my video was about that it made it super easy for it to categorize, and this video went absolutely viral on my channel. Now, not just because of this, but this helped. And so do the same thing with your thumbnail as well, because you can add your thumbnails down here. Make sure the name of your thumbnail also has your main key phrase in it. Oh, and there's an additional tip I want to show you. Let's pop over to my computer and I want to show you just a little sneak peek inside secret that will help YouTube categorize your videos even better. And you can sometimes do this with your thumbnails, but I have not been able to find a way to do it on a PC, but I think you can do it on a Mac. So let me show you what I'm talking about. This is the last video that I uploaded to my channel before I started doing this series. And so this is a really good example to show you. This video happened to be about Descript, which is a video editing software that I talk about in the last video. But look what I did. So I called it Descript, right? The main key phrase. But also if you right click on it and you go to properties, and then you can have a look here under details. This is another opportunity for you to add your main key phrase to help the algorithm better categorize your video. Again, all these things are not necessary all on their own, but adding these things up together make a huge difference to getting your videos to rank. So you can put the main key phrase in the title, the subtitle. You can even give it a 5-star rating. You can add in the tag. So I've got Descript, I've got Descript tools, and I've got a few other ones in here as well. You can see eye contact tool, the Descript features, and you'll notice that I start each one with the main key phrase, and then it's just a longer tail. All right, and then you can put it in the comments section, and then down here you can add your name as the author. You can put the year in, and then the genre, I just call it the main key phrase again. You can put a link to wherever it is that your call to action is for your video. And then down here in the mood, I also put in the main key phrase. And then you just apply that, and when you upload your video, it will really be able to categorize it super specifically for your specific main key phrase. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so with those essential pre-upload SEO strategies in place, now it's time to upload our video, and you're going to want to let it upload, and you can still set up all the things we're going to talk about in just a second. But before you hit publish, obviously we want to do these things first, but you also want to give the algorithm time to process your video to get the best quality before you publish it live. If you publish it right away, it's not going to be in the best video quality, and then YouTube's not going to promote it as much. So as a general rule of thumb, upload one day and don't publish until the next day. Give it 24 hours to process it properly. Okay, so these are the steps I want you to take before you hit that publish button to get the most out of your YouTube SEO, okay? So the first thing is we want to make sure your main key phrase is in that title. The video title is crucial for both SEO and for getting viewers to click on your content. And that's why in part 4 of this series, part 3 of this series, we go deep into the titles and the psychology behind them, as well as the SEO strategy behind them, of how to actually write your title. So if you haven't had a chance, make sure you do go and watch that video and then come back. All right, so let me show you an example here. This is my how to bake a cake video, and I'm going to show you in this video, in the editor section here, all of the places where I've used the YouTube video SEO strategically to help my video rank better. So you can see in the title here, how to bake a cake is my main key phrase. And then I've even put a secondary key phrase in there with a clickbaity hook to my title, right? How to make a cake without milk or butter, because that was something people found very bizarre, and my cake happens to have no milk or butter in it. So it catches attention for my perfect viewer. So that's where you're going to want to put your main key phrase for the title. The next section that we want to talk about are the tags. So let's scroll down. We'll worry about the description in a second, because it's really important. I want to take the time to make sure you understand it properly to make the most of it. So down here in the tags, you want to have your main key phrase, so how to bake a cake, and then you want to have all of your longer tail key phrases. So in my case, how to bake a cake for beginners, or how to bake a cake at home or from scratch, and so on. And in this particular video, I have 2 main key phrases, how to bake a cake and how to make a cake, just because for this particular topic, both phrases are searched with the same results. Normally you would only stick to one. Like my Descript video only has Descript. It doesn't have another version in there, right? All the long tail versions about Descript. So, and as you can see by these green numbers here, it ranks really well. And this video was uploaded in 2011 and it's still in the top search results. Pretty amazing. So in video 2, I went in even deeper into how to list out your tags to make the algorithm understand your content better. And so do get a chance and go and watch that if you haven't already, to help you understand how to do it. And as you can see here, it's basically take your main key phrase, add longer tails, add different versions of it, like best cake decorating video or cake recipe video, and then broader terms like the one down here, cake in general. All right, and that'll help you get ideas of how to list yours out for your particular main key phrase. All right, so if we scroll back up to the top here, we can go through here and I can show you exactly where you're going to want to check off all the different areas that are going to help your YouTube SEO. And like I mentioned, the description is a huge one, but I want to take a little more time to explain exactly a template that I've created over the years that I find works best for both the algorithm and for the enjoyment and for the clarity of the viewer. So I'll go into this because then you can just use that template every time you upload a video and it walks you through exactly where to put what, making it work for you. So we'll do that in just a second. But first, before we do that, let me show you the next part that you want to look at. And that is your closed captions or subtitles, your transcription. So you have your video transcribed, which you can easily do with AI. You can literally, when you upload your video, let's go over here. So I've uploaded this video, obviously many years ago. I use this tool called GLASP, G-L-A-S-P, and it then transcribes my video. So if I click on that, look, it writes out exactly the words in my video. Of course, if you're using an editor like Descript, then it will also write it out for you. So you can grab that and use it as your subtitles, which you enter in over here, subtitles. And if I click on that, you can see they're laid out and they match up the timeline on the video. So if somebody needs to watch the subtitles, it will go exactly with my voice, and it just makes it easier for the viewer, but it also triggers the algorithm to make sure it understands exactly what your video is about to show it to the right person. And so a tip that you want to do with this one is make sure all the spelling is correct, because sometimes, an example, I have a video about groove funnels, which is G-R-O-O-V-E funnels. It wasn't familiar with that word, so it kept calling it group funnels. And I don't want to be categorized for group funnels. I wanted to be categorized for groove funnels. So I had to go through and make sure it was spelled correctly in the transcript before I uploaded it as captions. Another spelling to pay attention to is your name or your company's name, to make sure it is spelled correctly as well. Trust me, the amount of misspellings I get for Van der Gulik blows my mind. Another area that you can help your video out with when it comes to engaging with your audience, because that also triggers the algorithm to want to promote your videos more, is to use what are called cards and end screens. So let me show you what those are. So in your YouTube editor here, you can see end screen and cards. So if I click on cards, I'll show you. It has the length of the video right here in the bottom. And then do you see these little spots here? There are 5 of them across here, and if I click on them, it shows you. This one sends people to this wacky chocolate cake recipe, and you can see up here what it looks like. If I click on there, it will show these videos related to your video that they're watching right now that will help the user get the most out of your channel and the most out of your videos. And it shows the algorithm engagement. So even though it's not reading the SEO specifically, it is helping with its all-round SEO and engagement factor that gets your videos ranked. So a tip for using cards, you want to use the majority of your cards. You get 5 to use on your videos, and you want to use the majority of them to direct people to other related videos that obviously relate to the topic of your current video. However, you also want to use at least one of them as a link to your call to action. So for example, I have one here. Let's see. This one is a link, and in this case, it's to get 10% off of my favorite baking tools, right? So when they hover on the eye over here, they see these playlists, they see these videos, but they also see this link. So it's an opportunity for you to send your viewer to your specific call to action. Close that. And the next one I want to show you are the end screens. So the end screens come up at the end of your video. The last 20 seconds of your video is an opportunity for you to send your viewer to watch the next video on your channel. And that creates more watch time on your channel, and YouTube prefers longer watch time as their main focus when promoting videos for you. If your videos get longer watch time, or if they notice that your videos get viewers to watch even more of your content, they're more likely to promote it for you. And even better, they pay attention to who is watching it and what they are like, and then they promote it to those kind of people, sending you perfect viewers for your video. Pretty cool. So you have the option here to add up to 4 cards on your end screen. Depends on the video size. This video was a smaller size, so it only allowed 3, but generally speaking, on a normal YouTube video, you can add 4 cards. The main thing though is you don't want to over confuse it for your viewer. You can put your subscribe button on there, that's fine. You can put a link on there, so you can see this picture of this cake here, that's actually a link. It sends them to this link. I also have the video that is best for the viewer, because I didn't want to direct them specifically to another video. I wanted the algorithm to figure out who is my viewer, and from all of my videos on my channel, and based on their interests and what they watch, what would be the best video for them to watch next. So I have that on there, but I also have a video on here specifically related to the video in the moment. My video is how to bake a cake, and the next related video is what icing to use on the cake you've just baked, which in my case is the mocha icing that I love. And you'll notice I make it larger than the second video because I want their eyes to be focused on where I want to send them first. And it is often good practice to literally just have one video on the end. You'll notice in this video, I'll only have one video on the end, or maybe not, haven't decided yet. The next thing you can take advantage of for your SEO, and this does actually read the words, and even better, it can rank on its own. And I'll show you another part that ranks on its own in just a moment, but this ranks on its own, and that is to use playlists. So when you scroll down, you're going to get the option to add your video to playlists. So in this case, I've added it to my favorite recipes, fun cake decorating ideas, affordable baking tips, cool foodie ideas, how to bake a cake, the questions answered, simple birthday cake ideas, and so on. Things related specifically to the video. And I made sure that each of these playlists has a main key phrase that I'm targeting, because when you do a Google search or a YouTube search, the playlist can also rank. So this will help drive more traffic to your channel and help your video rank better too. It gives your video more places to be found. And like I said, I'll share another place that works for you as well in just a minute. You're gonna love it. The next thing is you want to make sure that you categorize your video correctly. So when you scroll down here, you're going to see that you can categorize your video there under category. I've chosen how to and style. So you could choose education, cars and vehicles, comedy, gaming, nonprofits, blogs, and so on. You want to make sure the category makes the most sense for your video. Now, all the videos on my channel now are dedicated to education, so I choose education for them. This video, however, was a how-to video, so I put it under how-to. Just wanted to insert a quick update for you on categorization for your videos. I now actually categorize all of my videos as how-to rather than as education, because I have since learned that education videos are promoted more as the formal education, and really the how-to category is for helping viewers solve problems, which is what my videos do. They help you solve problems, and that will actually help my videos rank faster. And so if you're making videos to help your viewers solve problems, then use the how-to rather than the education category. Anyway, back to the video. And another thing that can be really helpful for your video is to add the location of where your video was recorded. This is particularly helpful if your business is in a particular location and you want to grab the market for that area. Now, my business is international, so it doesn't rely on one specific area, but let's say you had an Airbnb and it was in Seattle. You would want to take advantage of that and have it listed as a Seattle video. So let me show you where you can do that. Under here, recording date and location. You can put the date in if you want. I don't generally put a date in because I like it to be always relevant, and the video location. And again, I have not put one in because mine is international. So which of these YouTube SEO tips has been the most challenging for you so far on your YouTube journey? I'd love to know. Let me know in the comments which one has been the biggest struggle for you to overcome, or which ones have you found really helpful, and maybe it's not even ones that I've listed. Maybe you have other ones. Leave it in the comments, because together we can help everyone here on the channel, and the more of us doing well, the better we all do. All right, so now that we've covered the basic SEO steps for making sure that your video is going to be categorized properly, it's time to really dive into that description. So I'm going to show you exactly what I put in my description and what you should be putting in your description to get the most out of the algorithm, and also to make the most engagement for your audience. Because you see, writing detailed descriptions really helps the algorithm know specifically what your topic is about and who it is for. And people will actually go into your description and have a look. And you want to make sure that when they do, they feel welcomed and they feel encouraged to take a specific action that you want them to take. And you want it to be clean and easy for them to navigate through, so that they don't look at it and go, and then run away, right? And that's why I strategically set up my own template that I use on my videos that has worked for me so well over the years, and it's taken me years to figure it all out. And I just want to save you time, having to test this and test that, and just use something that works, and then you can test after that. What we really are aiming for is to get people so excited to watch your video that they want to watch it all the way through to the end to get those important watch times, right? But we also want to really inspire them to take action on the specific call to action that you are talking about in your video. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is create a hook sentence that's really going to engage your viewer and make them excited to watch your video, but you're going to strategically place your main key phrase right in that first sentence to let the algorithm know how to categorize it. So in this example, I've got watch to learn step by step exactly how to bake a cake at home from scratch for beginners. So anybody who wanted to bake a cake at home from scratch and they're a beginner, this is the perfect video for them, and they can see it's the perfect video for them, and then they'll watch the video. When people are using the search to find out which video they want to watch to answer their particular situation, or problem that they're trying to solve, they will see the thumbnail, they'll see the title, and they'll also see the first few lines of the description. And that's why we want to make sure we take advantage of that area and really make the most of it for both SEO and to really grab and hook our viewers. Then in the second line, you want to have your call to action with a link to whatever your main call to action is for the video. Now, this is not specifically related to SEO. However, you can strategize how you do your call to action to have a key phrase or a related longer tail key phrase in there as well. And the reason you want to have it in the second line is because we want it to be visible, easily clicked on before they have to see more. So let me show you what I mean. If we go to the video itself, let me just close this for you. And we have a look down here. This is the description that they see so far before they have to click more to see the rest. This is called above the fold, and that comes from the old world of newspapers and anything that was on the front page and it was folded in half. So above the fold, that was the main interest, and that would determine whether or not a person would pick up that newspaper and read it or not. And so we've used that terminology in online business. Above the fold is just in that first visibility area before the viewer has to do anything else, any scrolling or anything else. And so you can see I've got my link right in here. So it is clickable right in there before they have to click more. Then you can see, and I'll go through the different levels within the description in a minute, but I want you to see how nice it's laid out for the viewer. So in this case, you can see it's nice and clear. I happen to list the recipe in there. I'll talk about that in a minute. And it's nice and easy for them to navigate, to find what they're looking for, to know what to watch next, a little bit about me, and so on, right? So now let's go through all of these steps so I can show you why I did them and what the purpose is of each. So we'll head back over here so you can see them in here. Actually, I will stay here because it shows up a bit nicer. Let me show you a little trick though. Look at this one right here, vanilla sponge cake recipe. And you see I've got an asterisk at the front and the end of the sentence. That asterisk tells the algorithm to create a bold letter. so that I can organize my template in such a way that makes it easy for the viewer to see it by seeing bolded sections. It just makes it more pleasant and easier to follow through. So after we do the hook and we do the call to action line, the next part is to write a snippet about our video. And the purpose of the snippet about our video is to get them really excited to watch the video, and it's an opportunity for us to place yet again the main key phrase plus some longer tail key phrases and broader key phrases that make sense for the video to help the algorithm understand it better as well. And you want it to be roughly about 500 characters long. That includes the spaces. So let me show you what I did with this one. In this case, instead of doing a longer snippet, because I know when it comes to baking videos, people would really like to have the recipe and the instructions right there for them to use. And that's why I took that space. But I also strategically wrote in my key phrases within them. So you can see here, it's like a vanilla sponge cake recipe, which is one of my key phrases, right? And then of course, it's just the ingredients. But then here, step-by-step cake baking instructions. Well, step-by-step cake baking instructions is another longer tail key phrase for this video. And then I have the instructions, and where possible in the instructions, I also add in other key phrases. All right, and then the next section are your timestamps. And timestamps are amazing. So this is an opportunity for your video to get seen. Did you know that your timestamps can actually end up in search as well? So what we want to do is use them strategically. If you don't put timestamps in, YouTube will automatically create timestamps or chapters for your video, but you're not in control of what sections they're cutting up, or you're not in control of how to title those sections so that it's SEO friendly and also captures the attention properly. So what I do is I list timestamps with a little clock emoji to show that it's a time thing, and then I have my main key phrase. Then in the timestamps, and the way you want to do it is list it with 00 and then the colon 00, that format, because then the algorithm will know it and it will automatically make these clickable. People can click on these sections and go directly to that section. And on the video itself, you can see down here, it shows them up as chapters, and it has the information right there, like setting the perfect oven temperature, or a pro tip, buttering your pan like a pro. Right? I've got more of them across here, like combining for creamy goodness, whipping the egg whites to perfection. They all are specifically created so that it catches attention, is relevant to that point, and has some sort of relationship with the SEO. And so that's what I have done in here. And I've also added an emoji to catch their attention, which doesn't show up down here, but does show up in here, and it makes it more engaging for the viewer. And it breaks it up and gives a little bit of an idea for each of the sections what that particular title is about, or that section is about. Then the next part is to put in hashtags, which include your main key phrase and longer tail key phrases. And these also get ranked on their own if somebody is searching for that particular key phrase. And then you want to have a watch next section, and you want to be very specific and choose videos from your channel that you want the viewer to watch next, that make logical sense for them to watch after watching this particular video. Does that make sense? So in this case, because this video is about how to bake a cake, I had a lot of questions over the years. So I actually created videos answering those questions. So it made sense for me to have a watch next with Q&As and some more recipes. And then I have a second section here. Normally on my videos, I would just have one watch next section, but because I wanted to make it a little bit more engaging for the audience yet again, and easier for them to figure out the journey of their viewing here, I've listed it, my icing and cake recipes, and I've listed the ones with an emoji to kind of give them an idea of what it's about. Hi again, I have another really cool update that I wanted to make sure that you knew about, because this is going to help increase your watch time. Okay, so we were just talking about adding in links to related videos that you want your viewer to watch next, right? So these links, if you were to click on them, they just go to the single video. What if they went to a playlist? So they got to the video that you were suggesting, and then it naturally went into a playlist and it showed the viewer the next video and the next video in your series, giving you a lot more watch time on your channel. Let me show you how you do this. So let's go to my series that you're watching right now, right, on YouTube SEO. And this is in a playlist. So if we scroll down here on the side, you can see it's in a playlist. So what you do is you go to the video that you want to recommend. So let's just choose this one, how to write better YouTube titles. So we'll go to this one. All right, and then what you're going to do is you're going to head up here to the browser bar and you're going to grab the full link for the whole playlist. And you're going to put that in your description rather than the shorter individual video link. And that way when they click on it, they will go here, which will bring them inside of the playlist, and then they'll naturally watch the next videos, or YouTube will try to get them to naturally watch the next videos for you, increasing your watch time. Anyway, I just wanted to quickly let you know about that, but let's keep going because I've got some more good stuff for you. And the nice thing about this is if you have a look on the video here on the side, do you see there's my how to make a mocha recipe. Here's my icing tips one. And I may not have too many more. Oh, it's recognizing me for my other stuff. And another really cool thing about having these watch next videos listed in here is that when people go to watch your videos, those videos are going to be suggested to them next. So they'll be suggested on the side. So you can see here my mocha icing. You see my icing piping techniques here. And also at the very end of your videos, they'll be suggested. So here's my mocha icing, there's the piping, and this is a playlist. Remember I said the playlists can rank as well. So by listing these in your description, you're getting an opportunity to have viewers see even more of your videos displayed to them thanks to YouTube. Pretty cool, right? All right, so the next section, you're going to want to have an about section about you, just to bring your viewers into who you are and why you have your channel, and of course using your main key phrases for your channel in this section. And if you can relate it also to your video main key phrase, then do that as well. So I've got my about section here, and I've got my how to bake a cake tutorials in there, but then I've also listed the fact that I help online entrepreneurs rank their videos, right? Things that I'm now doing. And it also just gives me an opportunity to talk to viewers who are watching these videos from way back and let them know what journey I've been on and why my channel has changed over time. If I were starting new, I would never have multiple niches on one channel. However, because of my lung situation and my lack of ability to take care of more than one channel, I've decided to simply switch up the algorithm's take on my channel, and I've made it work. But it will be much easier for you if you ever want to have videos on a different topic, just start a second channel. That's just an insider tip from me. And then if you have any disclaimer that you need to share with your audience, it's an opportunity yet again to add in some SEO magic and make your disclaimer fun, right? So in this case, I've got the Baker's Whisper. Some of these links are my special recipe. If you click and mix up a purchase, a little sprinkle of sweetness, aka commission, gets added to my baking bowl without costing you any extra dough. Thanks for keeping the oven warm and supporting my channel. Like, have fun with it, right? You can use AI to help you write these as well. Just make sure it's clear that it's a disclaimer of some sort. All right, and then on the very end, you want to have a reminder of your main call to action, or a reminder of your main key phrase. So in this case, because I really am not promoting this video for a call to action because my niche has changed, I took the opportunity to just share something fun with my audience that would engage them and make them want to watch the video. So in this case, in the video, there's something stuck in my hair that I didn't even know about it till like 3 years later when one of my viewers told me about it. So I just explain what happened and it makes them want to see the video. But you could also put your main key phrase in here or a longer tail. And that's how you can take advantage of the description. So it's nice and clean and easy to read. It's pleasant for the viewer. It gets them engaged and excited to watch your video and take your call to action. But it's also set up strategically for YouTube SEO so that it will start promoting your videos for you, which is the whole goal, right? Remember that secret that I promised at the beginning of this video that I was going to share about something I learned over the last 13 years that helps keep your videos ranked longer term in the search engines, on YouTube and on Google? I'm going to share that in just a moment, and it's going to blow your mind. It's so simple, but it's so effective. But first, could you do me a quick favor? I would love to know if you're finding this video helpful, if you're finding this series helpful. Can you just quickly hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down, that's okay, and let me know what your thoughts are on this video, because it helps me know what kind of content to create for you, and it tells the algorithm there's engagement, and then it will find viewers just like you to show this video to, and I really appreciate that. So if it's a thumbs up, it'll help find those videos. If it's a thumbs down, it also helps the algorithm know who not to show my video to, and that is also helpful, so thank you for that. And if you have been finding this helpful and you really do want to use YouTube marketing to promote your business and create that evergreen YouTube marketing strategy for those lead generation on autopilot, then I invite you to subscribe to my channel. But when you do, if you do want to know the minute my next videos come out, a little tip to know about is make sure you hit that notification bell. Because if you don't, YouTube actually won't let you know when the video comes out. It's a new thing they've done. It's kind of annoying, but it also makes sense. They only get notifications for ones you really want to have notifications on. So do make sure you do that and let your viewers know that on your channel as well. Okay, so here is that tip, and it's so simple. Over the years, I just kept trying out different titles and different wording in my description and different key phrases in my tags. And I kept testing and testing and testing. And because I kept working with it, it triggered the algorithm to think, wow, this video is still really engaged both on the viewer end and on the creator end. So that gave it a little nudge in the algorithm. Plus it gave me a chance to try out different key phrases over time, because people search for different things depending on what's happening in life. Like during the pandemic, a huge amount of people came to my channel looking for how to bake a cake, because suddenly they couldn't go out and buy a birthday cake. They had to make it themselves when they were never taught how to do it, right? So I was able to take advantage of that and use those key phrases. And you can also change out things like the date. You could have in your title the date of the year for that video. Once that year is no longer there, take the date out. Don't put another date in and lie that it's a different year. Just take that date out, but in your tags, you can update the date. So I could have how to bake a cake in 2024 or how to bake a cake in 2030, right? I could have those in the tags, but only use the ones that are going to make the most sense. Okay? Pretty cool, right? It's so simple and it makes such a difference. So now that you've optimized your video to get ranked faster and long-term on your channel, right, and in the algorithm search results, it's time to hit that publish button. But before you do, you need to know how to promote your video to get those ever important backlinks, the off-site SEO, so that it triggers the algorithm that not only is your video ranking because it understands who it's for and what it's about, but because people are actually coming to the platform because of your video. By having backlinks off of the platform, sending people to your channel, it tells the algorithm, wow, this video and this channel bring new people to it, and therefore we should promote it for them because we want that to happen even more. And so we're going to do that intentionally, and I'm going to show you how to do that in just a moment. I'm so excited to see what you do with all of these strategies to get your videos ranking faster, get the longer watch times, and get them ranking for years and years to come. Okay, so now let's dive straight into how to set up those off-site SEO and get those important backlinks to let the algorithm know that your video is not just good, but it's really good because it's bringing people to the platform, which they love. I'll show you exactly what you need to set up to do just that. Are you tired of feeling like a slave to the YouTube algorithm? What if you could control it and make the YouTube algorithm work for you instead of the other way around? I'm going to show you exactly how to promote your YouTube videos using off-site strategies that will skyrocket your views and get YouTube sending you the perfect viewers for your video on autopilot. Plus, I'm also going to share a special tip that's going to save you a ton of time and effort while boosting your promotional results. Let me explain how using on-site and off-site YouTube SEO will set up your videos to be promoted on autopilot by YouTube and even get listed in the top search results on Google for free. You see, before my coma back in 2016, I had accidentally set up a couple of my videos correctly when it came to SEO, both on-site and off-site SEO, and it triggered the algorithm to show my videos to other people who are perfect audience members for my videos while I was literally in a sleep, in a coma, So in the last video, we talked about the on-site SEO. So your keywords and your tags in your videos, your titles, in your description, and so on. And this, of course, helps the algorithm categorize your video and know which people to show your video to. Where we're going to dive into the off-site SEO that gets the algorithm to want to promote your videos even more. You see, off-site SEO makes the algorithm want to promote your videos over other videos. So what is off-site SEO? It's creating what are called backlinks to your video. Links to your video that are off of the platform, not on YouTube. And why would that make YouTube want to promote your video? It's because the algorithm sees this traffic that wasn't on the platform coming to the platform because of your videos. And so it determines that if it then promotes your videos for you, then other people who are watching your videos will also share your videos off of the platform, thereby bringing even more people to the platform. And why does YouTube want people on the platform? So it can earn ad revenue, right? So we give it what it wants, and then it promotes our videos for us on autopilot. So how do we achieve this? I'm going to show you different ways that you can set up backlinks where you're not having to wait for other people to promote your video for you, but you can take control and be the puppeteer of the YouTube algorithm. One of the most powerful methods is to use social media. The reason I like leveraging social media is because, like I said, we can do the promotion and we don't have to wait for other people to do it, but we can encourage them to promote for us at the same time. Plus, social media is ranked very highly in the search results because it's an ever-changing platform, and search engines like showing results that come from ever-changing platforms rather than static platforms or websites. The first place you're going to want to promote your video is on Facebook. You can promote it to your personal Facebook feed, but also to your business page and your business group and other groups that you might be a part of that are related to the topic of your video. I have a caveat though, you don't want to spam those groups. Make sure you're following the group rules. I'll talk more about that in a moment because it does make a huge difference. The next place is you can tweet about your video on Twitter, or X as it's now called. As well as writing a little snippet about your video with the link to your video, you can add hashtags that are relevant to your video, which will also help drive even more traffic to your video. I do have a very important thing I need to share about Twitter. I'll share it in just a moment, but it's something you need to know to make sure that your Twitter account doesn't get canceled or deleted on you when it comes to promoting your videos. So another place I love sharing my videos is on LinkedIn. You can create a lovely post and a link to your video, and it shows the video right there inside of LinkedIn. And Reddit is also a great place for you to promote your video. Just promote it to your own feed. You don't even have to promote it specifically in other people's feeds for it to do what we want it to do, which I will share in just a minute. This isn't about creating engagement on those other platforms. We have another trick up our sleeves, so I'll share that in a moment. And of course, Instagram. However, with Instagram, you can't put the link to your video right on Instagram. So let me give you a workaround. What you do is you write your Instagram post related to your video, encouraging people to want to watch your video, and then you can post the link to your video. It won't be clickable. In brackets, you say, clickable link in bio, and then in your bio you can list one link. So which link do? You don't want to have to be going in and changing it every time you upload a new video. So instead, I recommend just put the link to your YouTube channel, because whatever the most relevant topic is right now is the one you're posting about. And because Instagram is not a search engine, people are only going to see the most recent posts right away unless they specifically go to your page to search out your posts. So they will see the video that they're wanting to see right there on your channel. And if they can't find it, they'll just do a quick search and boom, it will be right there for them. So that's a workaround that I've found works really well on Instagram. The next platform you can take advantage of is TikTok. Create a short version of your video. Either just grab out a couple of pieces from your video and edit it together for under a minute and share that, or just talk about your video. And either way, you're going to redirect them to watch the full video using your little video ad. And you can do this on Instagram and on Pinterest and on Facebook, on all of the social platforms that allow you to upload shorts as well. And then just make sure you have a link to the full video in your post or in your bio. Pinterest is actually the only other platform that is a search engine like YouTube is. Instead of it just going in the feed and disappearing, people actually go to Pinterest to search for things, just like they do on YouTube. It's not as popular as YouTube, but it is the second most popular version of doing a social search for something. Whereas on the other social media platforms, people don't go to Facebook and then search in a solution to their problem. They go there to socialize, so it's different. So we're going to promote our videos based on the social media platforms and what is expected and encouraged on those platforms. You want to customize your post for each of the platforms, whether it's the amount of characters, like Twitter has a certain character length. Those are the letters and spaces that you can have in your post. Whether it's the type of style that the social media platform does really well with. Facebook, for example, does really well with longer posts where you're giving more value in the post itself and then as teaser to watch the full video afterwards. Whereas on Twitter, you would just have a small little snippet teaser and then the link. All right, so I have a couple of notes about the social media platforms that I want to share with you that are really important for you to know. I don't want you to feel overwhelmed that you're going to have to promote on all these social media. We're going to make this simple. Remember that the purpose of your social media posts are to promote your video, to get the backlink out. It's not so that you start building up that social media platform. Later, once you have your whole YouTube marketing funnel in place, then you can always expand your team and have someone take over the certain social media to really build them out. But right now, we're just focusing on off-site SEO, using the backlinks to tell YouTube, wow, your video is on that platform and on that platform and on that one. There must be a lot of people really enjoying this video. I should promote it for them. And another note, when you're sharing about your video, you want to give value in your post, but you want to keep the intrigue so that they want to watch your video to get the full experience. So give like snippets or hints about what you're showing and sharing in your video, and then encouragement to go and watch your full video for the full in-depth version. Again, don't worry if nobody is actually commenting, liking, whatever on your social posts, because we're focusing right now on purely creating backlinks. If you happen to get engagement, that's great and you can engage back, but we don't want to sidetrack your focus from your main intention, which is using YouTube Evergreen marketing strategies. All right? Okay, so I had a really important thing I wanted to tell you about Twitter, and it actually makes sense on all of the social media platform, but Twitter is a little bit more touchy, and I want to make sure you understand how to use it properly. You do not want your Twitter feed to always be a little snippet with a link, a little snippet with a link, because Twitter is going to see that as spam over time. So instead, every time you promote to Twitter specifically, but this also is valid on all the other social media platforms, have one post that is pure content with no link, but does tease about what you've created in the video. And you can say, if you want to see the full video, check out my feed, as long as there's no link in there. And then the second post has the link so that you've got a clickable version, and you're also making the algorithm happy for that platform, that you're not spamming, you're providing value to the platform. I've had it happen to me in the past where one of my Twitter accounts actually got banned or closed because it saw it as spamming, and I didn't realize what I was doing, but now I know, so it's not going to happen again. And I wanted to share that with you so it doesn't happen to you either. All right, so now that we've got social media covered, the next area where we want to create those backlinks that tell the algorithm other people are coming to the channel because of your videos is on a blog post. And this is great because you're in control of it. And there's an added feature that you can do on blogs that you can't do on social so much. And it's really going to help trigger that algorithm for you. And that is write a blog post around the topic of your video, again, giving tremendous value, really go deep in there, and then embed your video right there in the blog post and tell them, watch this video to get the full picture. And they watch your video on your blog, and YouTube gets a trigger that tells it, wow, this video is so good. People are actually posting the video on their blog. They still get to earn ad revenue off of it, so YouTube is happy. And it is expanding YouTube's reach of potential people to come back to the YouTube platform. So it's really happy when you post and embed your videos on blog posts. So definitely take advantage of that trick. And a couple of things with your blog post. You want to share your blog post as well, just like you do with your YouTube video, because you're actually sharing your YouTube video by sharing your blog post. And so share it out on social media as well. Quite often I'll have one post about the video and then a follow-up post telling them that they can get even more information on my blog, and I give more value on my blog. And another thing you can do to really get some traction on your blog posts is to ping your blog. It tells the search engines that there's a new article on your blog and to go check it out. And services that I like to use are Ping-O-Matic and Pingler. And you just literally put the title of your blog, link to your blog, and then you let it know what categories to tell the search engines your blog post is about. And it takes a couple of seconds and it sends out that information to the search engines, driving even more traffic to your blog and ultimately to your video. So social media, blog posts. Now we also want to take advantage of our email list. We want to let our current subscribers know that we've just uploaded the newest video that's going to help them with whatever the topic is related to why they're on your list. Like, don't send them a video that's not related, because people are not going to click and it's going to hurt your deliverability. So don't do that. Only provide value. Honestly, that should be your rule of thumb across your entire business. Only provide value, right? But send them a quick email, again, giving them a snippet of what they're going to learn, and then an intrigue proposition to go and watch your video. And the cool thing is, because you've already built a rapport, a relationship with your email subscriber, you can ask them an additional favor. Ask them when they go and watch your video to let you know if it was really valuable or not by hitting the like button or the down button, so that you know what kind of content to create for them. You can ask them a specific question to answer on the comments of the video, and you can ask them to share the video with anybody else they know that it would really help. So with email, you have that ability to get even more engagement. A tip I would give you is choose per email what you're going to ask. Don't ask them to do all three things. Choose one and then just kind of go back and forth. Each email ask for a different thing. So on one email, ask for a comment. On another email, ask for the like. And on another email, ask them to share it. And then another way to take advantage of email is to actually set up a weekly newsletter for your email list. And in this weekly newsletter, you're going to set it up so it's automated. So whenever somebody joins your list, they get newsletter number 1. The next week, they get newsletter number 2. And each new lead gets it in this order. What's going to happen is every week when you post your video, you're going to write an email about it, which you're going to send it to your current subscribers, but then you're going to pop it into your newsletter. And I'm going to talk more about that in a minute, the specifics on how it works. But you want to create a newsletter that's going to be automatically sent out every week, that sends your email list to a different video on your channel and triggers the algorithm going, wow, even those older videos are getting constant views every week. So we should probably continue to promote those videos for them. Pretty cool, right? And another backlink opportunity that you can use is to create articles that you can send out to different article platforms, or create forum posts that you can post on different forums you're connected with. Again, the main thing is to keep in mind not to spam and only do what you're allowed to do on those groups or on those article writing sites. But they're a great opportunity to drive more targeted views to your video and provide more of those backlinks for the algorithm to notice. By leveraging these social media, the blogs, the email, and the articles and forums, you can drive off-site traffic to your videos and boost your SEO. But there is more to it. I'm going to show you an additional highly powerful strategy to enhance that off-site SEO even more. So are you ready to take your promotions to the next level? Before we dive into that next section, I want to ask you a question. Which social media platforms do you enjoy working with? Which ones have given you the best results? And which ones cause you to hesitate or give you the most challenge when it comes to promoting your business through that particular platform? I'd love to read all of the comments and find out what one's working for you. Maybe you'd be able to help someone else here as well with your suggestions and insight. Thank you. Also, I just want to remind you that although this might seem like a lot, don't worry. It doesn't need to be overwhelming at all. I'm actually going to show you how to do all of this in a way that takes very little time and effort. And remember, perfect is not done. I mentioned this in the previous parts to this series on YouTube SEO, the full course, where I shared a personal experience that I had. Remember in the last video and the videos before, my video quality was really quite grainy and pixelated and blurry. It wasn't great. And it was because my cat had thrown my webcam on the floor and it ruined the quality. And so I've been waiting for my new webcam, and guess what? I got it last night and I installed it, and this video is the first video I'm recording on my new 4K webcam. 4K, watch the last video to find out exactly why we want to record in 4K and how that can improve your on-site YouTube SEO as well. But just to give you a quick idea, it helps with the viewer experience, and that also triggers the algorithm to want to promote your videos more. So what do you think of this video quality? Let me know, because is it better, or was I better off with the broken one? Thanks. Oh, and if you want to know which webcam I'm using, just ask me in the comments and I'll share it with you. I won't take time talking about it right now. May not do a video specifically on it because I'm really impressed with it so far. Awesome. Okay, now let's dive into the next set of strategies to help with even more of that off-site SEO, because these tips will maximize your reach and ensure that your videos get the attention they deserve. Okay, so this trick is a little sneaky, but it's really going to help kickstart the views on your video and trigger the algorithm to start showing it to other people. And it's really simple. Watch your own video. Just watch it through a couple of times from start to finish. And while you're watching it, take note. What are you doing well? What could you improve? And trust me, over time, as you get used to doing this, you will find that you start judging yourself less and less, and you start paying more attention to how can I improve this for my viewer? How can I make this more powerful? And it becomes less personal. So it does get easier and easier. So don't worry if you're a little camera shy. It gets easier and easier to treat yourself as the product rather than the person who has feelings hurt. And you're much better than you really think you are anyway. Perfect's not done. And you can also watch your video on incognito mode. So if you're using the Chrome browser, it has an incognito mode that doesn't track what you're following. So in your normal browser, it'll show you related videos and ones that you're interested in. But in incognito, you're getting a fresh, clean slate. And so it's really good to watch your video one time, at least in incognito mode as well. And go to YouTube search in the incognito mode and search for your main key phrase. If you don't see your video right away, put your video title in. If you still don't see your video right away, put your video title and your channel name in until you find your video, and then click on it, because it triggers the algorithm that somebody has searched for and found your video, which helps your channel become the authority for that particular topic. And another quick tip you can do is watch it on your phone. Just turn off the Wi-Fi so that it's running on a different IP address that's running on your cell data instead, and it counts as a second view from a different IP address. And make sure it runs all the way through to the end again to trigger the algorithm that you're getting that longer watch time. Only want to do this a couple of times, just for the purpose of getting a few views watched all the way through, and so you get a chance to observe yourself and make future notes for future videos. You don't want to be spamming the YouTube algorithm. You just want to do this a couple of times to kickstart the algorithm to start sharing your video. And ask your friends to watch your videos, but ask them to watch it only if they're actually interested in that topic. The reason is we actually only want to have viewers who are the right viewers for our video, because it can actually negatively affect our video if the wrong viewers are seeing it, because they'll come into the video and they'll click off, and the algorithm won't know that, oh, they were the wrong person. The algorithm is going to think, oh, the video's not good, the people didn't like it, and then it will drop its intention of sharing your video, and we don't want that. So ask your friends to watch it if they have an interest in that topic, and let them know why, that it will be helping you as long as they're actually interested. And also another note, When they do that, the algorithm will then also show them your next video that you upload if they've watched the previous one. And that's another reason why you really want it to only be viewers who actually have an interest in your video and your topic, so that it all works positively in your favor and not against you. Does that make sense? Another way to get backlinks is to do collaborations with other YouTubers or other bloggers or other podcasters, where you share the making of the videos and send each other the traffic, because that again is a backlink, whether they're coming from a podcast episode or a blog or from another YouTube video from another channel. It all helps. You can even use paid advertising, but please do not start here. Only ever consider using paid advertising once you know your videos convert. When you know people are really enjoying your videos and you're getting the engagement and they're doing the call to actions that you're asking them to do, once you know that your video is performing really well, then what you can do is actually promote your YouTube video on YouTube in their in-feed ad system, not in-stream. Let me explain the difference. In-feed is if they do a search and it comes up on the search results, or maybe it's on their home page, or it comes up in suggested on the side. Those are the views that we want. We do not want the views from people who are watching somebody else's video and then the video ad plays on that video. Those are called in-stream ads, and those ones are less likely to perform well for you. And the reason, when you watch somebody's video, you kind of just get pestered with the ads that come on. You kind of ignore them or wait for the skip now. So you don't want to be wasting your advertising dollar on an unintentional and not highly targeted lead. Instead, we're going to focus purely on search leads, people who are searching for the solution that your video provides. And therefore, anybody who watches your video that is set up in an ad through the in-feed system is actually interested in your video topic, because your thumbnail and your title are going to already filter out the wrong leads so that only the right ones watch your video, which means you're only paying ads for the right ones. And because you've already tested your video, made sure that it performs well, those ads will then convert to actual sales. So please, this is one step you want to do much later after you've tested your video, and then only use in-feed unless you're really good at in-stream. But please don't do it if you're not familiar with it. All right? And another thing you can do to help promote with that off-site SEO and really get the engagement going on your channel is to create playlists and series of videos, to create that binge watching session. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, because it is more important than you probably realize. Remember in my last video where we talked about using end screens and cards? Those also actually count as backlinks to future videos, like to your video, because it's not coming from the video itself. It's coming from another video sending back to your video. So that's why we want to take advantage of using the cards and the end screens in your video. And if you're not sure what that is, do watch the last video to find out. And then one more really important factor is your community engagement. You want to promote your video on your YouTube community board, but you also want to make sure that you're engaging with the comments that people leave on your video. Every time somebody comments, you should be commenting back, or liking or hearting that comment, to show the algorithm that you're engaging with your viewers, because the algorithm will prefer sharing videos where they know the creator is engaging with the viewers. Because why? Because it's going to keep people on the platform longer, right? So it all works together. Okay, it's time for me to share that special secret that's going to save you so much time and boost your views effortlessly. This was truly a game changer for me, and I can't wait to share it with you. Hey, can you do me a quick favor? Have you found this helpful at all so far? If so, can you just let me know? Give me a thumbs up if you found it helpful. Give me a thumbs down if it has not helped you or you haven't learned anything new, because it helps me know what kind of content to create for you. And on that note, if you would like to have more information and more content from me, teaching you more of my strategies on evergreen YouTube marketing to set up that evergreen automated marketing system for your business, then I invite you to subscribe to my channel. But please only subscribe if you actually want this content, or else it hurts my channel, remember? And when you do, though, make sure you hit the notification bell, because if you don't, YouTube actually doesn't let you know when my next video comes out. So make sure you click all notifications under the bell. Okay, so here's that tip. Use AI to create the copy for your promotional material. Like write out your promotional material to get your voice, right? So that you can train AI on the way that you speak, your style. But what you're going to do is you're just going to actually upload your video. Before you publish it, you're going to grab the transcript. And in the last video, I showed you how to do that with the GLASP tool, GLASP, that you can add to your Chrome extension. It's going to transcribe your video, and you grab that information and you pop it into your preferred AI platform, and you ask it to generate promotional material, promotional copy for all of the different social media outlets, and you give it a sample of your writing style so that it sounds like your voice, your tone, your way of speaking. And that way you only have to create it one time and have all this copy pumped out to you within seconds and minutes rather than hours of writing, so that you can promote your video really quickly. There are even software tools out there that can promote all of your social media for you as well, like Hootsuite, for example. Using these tools will really speed up the time it takes you to promote your video, giving you more time to write your next video script, record your video, edit your videos, and get your sales system in place so it all runs automatically for you. Again, I'm trying to help you build up a system that runs on its own so that no matter what life throws at you, you've got an automated system in place. Oh, and another really cool thing about AI, you can actually get AI to create shorts, the short videos of your main video to promote your video. You don't even have to do it yourself. You can literally give it your video and it can grab the best parts and put them together, or it can take the concept of your video from the transcript and then create a promotional video for your video in seconds. One of my clients, Connor Hebel, is absolutely a master at this. And if you go check out his channel and look at his shorts, you'll see the amazing things he's created using AI. And so his channel is ameliaislandmicrogreens.com. I'll put a link to it in the description for you because it's really cool to check out and it will help you get some ideas. So now that you know how to set up your off-site YouTube SEO, getting those backlinks to bring viewers to YouTube to watch your channel, so YouTube wants to promote your videos for you on autopilot, keeping you in the top search results for years and years and years, it's time for me to share a really powerful strategy that creates binge sessions on your channel, really promoting your videos for the long haul. You'll be perfectly set up for developing a series of videos on your channel around a specific topic. It's a cohesive viewing experience and generates that binge watching on your channel like people do on Netflix. This strategy alone will keep your channel in the top rankings for years and years and years because it's always relevant to your viewer. Let me show you exactly how to set this up. Plus, I'm also going to share my exact Evergreen YouTube marketing blueprint so you can set this up for your business as well. All right, let's master your automated YouTube lead generation for your online business right now. Ever wondered how to keep your YouTube videos ranking at the top of the search results forever? I'm going to reveal my exact Evergreen YouTube marketing strategy blueprint with you today. The same blueprint that kept my business alive even while I was in a coma. All right, let's dive in and let me show you how you can secure your YouTube legacy as well. Plus, in just a moment, I'm going to share the one thing that will ensure that your YouTube channel is the ultimate tool for creating long-term passive income for your online business. My goal is to empower online entrepreneurs like yourself with creating passive recurring income from using Evergreen YouTube marketing strategy. Today, I'm going to share the exact blueprint of how I generate a steady, consistent flow of perfect leads to my business on autopilot. Plus, I'm going to share how YouTube played a critical role during the toughest time of my life. Together, let's explore this essential YouTube SEO strategy to turn your videos into evergreen lead magnets. Before I share my exact blueprint, there is something you really need to know about setting up your Evergreen YouTube marketing system for generating those high quality, hot leads for your business. Imagine having a machine that works tirelessly for you whether or not you are personally involved. Bringing in perfect leads day after day after day, even while you sleep. Well, that is the exact opportunity that using Evergreen YouTube marketing presents. By setting up this automated lead generation system, you can target your perfect lead that becomes your perfect client. Somebody who is super excited to buy your product and becomes your loyal raving fan. Okay, let me share a personal story with you. So back in 2016, I developed pneumonia and it landed me in a 3-week coma where I developed ARDS, which just means my lungs failed and I woke up as a severely disabled lung person no longer able to work a normal job. So I had to find alternative ways to set up automated lead generation for my business and have my funnels work for me so I wasn't reliant on me. So even though when we looked up the scenario of what my odds were for survival, which was a measly 20%, even though it was the toughest time of my life, my YouTube channel became more than just a platform. It became the lifeline of my business. While I was unconscious and fighting for my life, YouTube kept generating leads for my business on autopilot without needing me. Why did this happen? Because I had unknowingly set up the proper YouTube SEO and this blueprint strategy that I'm going to share with you in just a moment to set this up so that it worked on autopilot without me needing to be present. And this showed me the power of YouTube, and that's why I want to share it with you. So throughout this entire series, we have talked about the different contributing factors that have made this all possible. From optimizing your titles and description and your video tags with on-site SEO, to promoting your videos with off-site SEOs to trigger the algorithm to show it to even more people, to crafting compelling thumbnails and titles that grab the right viewer's attention and make them excited to click on your video, and how to script your videos so that they watch all the way through to the end of your videos, increasing that ever important YouTube watch time that the algorithm looks for when deciding which videos to promote. I also helped you learn how to talk to a camera and be confident on camera, and also how you don't have to be on camera to make these videos work for your business. I shared some insights on some really quick and simple editing techniques and video recording techniques that will make your videos high quality and super engaging for your audience. And of course, what you need to do after uploading your video before you hit publish to ensure that your videos will rank top in the search results. So if you missed any of these parts, please do go back to those parts of the series. I'll link it up here for you, and watch the pieces that you've missed to make sure you have the total overall strategy, because they lay the foundation for today's video and they'll help you master the blueprint. I hope by now you truly understand how immense this YouTube marketing system is for your business. So before I share the exact strategy of the blueprint itself, can you please just leave me a comment and tell me what have been the challenges that you have come up against when using YouTube for your marketing efforts? I'd love to know, and maybe I can help you with that. Maybe it's how to keep your videos relevant over time so that they continue to bring in those perfect leads for your business. Okay, awesome. Now that I know that you do understand the immense opportunity that you have here with YouTube marketing, especially evergreen YouTube marketing, let's dive into the exact blueprint that I use so you can use it too. Okay, the secret to leveraging evergreen YouTube marketing lies in setting up video series on your channel, but in a very specific way. This is the strategy that transformed my business and kept it running for me on autopilot. To remember how the algorithm works, we need to send it triggers. We need to help it categorize our videos by doing proper YouTube SEO, but we also need to show it who the perfect viewer is so that when they come and see the video, they're going to watch it all the way to the end. And we need to make sure that our viewer is satisfied with the content and therefore wants to engage with the content, which is then again another trigger that the algorithm looks for when deciding which videos to promote more. And remember, it's the off-site traffic that we send to our videos that really triggers the algorithm long term, showing the algorithm that our videos are getting engagement day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year that the videos are still relevant and should be shown to new viewers today. So this is how we're going to take advantage of creating a series of videos on your channel so that we create like a binge session of viewing on your channel, which really shows the algorithm not only are your videos interesting and exciting for your viewer, but they keep people on the platform even longer, specifically on your channel. Now that you understand how important it is to use series to create those binge watch sessions for your viewers, triggering the algorithm that your videos are not only interesting, but they keep people on the platform so YouTube can make money with ad revenue, right? It's time to figure out how exactly do we set up those series, because there are certain steps you need to take to make sure that you're going to create that binge-worthy content. So the first thing I want you to do is you're going to do some research, keyword research related to the product or service that you want to sell. Everything has to be focused on the end result, which is creating the solution. The natural next step for your viewer is to buy your product or service. The series videos are going to be the precursor information that's going to get them to trust, know, like you, and give them good value so they really understand that you're the go-to expert for solving their particular problem. So use tools like vidIQ or TubeBuddy to have a look and see what exactly are people searching for and how many people are searching for it and how much competition there is. We're going to use that as the structure for our series and create a series of 5 to 15 videos that answer those specific requests. And I want you to lay out the series in a logical order so it makes sense for the viewer to go from one video to the next. And a trick that I learned from Jeff Walker is to use what he calls the PS path, where you talk about the problem, you offer the solution, show them how to do it, and then you offer the next related problem, which will be answered in that next video. So that's the strategy we want to use for your series. Each video touches on one problem that your perfect client has and how to solve it, showing them what the next related problem is, and so on throughout the series. And that's why your series will be somewhere between 5 to 15 videos, depending on how many issues you need to solve for your client to get them ready to want to purchase your product or service to ultimately solve their bigger problem. Does that make sense? All right, so these videos do 5 different things for your channel and for your business. First of all, you're going to use this series as your lead magnet, the thing people will sign up for to sign on to your email list to receive. Yes, that's right. They could watch it entirely for free on YouTube, on your channel, but we're going to get them wanting to sign up for the series so they get reminded every day about the next video in this series, which also does a couple of things that I'll talk about in a second. So you no longer need to create a separate lead magnet to build your email list. This will build your email list. It's crazy to think that people would sign up for your series even though they could watch it on your channel. The next thing that this series does for your channel, it builds your authority, your channel's authority over your niche topic. You become the authority on YouTube for that topic because YouTube is noticing you have multiple videos all on the same topic. So you must really know what you're talking about, and your channel must be about this thing. So you naturally just create more authority, which helps you rank better. You also build that know, like, and trust with your audience. If you are constantly helping them solve their problems on the journey towards solving their biggest problem, they learn to trust you because you've already proven you actually give the goods. You give true value. You're not just touching on the pain points and throwing salt in the wound and then saying, buy my stuff. No, you're actually helping them with how to do these things. And then you're selling them the tools, the services, the products that will make it even easier for them. So it's a great way just to really build rapport with your fans. Plus, by doing a series, you're literally just helping the algorithm categorize your channel, so it knows exactly who to show these videos to. And most importantly, you are actually giving your viewer multiple sales touch points to make a decision about purchasing your product and service, because not only with each video, 5 to 15 videos, do you have a touch point to offer your services to your perfect viewer, but because they're signing up for an email series, they're also receiving a touch point through email every single day for those videos. And we're actually going to embed these videos on a separate page, which I'll tell you about in a second. And on those pages, we're also going to have a sales touch point, a soft sell touch point that's just the natural next step for your viewer. That means if you create a series of 5 videos, that's 15 touch points. If you create a series of 15 videos, that's 45 touch points. And on average, according to Salesforce, and also according to Mike Filsame, who told me about this, on average, your viewer, your lead, needs to have 7 touch points, 6 to 8 touch points before they decide whether or not to purchase your product or service. And so by creating this series, you have multiple touch points, and you will find that people will invest in your product or service long before they even get through your series. But that longer series is helping the algorithm and helping those viewers, those leads who are still on the fence. So like I mentioned, we're going to create viewing pages, because if we send our viewers back to YouTube, they can easily get distracted by the watch this next video, right? There's lots of distractions on YouTube. Plus, we want to encourage YouTube, the algorithm, to notice people are watching our videos that are embedded on sites off of YouTube. Remember in our last video, we talked about how that sends an extra trigger to the algorithm, showing that not only is your video so great on YouTube, it actually is drawing in clients off of YouTube, watching it somewhere else, and then bringing them to your channel. So that gives you an extra kudos in the ranking system. So what kind of dedicated pages? You could do a specific landing page for your video to embed it in. You can embed it on a blog post. You can even embed it inside of a free membership course. And every day you would send them a link to that next page. And on that page, you're going to have this soft call to action either beside or underneath that video with the next logical step for them to take. And again, it's a soft call to action because the purpose is to try to build that know, like, and rapport with them so that it's a natural next step, but it's not an in-your-face kind of thing. So how quickly you want to publish your whole series is really dependent upon you and your time and your effort ability. Optimally, you want to be publishing at least 1 video per week, and that will slowly let the algorithm know what to categorize your videos about, and it will slowly let viewers see the information. However, if you really want to kickstart the series, upload your videos 1 per day for the entire length of your series. Now don't worry, you don't have to upload and then make a video and upload and make a video and you'd be overwhelmed. No, you're going to take the time to create your entire series first, so you have it all ready and you've got it already uploaded and pre-done with its on-site SEO, so that all you need to do is every day publish that video and do your off-site SEO, which takes you so much less time and it will really trigger the algorithm. Now, you don't want to be publishing more than 1 long form video per day. You're welcome to post little shorts to promote the long form, but you don't want to promote too many long forms in one day because you're not giving the video enough chance to grab the attention it needs, and it can be seen as spam. So we really want to just do 1 video per day. Again, optional, you can add an additional short to promote that video, but other than that, stick to 1 video per day for the series. And again, if you need to do it slower, that's okay. This is just to speed up the process and speed up your results. Then what you want to do is what I originally started with that taught me how to do this. And that is you want to create a follow-up system, an automated newsletter that you send out once per week that sends your viewers back to an older video on your channel. Whether it's one of your most recent ones or even older ones, it's constantly sending the algorithm that signal that not only are your older videos getting watched once in a while, they're getting regular traffic every single week. And that really encourages the algorithm to promote it. It tells the algorithm, hey, this content is still relevant, even if it's been over 13 years, like my how to bake a cake video, right? So it's still relevant and it's still going to help the viewer. It's still going to be interesting and engaging for the viewer, and therefore it will promote it for you. Pretty cool, right? All right, so the next step is you want to create a list of video topics that you can create that are going to drive people to your series. So they're related to the series and they get people excited to watch your entire series. This is going to keep your series top of mind, which leads me into the next tip, which is to create an automated newsletter. This is actually how I began when I started doing series way back when, and what kept my business going during my coma. I had an automated newsletter series that went out once a week, and it sent my email subscribers to older videos on my channel, which told the algorithm that those older videos were still relevant for today and that they should probably promote it because people were enjoying it. Not only were they getting a handful of views here and there, they were consistently getting views every single week on Autopilot because I had set up an automated newsletter. Every time somebody would subscribe to my newsletter, they would start at the beginning of the series. So every single person on my email list goes through the same newsletter series, which means each email that talks about a certain video, they get the full traffic of the entire email list. Pretty cool, right? And it wasn't until after my coma, when I didn't have the strength to start, making more videos, but I had the time to really dive in and figure out what was working, what had I done well, and what had I done, messed up, right? And I realized from a couple of my mentors that they were starting to do series on their channels and then letting their subscribers know about the series. And that's when I decided to take my newsletter idea and create it into a series, but then keep my newsletter idea to add even more traffic and more drive to my series. Pretty cool. It might sound like a lot. It's really not. Once you set it up, it's so simple to keep in place. And it makes a huge difference to the algorithm. This strategy not only sets up that perfect lead generation for your perfect client, but it just keeps the algorithm aware that it needs to keep promoting your video for you. And you're going to find that you are going to rank on Google as well as YouTube, because of course Google owns YouTube, and whenever people search for something, it wants to showcase videos first because it knows the majority of people prefer video answers over written answers. And it's going to promote it for free for you because Google's going to earn the ad revenue on your videos. So it's a win-win situation. Whereas other people spend thousands of dollars just to get their websites to rank on top, we can use our YouTube series to do it for free. All right, would you like to see a couple of my series on my channel that I've been using to promote my different products and services and affiliate products that generate hot targeted leads for my business every single day, every single month? Oh, and I'm going to share that one thing with you in just a moment that I promised earlier. Hey, can you let me know, has this been helpful to you so far? If so, could you just let me know by giving me a like or a thumbs down? It does really help me know what kind of content to create. And I'm so glad if you did enjoy it. Plus, if you did enjoy it, it's going to tell the algorithm to find people just like yourself, online entrepreneurs who want to use Evergreen YouTube marketing, and share my videos with them. And if you don't like it, it also helps the algorithm know who not to show it to. So you're really helping my channel, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. So now that you have the practical understanding of how to set up your series to get this continuous automated traffic for your business, let me show you a couple of the series that I've created that have definitely helped bring consistent flow of evergreen hot leads to my business, to my own products, but also to affiliate products on Autopilot. So the first series that I tested this on was my Setting Goals and Achieving Them series, which helps people know how to set up their own vision boards and create digital vision boards. It helps them keep on top of their main goal, their main why, so that they will keep going and keep pushing themselves to achieve the success that they want in their lives. And again, it's made specifically for online entrepreneurs, but of course it helps others as well. The YouTube algorithm knows who my perfect client is, but also notices those who are not necessarily my perfect client, but are perfect for that series. And so it shows them to both. The next series that I created on my channel was actually to help parents with raising their own money smart kids. It's Financial Literacy for Kids 101. And in that series, I teach them how to teach their kids about money in a fun way that actually helps them raise kid entrepreneurs who are independent and don't grow up with that entitlement mentality. The third series on my channel that I created was How to Start an Online Business 101, where I walk through how to find your niche and how to set up your funnel, how to do all of your marketing, really for beginners to get started. And of course, I teach some of this evergreen YouTube marketing, but not nearly to the same depth that we did in this series. It's for beginners just starting out. And then a series that I created to promote an affiliate product was Jeff Walker's product launch formula, because Jeff is one of my favorite mentors of all time. I've literally been his student since 2010, and I use his PLF strategy, his product launch formula strategy, in my videos, in my funnels, in my emails, literally in everything I ever do when it comes to my business, because I know that it works. Just like I mentioned earlier, when you're a series, you're going to use that PS path, the problem, solution, next related problem path. That's something I learned from Jeff. So I created a series that goes deep into showing how his system works and deep dive reviews and examples to help other people understand why they should get his course and how to use it. And that one drives leads every single day on Autopilot. It's incredible. And then of course there's this series right now, your YouTube SEO full course series, where we dove really deep into how to set up this evergreen YouTube marketing for your business. I really hope you have been enjoying this and that it's been helpful for you. So now that you know how this series idea works, I have some crucial information that you really need to know. Now that I've shared my blueprint on how to set up your series system and the impact they'll have on your channel and on your sales, I want to share some crucial takeaways and next steps with you. But first, I promise that one thing, remember? The one thing that makes your YouTube channel the ultimate tool for generating evergreen leads on Autopilot to create passive income long term. You may have already pieced it together, but I want to be really specific here. Consistent quality videos, consistent quality content aligned with proper YouTube SEO strategies is the backbone of your YouTube success. You must merge the two together. On their own, they're not going to convert. You have to put the pieces together. And this is how your content keeps working for you, even when you can't or don't want to. Okay, so now that you've taken the first step to setting up your own evergreen YouTube marketing strategies to drive those leads to your business, you might be wondering how to implement it all and save yourself a ton of time and effort, because I know it's been a lot. So I'm going to show you how to do that in just a moment, including how to use AI to get a ton of it done faster. But I just want to invite you to subscribe to my channel if you've been finding this content helpful and you want more of these videos. But when you do, make sure you click that notification bell, because otherwise YouTube doesn't actually let you know when my next videos come out. Okay, I want to invite you to an exclusive free training where I'm going to show you how to simplify and enhance all of the things that you've learned in this YouTube SEO and the evergreen YouTube marketing strategy, including secrets about how to use AI to get it done faster and more effectively. Plus, I even have some more strategies for getting more of your perfect viewer to your videos that I'm going to share in that free training. It's mind-blowing, so simple, and you're going to love it. So what I want you to do right now is go and check your email. If you have not yet signed up for this 10-part series, go and do that right now, because the invite will be exclusively sent to you through email when you go through this series. So if you haven't signed up yet, just head over to cleverdough.com/evergreen leads. I'll put it on the screen here and I'll put it in the description and in the comments below. So go and sign up for that so that you can get this invite to your email. All right, what are you waiting for? Go and check your email right now.